Another long day in paradise. Not be as long as yesterday. Right.
Depends on how the cheering goes.
Depends on the behaviour. Right. No. So we've opened the meeting. So I'll move the acceptance of the apologies from
Happy to second.
Councillor Fletcher, Casey, Mr Honeck and Mr Taiper and Wilcox for lateness, and Councillor Cooper for early departure at 2 o'clock. We'll be all over by then, of course. So moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Walker, and sorry.
And Penny Hulse and Alf have just texted to say they just left a meeting, so they'll be late.
Okay, so lateness for Councillor Hulse and Councillor Filipino. All those in favour?
Aye. Aye.
Declarations of interest. We have two declarations of interest over item 14 on the disposals report, and that relates to the Manukau Vodafone hotel site, and that's Mayor Goff and Councillor Walker, John Walker that is. So those have been noted.
Oh, Mr Chairman, because I know members of the Second Nature Trust personally, I think it's appropriate for me to withdraw from the meeting for that discussion, and that's what I intend to do.
Yep. Okay. Do the same. Yep. Thank you, John. Confirmation of the minutes. Could someone please move? Councillor Walker, Councillor Darby seconded. All those in favour?
Aye.
There are no petitions. There's no public input. Two local boards wishing to present. We have Angela representing the Manurewa Local Board, and she wants to talk on the 770R Great South Road, Manukau.
Should probably withdraw for this too.
Property. Welcome, Angela.
Thank you, Councillor Clough, and good morning, councillors. I am here to speak to the disposal of part of the reserve land at 770 Great South Road, Wiri, and it's found in item 14, page 101 of your published agenda. Just want to give a bit of background and just a few comments. The request for the reserve revocation and approval of the sale of land came to my board's business meeting in December 2016. You'll note in attachment A on page 106.6, my board endorsed the revocation but requested that I come and speak with the governing body prior to it coming to the Finance and Performance Committee meeting for your final decision on the sale. Councillor Newman and I met with Councillor Clough and Councillor Simpson on the 8th of February, and the Chair and the Deputy of this committee were very helpful. And they undertook to speak with Panuku to clarify the substantive question from my board, which was, why was Panuku not selling the land directly to Safari Group, the developer of the proposed Ramada Hotel to be built on the land, but instead we're selling it to Second Nature Charitable Trust, the lessee of the land, who would then on-sell it to Safari Group. So I was pretty comfortable that the due diligence would progress and the item would proceed through this Finance and Performance meeting or committee. However, it did appear back on my agenda again this month to affirm my board's approval on the sale, as well as the revocation of the reserve status. So I wanted to come here today just to provide you with a background of the resolutions that have come from my board. They should be tabled. Do you all have a copy of them? Mm-hmm. So the context for my presentation to you today is in terms of good governance and transparency. And it's directed between the relationship of my board and the quality of advice we're receiving from Auckland Council. I just want to state that there is no desire from my board to prevent the residential growth, consequential infrastructure and employment for Manukau, Manurewa and Wiri that this development has proposed to deliver. And there is every will by my board to assist in reaching the $69 million target by selling non-strategic assets. Although I dispute that this piece of land is a non-strategic asset, it's a separate issue. So we take our governance role seriously, and for that a number of, for the sake of transparency, resolutions were put to this item, and that's what I want to just clarify for you. Because as a chair, I find it an unacceptable position for my board to be in. To begin with, why the land sale by Panuku is to Second Nature Charitable Trust and not directly to Safari Group. The reason is given in point 5 on page 101 of item 14. Second Nature Charitable Trust holds a 99-year lease on the land. And in an effort to discover the details of the lease agreement, which I thought was quite sensible and pragmatic given that we're talking about the sale of council asset, I asked for a copy of the lease. Auckland Council didn't have a copy. I asked Panuku for a copy as their board had endorsed the disposal process and they didn't have a copy either. So I asked Regional Facilities Auckland, as they are a funder of Second Nature Charitable Trust to the tune of $350,000 per annum towards the operational cost of the Vodafone Event Centre. They didn't have it either. I finally received a copy of the lease instrument directly from Richard Jeffrey, CEO of Vodafone Event Centre, and it was the original lease in the name of Counties Manukau Pacific Trust, which was the previous name of the trust. So my first question to you, Councillor Clow, is how can an endorsement for the sale of land, ratepayers' land, be recommended by Auckland Council to the Panuku Board when nobody had the lease instrument over this council-owned asset? How do we know the Trust is delivering on its objectives held in the third schedule on page 25 of that lease instrument? How could we be sure of the sale of the land conditions under this lease instrument and that the sale meets the objectives of the third schedule? It is true, the land cannot be sold unless Second Nature Charitable Trust relinquishes the lease on the land, which they're going to do, so they can purchase it. I have asked officers from Panuku if they had explored other options for the land sale. They hadn't, and when questioned why, their response was Auckland Council instructed them to only progress the proposal from Second Nature Charitable Trust. So my second question to you, Councillor Clow, who in Auckland Council gave the instruction to only look at the one proposal and not explore alternative options? This is important. As you will note in point 8 on page 102, the report states that no alternative services have been identified. So one would assume that is because none were investigated. One could also assume that is because the lease determined that there was no option to explore other possibilities for the sale of the land, such as Panuku selling it directly to Safari Group or directly to the market in an open and transparent sale. Another important point to note is that the Trust does not have the first right of refusal under the lease instrument. So it's of some concern that the lessee, who is on peppercorn rent for multiple commercial ventures taking place on the land, and given the tenure of not just the lease, but the tenure of the relationships, that we did not experience a richer discussion over lifting the lease on the land for a transparent market sale. It's been a bit like pulling teeth to discover the barrier, and I think the next piece helps to clarify it a bit. So far, we have an endorsement to proceed with the disposal process of the land by Panuku from instruction by Auckland Council only on the proposal of Second Nature Charitable Trust. We then learn in point 6 on page 101 of your agenda that Second Nature Charitable Trust last year signed a conditional contract with Safari Group for the sale of the land to them on which they will build the Ramada Hotel and Apartments. The Trust undertook their own procurement process without consultation with Panuku, Auckland Council or the local board. Last week, my board received the resource consent for the Ramada Hotel and Apartment Complex. It had been to the Urban Design Panel in November, which brings me to timeframes. The other two land sale items on this report have been going for an average of a year, and most land sales that I have been involved in have taken about a year. Disposals take about a year. This one took a couple of months. It's not unlike the Whitewater Rafting project by the same trust that made it into the previous LTP in the 11th hour. It's relationships. In the past weeks, the media have been vigilant in reporting on flipping of real estate, and my board holds concerns that this will be the case for the sale of council land from the Trust to Safari Group. And unfounded or not, the concerns are real. The public will perceive any uplift from the sale as a flipping of a council asset. So in summary, the parts of the story on their own will no doubt all hold reasonable explanations. And that's why I don't really require any answers today, because I've heard enough. The sum of all of the parts of the story tell a tale of substandard transparency, governance and management, which is why your own resolutions are prefixed with, for the sake of transparency. The reserve revocation and the land sale has been endorsed by my board. And the views that I'm speaking about today are solely about good governance and transparency when dealing with a public asset. The inequity of the shortcuts must stop. I would just like to acknowledge the professionalism of Letitia and Marion from Panuku, who have been providing the best advice I can. They've represented Auckland Council and Panuku exceptionally well. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. I will take your questions as being rhetorical, because you can't ask me
you
questions,
can.
but I can ask you some. But questions, and Councillor Walker.
Yeah, do you think that, or do you consider that the council actually has some conflict of interest with itself? Given that we've got a circumstance where the council has a relationship with Second Nature Trust, so that is one relationship, and that it has other relationships, that is, it's got an obligation to look after ratepayers at large, and there are obviously parts of council that are charged with getting the best value for council. Is it conceivable that there's a conflict of interest here, and have you given some thought as to how that might be handled?
I think that the conflicts are real or perceived, and we've had 2 conflicts identified today. I think that best possible outcomes are trying to be delivered on that piece of land. I'm not quite sure who for. It's a difficult question, Wayne. It's a challenging question. I'm not sure.
Councillor Newman.
Thank you, Angela. With respect to the deed of lease document that I have, but I'm not sure everyone else has, I'm not sure if that can be provided. Are you aware in the second schedule it refers to the umbrella agreement, the agreement between the lessor and the lessee for the development of the land?
Yeah.
Are you aware that the umbrella agreement was subject to a judicial review sought by the trust to determine who was the beneficiary of the sale of the land? Well, that's the first question. Are you aware of that it was subject to the judicial review?
Yes.
And you'll be aware that the outcome of the judicial review was that the declaratory judgment sought and given was that the beneficiary of the sale of land was actually the lessor of the land, in this case Auckland Council, which has inherited the lease.
Yes.
So the sale and purchase agreement referred to in the report, you'll note, is a sale and purchase agreement between the hotelier and the lessee, but not the lessor.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Watson.
Thank you. Thanks, Angela. You mentioned the concern with this notion of flipping. You know, we've had articles in the paper of people making big... have you been given any assurance that there isn't some sort of property flipping going to occur here? Has there been any sort of assurance given that won't happen?
No, there has to be no assurance of that. My board held a workshop, and we were given the impression there could be uplift from the sale.
Councillor Stewart.
Oh,
Yep.
me, okay. I thought other people had their hands up before me, that's okay. Yes, I think Councillor Quicks will probably pick up on a little bit of this, but there has been a very long history with this particular trust, and it goes back way back to Sir Barry Curtis's time, when this initially, this trust started up and the event centre went in. We were told that it would not cost the ratepayers a single cent. And I tell you what, over the years, there's been a lot of money from this particular trust, and I think Councillor Quacks will go into it a little bit more, have actually had the property, that bit of land, a couple of times, and then it's been sold back. There's been quite a few strange things that have happened.
Are you asking Angela that question?
Yeah, all right. All right, so, okay. It's Angela, I'm sure you were aware, because you've been around the table for a wee while.
In a good way.
But, no, in a good way, that's right.
Very
But
good question.
And were you aware that, I'm just trying to think, okay, so there was, so far the council's provided $52 million, this is going back in 2009, in forms of grants for this particular trust. There's been, were you aware that at one time that the trust ended up with the block of land and then there was something?
Through the chair, Councillor
Just-
Stewart.
I just have to sort of just be a little bit careful here. We're really just talking about this revocation of the reserve status.
So I agree with you, Councillor Clow. I'm specifically here to talk about the transparency of this particular transaction. If there was anything I would ask, it would be that a review of the schedule around the objectives of the trust be looked at like most of our lease agreements are for people that community groups that we lease to, and that they are looked at in context of the original reason for the development, which was to the community, that the community benefit from all of those things that are in that schedule. The history is there. It's not what I'm here to speak about today.
Okay.
We know where you're coming from there, Councillor Stewart. Councillor
you.
Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Angela, look, thank you. I think it's always important to question the information that's put in front of you and to ensure that we always get the best information available to us, and I congratulate you on that. My two questions are, first, are there any questions you now have for anybody, either at Panuku or Auckland Council, that you haven't had answers to about this?
I am curious as to who in Auckland Council did advise only to look at the one proposal.
Just be quite clear on that. I was about to clarify that. To my knowledge, and certainly to Sue's knowledge as well, is no one in Auckland Council gave that instruction to Panuku.
That's not what they told
So we sort of fall back to the quality advice given to the local board. It puts us in a difficult situation.
Right, so that, I just wanted to make sure you had all your questions answered. That's still one that I think we could potentially ask Panuku later. And the second, I just want to confirm that you are supporting the revocation of the reserve status for
Correct.
Lansdale in an open market. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Quacks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess that I'm somewhat more familiar with the history of this than most councillors here. And Councillor Newman referred to the lease document. That was, and a judicial review, was that the judicial review that was initiated by the county's Manukau Trust, the Pacific Trust, in order to clarify whether they should receive the proceeds from that sale of land next to the, which was eventually bought by Sleepyheads. Was that in order to clarify who should receive the proceeds from that sale?
Yes.
And what was the results of that judicial review?
I could answer that.
Yeah, I'm not, this isn't what I was here to talk
You
about.
don't
Oh,
need-
Mr.
you don't
Mr.
need-
Chairman, the reason why I asked that question is I suppose we need to look into the history of what has occurred over the years, and Councillor Stewart has referred to that. And what I'm trying to determine here is from Chair Dalton is a pattern of behaviour that has occurred over the last
Councillor
decade or more.
Councillor Quacks, I just have to say that,
Mr. Chairman, a
No,
pattern
no,
of behaviour
sorry,
could
sorry,
be either
local
good
board-
behaviour or bad behaviour.
local board chair does not want to answer that question.
And shouldn't
I've made
be
it quite
allowed
clear
to.
twice now.
I'll
so-
I'll
Are there
leave
any
it
other
for people
questions?
to draw their own conclusions in that case, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Filipaina.
Morning, Angela. Angela, just two questions. If Panuku are involved in the sale and with Second Nature Trust, before this gets finalised, depending on the result of the agenda item. I'll be interested in your thoughts around that, if Panuku will be involved with Second Nature Trust as per the agenda item. Just your thoughts around that?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean.
Oh,
They're involved now?
It's in the agenda item. This is why, just with D, that Panuku will be,
They'll be progressing with
in
the...
the event of Panuku Development, Auckland and the Second Nature Trust, Charitable Trust, concluding a sale and purchase agreement at full and fair market value for Auckland Council's interest in approximately in the area. So that's one of the conditions in the agenda item. I just wanted to get your thoughts on
My sole concern is
particular
that there is a transparency in the transaction and the best outcomes for the community happen.
Okay, and the second question is your thoughts around any proceeds for the sale of the land going back into the county's Manukau area, just your thoughts around that.
Well, the governing body agreed to the Transform Manukau high-level project last year, which means that contributions from the first sale will go into Transform Manukau. If there's uplift, I believe there'll be a 50-50 split between Second Nature Charitable Trust and I'm assuming Transform Manukau.
Yep, so I'm assuming, just want to get your thoughts around that, if in fact it does happen, that's all.
Well, it's been agreed in terms of the high-level plan. The contributions will go into Transform Manukau.
Happy, not happy?
My thoughts are irrelevant. It's a policy.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, whether you're happy or
Look,
not.
my thoughts are the money should come back into my board area, the same as every other chair board would say, I'm sure.
Okay.
There is a pattern. Councillor Newman.
Angela, just with respect to Resolution B, are you surprised that the leaseor, who doesn't own the land, would be party to a sale and purchase agreement for selling land that it doesn't own?
Well, yes, and that's why I'm here today. But it's all around, look, you know, in December 2016, I should have had all of this information. And I didn't have all of this information. It would have helped with decision-making. And subsequent to that, in the meeting with Councillor Cohen-Simpson, it could have just come here, actually. It didn't need to come back to my board. It did not need to come back to my board for a decision, and we wouldn't be having this conversation today.
And with respect to E, are you anticipating that there will be a sale from the leaseor to the leasee, and then the leasee subsequently owning the land will then on-sell it at profit?
Correct.
Flipping.
Terrible.
Flipping.
It's called flipping, isn't it?
Thank you, Angela.
Flipping wrong.
As always,
Thank you.
very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Beth. Oh, we have to, sorry, well, someone could move, thanking for the presentation from Angela.
I'll second that.
Councillor Collins, seconded by Councillor Watson. All those in favour?
Aye.
Welcome, Beth.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr Chair. Morning, councillors.
Rodney Local Board, and we're here to talk about the Warkworth car park.
That's right. I'm here today to speak to you about the importance to Warkworth and the surrounding community of retaining a key piece of infrastructure known as the Baxter Street car park. The presentation that I'm making now and the vote at item 14 is being watched with interest by local media who have been following the story. And it's been keenly followed also on social media, so smile at the camera, they're watching. For those of you not already familiar with the area, and I understand the photos in your agenda don't actually show, but this car park, it's opposite the only designated bus stop in all of Warkworth. And that serves Intercity, Mana Naked Bus, the Mahu Express, Kowhai Connection and any charter services. So it's the only place to park if you're taking a trip out of town for the day or overnight. Construction of a second level on this car park actually features in our local board plan as a key advocacy item. So it's here on page 18 of the Rodney Local Board Plan, and this demonstrates the huge community support via submissions we received on this topic leading up to the adoption of this plan, which I'll remind you is still operational and which was signed off by this governing body. I also note that the report before you today states that the Rodney Local Board does not endorse the proposed disposal of the site on the basis that it may be required for town centre parking purposes in the future. This is incorrect. It's needed now. So why do we need this car park? There's next to no public transport in the Warkworth area, and certainly no public transport out of Warkworth in any direction. Currently, we have a large number of residents who drive into Warkworth from the surrounding area to carpool elsewhere, or to work, or to shop. And this is only going to grow with the completion of the motorway as more houses are constructed, and there's plenty of evidence in this with the Auckland Unitary Plan, the Future Urban Land Supply Strategy, and indeed the TFUG, or now Auckland Transport Supporting Growth document regarding development in the north of Warkworth, which is there. So more and more residents will need to use the town centre, both for shopping and for business. Now, due to a complete lack of safe pedestrian and cycling access into Warkworth from the east side of town, and that means through the Hill Street intersection, and incomplete footpath connections from the areas currently being developed to the south, west, and soon to be north of Warkworth, even residents that live within close proximity to the CBD have no choice but to use their cars to come into town, whether it be to work or to shop, and particularly for all-day parking. So parking in Warkworth is already stretched to capacity. I know Auckland Transport may have done surveys that say otherwise, but surveys done in midwinter, midweek tend to have those results. And also they only survey the number of available parking spots in Warkworth, and most of those parking spots are 60 to 90 minute car parks. So there's always going to be turnover in those car parks, so you'll always observe them occasionally empty. But there's nothing 90 minutes plus, and certainly nothing all day. And what there is filled by early morning with commuters. So even appointments over 90 minutes long in Warkworth entail shifting one's car, and I know this because it happens to me regularly when I'm getting my hair done, going out to the car with the hair full of foils and having to move it. So the Pūhoi to Warkworth motorway, it's not due to be completed until 2021, but meanwhile we have a bus connection service being trialled from Warkworth to Silverdale starting in 2018. So there's no park and ride facility for this bus service, and none planned until completion of the motorway. Currently there's a private provider running 2 buses to Auckland City in the morning and back again in the evening, and so therefore commuters and workers have very little choice where they can park all day in Warkworth, and Baxter Street is full by 8 a.m. Now, as this shopping centre services the surrounding rural areas, people have no choice without public transport but to use their cars to get to it. Also, the local board wishes to carry out plans to improve the pedestrian space within the township, using shared space to create an environment that, as councillors know, has been so popular within the Auckland CBD. And when we do this, it's inevitable that we'll lose more car parks on the road, and this is vigorously opposed by retailers because of the shortage of parking. So developing the parking building allows us to develop the town centre. We think there's no guarantee that a private purchaser will provide adequate public parking, paid or unpaid, as it's unlikely a business case for a commercial entity would stack up. And parking, in fact, will become worse if the building is sold to office development, because they'll be requiring additional parking for their workers and their customers. We believe that a private sale is more likely to result in a land banker buying it for long-term development. Just historically, under the Rodney District Council, money had been set aside to add another level to the car park at a future date, and of course that was absorbed at amalgamation. But because of this, ratepayers have had an expectation that their rates were going to be used to develop this car park for another level. And I think it's been glaringly obvious under the Auckland Unitary Plan, the Future Urban Land Supply Strategy and TFUG that Warkworth is a main growth node, but there seems to be a blind spot when it comes to providing the infrastructure required, and it's bizarrely counterintuitive to be selling a parking asset when parking will clearly be at a premium in the next 10 to 20 years. So the Baxter Street car park must not only be retained as one of the most important current pieces of infrastructure in the town, but it must be developed, to add additional parking now. Thank you.
Councillor Sayers.
Oh, thank you, Mr Chair. Thank you, Beth, for that very strong presentation. You're doing a good job in advocating for your area and for Walkworth's car park there. As you know, this goes to the vote actually later today. So I just had 3 quick questions, just fleshing out some of the points you've just raised, Beth. I don't know if you want to note them, but I'll read all 3 to you.
Bring a pen. I'm paperless.
Oh, that's all right. Okay. Look, the first one, you talked about, the rezoning that's occurred around Warkworth, and I know that North Rodney's just gone live, right? So and we're trying to get infrastructure in there right now. I'd like to know in terms of if the local board knows the number of consents are in process right now, Beth, that'd be the first thing. The second thing would be, well, the second question is around the benefits of the ratepayers. You touched on like the ratepayers paid for this building, and now it's going to be sold potentially to private enterprise. So I don't think they would probably sit too well with most of the community. So trying to get your feel about the feeling around the community about that, the council asset going to private hands that they've paid for, but more importantly, any benefit for the ratepayer through that sale, potentially or not. And the third question, Beth, is if today when we discuss this and vote on it, we asked for Auckland Transport to explore alternatives, right? Alternative all-day parking in or around Warkworth before they sold this building. Would the local board be open to other suggestions, and could you perhaps indicate what the local board might be supportive of? Those are my 3 questions. Thank you.
Okay, I'll try and remember all the questions. I've just written down a few things. So, firstly, you asked about the number of consents for new development. We're actually working with a group of planners and developers in Warkworth at the moment over the need for structure planning, and they tell us that there is currently 1,300 houses either in the consent process or about to be applying for consent at the moment, and so that represents growth of about 4,000 people and 2,000 more cars, and that's imminent. That's happening within the next 18 months to 2 years, not 10 years out. Those are figures that they can verify, and they're using to push for structure planning. Your second question, I wrote down my answer more than your question, but okay. So can you just repeat what your question was?
Yeah, certainly, Beth, no trouble. Sorry to barge you with all those so quickly, but it was really the community, it's a ratepayers paid for asset.
That's right.
It's about to sell into private hands,
okay.
potentially.
Okay, well, I think that this is an area where there's obviously a lot of dissatisfaction currently with Auckland Council, and as you're probably aware, Rodney has had the highest dissatisfaction levels with the amalgamation, and it's issues like this that play directly into the hands of what I'd call the Rexit crowd, or Northern Action Group, it certainly becomes very political at that point, so it's something to consider. There's certainly a perception that the ratepayers paid in good faith to have this car park developed for future use, and that's now been taken away from them. I should also point out that at one stage, and it does allude to it in your report, that this parking area was to have been potentially a community centre for Warkworth, and that's why it was originally purchased. That community centre never went ahead. Instead, we had a refurbishment of the old town hall. So that town hall is just reopened with no parking. No parking. So this is the only parking available for the town hall as well.
It's across the road, isn't it? Virtually?
Within walking distance, yeah, virtually across the road. Your third question was around alternatives that the local board would consider. There's been, Panuku have suggested that if this building was sold and the airspace above it, that it would be sold to a developer who could possibly be given some proviso in that agreement to provide parking. We don't really have enough information on that. We would need to see what that looks like. I find it difficult to believe that a commercial entity would provide parking over an office block development. It certainly doesn't sound viable unless they charge quite handsomely for it. But on the subject of paid parking, I think there could be some acceptance locally that additional parking, new parking in Warkworth may have to have some user pay component. So potentially another level constructed on the car parking building could be funded through parking fees. I haven't actually tested that with the community, but it's something the local board would look at and consider. The other thing with this parking building is there's currently no maintenance budget attached to it, and I find that just inconceivable that council has an asset and doesn't provide a maintenance budget with it. So I feel that this is just a way of getting out of having to maintain the building by just flicking it on and hoping someone else will fix up the mess.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Thank you, Beth.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Beth. Actually, that was part of my question was, do you think the community would, as a trade-off to keep this building, actually consider paid parking, especially for people that are maybe parking and carpooling and getting the benefit of using it all day at some sort of reasonable cost, and then help to fund maybe the upkeep and building it higher? You said you haven't canvassed it, but I mean,
no,
that
we
might
haven't.
be a
We haven't
trade-off
canvassed
that. The
that.
community might be
It could be
willing.
something that we go out with on the local board plan to consult on. I wouldn't like to answer for them until I had some feedback on it. But I think they would certainly be resistant to having any paid parking in Warkworth until they have somewhere to park their cars to use the bus service that's starting next year. So it may be that once we have a park and ride facility, any additional new parking in the town centre, there may be some acceptance.
Sorry,
of
my
being
question
user
was, I mean, if
pays.
this became a park and ride, I mean, the reality is it might be a trade-off that, because we can't all have everything all at once, but if that was going to be the aim, to say, right, this is going to be your park and ride, this is going to be another level as well, but what it's going to take is some contribution from the users as well as, other funding. I mean, I think
We would have to canvass the community. To be honest, I wasn't considering this as the park and ride. I was considering this continue to be used just for retail and business shopping in the area. Park and ride ideally should be placed out of town, just out of town.
Councillor Watson.
Sorry, that question's just been answered.
So, Beth, you are aware of the maintenance. It's 540,000 for the remedial work,
Yes.
which is nowhere in the budgets, and we're tight.
My question would be, why is it not in the budgets? That seems to me to be mismanagement of a council asset, that there is no maintenance budget tied to the asset. Every other asset has a depreciation funded maintenance budget, so why is this one not?
My question. That was my question.
So,
We'll ask that question at the item.
Beth, you mentioned that Panuku have advised that it could be possible to put a covenant on the sale of the building, requesting any buyer has to provide a level of car parking. So that is not acceptable?
Well, we haven't got enough detail. I mean, we're pushed into a position now where we have to defend the sale of this, the non-sale of this building. Until we have those options in front of us, I can't take any other position. I'm sorry.
So if other options were given to you, the board would consider?
We will consider them. I can't guarantee that we would accept them, but we need those options in front of us to discuss.
All we ask is consideration. So.
Consideration, yes.
Okay. Councillor Walker.
A couple of questions, and I may have missed them in your answers. Is there any transport study for Warkworth that includes any provision for park and ride and assessment around park and ride and buses and so on?
Well, yes, the Support and Growth, Auckland Transport Support and Growth, does give an indication that park and ride facility would be considered for Warkworth once the northern motorway is completed, but not until then. So on their diagram on page 21 of the Support and Growth document, they have got an indicative piece there for park and ride.
Are there any current surveys of park and ride demand from Warkworth that you're familiar with?
No, only parking, general parking survey is the latest we had last year from Auckland Transport, who did not measure all-day parking, only the number of available parks that they observed in Warkworth.
Okay, what's the closest park and ride for people from...
Silverdale.
And is that full, or where's that at?
I believe that's totally full.
Ask
Okay.
Greg, he goes there every
Okay,
day.
and you mentioned depreciation. I would assume that there would be a depreciation budget for this item. Have you pursued that?
Well, no, I've taken it that we're saying there's no maintenance means that depreciation is not funding the maintenance, so...
Not necessarily.
Well,
Okay,
I don't have the answer to that, I'm sorry.
okay.
I think we'll find it's fully depreciated. That's right.
I would expect so. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, Beth, just one other question, because there has been consultation with the local boards since late 2015. There hasn't been consultation about selling to a developer with, trying to reserve the airspace. Is that correct?
No, that option only was raised recently.
So if we were to defer this option, item today, you and your local board would be more than happy to get involved with further discussion, which could include the sale, by the way. That would be one of the options, but with preserving, covenanting a floor or whatever, yes?
Oh, certainly to defer it would be acceptable at this point.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? No, thank you.
Vote of thanks, Mr Chair. I'd be happy to give a vote of thanks to Beth for her presentation.
Yep, so you'll move that, Councillor Sayers.
Thank you.
Seconder. Wilcox, thank you. All those in favour, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Chair.
There are no extraordinary items, there are no notices of motion, and then we wait local government funding agency presentation. We welcome Craig and we welcome Mark. Welcome back, Mark. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Worship, councillors. It's good to be back. I think I've come back previously once, I think, since I joined local government funding agency. I always make the point that I'm your largest lender, so it's good to always get a good welcome when I come in the door. Look, I've got with me today Craig Stobo, who is the chair of local government funding agency, along with other operations in the local government sector. Today was just really, we have 52 council members now, and we like to get round all 52 at some stage over the course of the year. And today, what we want to do is probably just touch on 4 areas. The first area is just to give those new elected officials a bit of an overview and update on LGFA and its role within the sector. We also want to talk about the strong relationship that we have between both Auckland Council and LGFA. We also want to, I suppose, talk about financial covenants and credit ratings, which I think are very topical and very important. So if I... No, it's not turned on, that might be the issue. Sorry. Excellent, got it. So LGFA has been established now for just on 5 years, and we are relatively common as a vehicle. These vehicles have been in existence for up to 115 years. So when we put LGFA together in 2011, 2012, we basically copied the Scandinavian model. What's important about these models is that they are established to effectively lower the cost of borrowing to councils. They are there to provide long-dated source of borrowing to better match your assets, and they're also there for in the difficult times to ensure that councils can actually borrow through capital markets. Just in terms of background as to where we've got to over the last 5 years. So we have, on the left-hand side, we have 52 council members now. They're highlighted in yellow and green. We're growing at about 2 or 3 councils per year, and we expect to have probably Waitomo and Rangitikei will be the next 2 councils to actually join us. Of the 78 councils in New Zealand, we assessed at around 60 would benefit from being a member of LGFA. So we're up to 52 now, inching slowly towards 60. I think on the right-hand side it's important to understand the role that we play within the actual sector. The right-hand side is basically showing the borrowing by councils in New Zealand for each of the last 12 years. And you can see that LGFA is in the blue bars there. So since we're established, it was timely because that was at the time that the sector debt levels were actually increasing, and being the lowest cost lender to the sector, it's been timely for us to actually come through and provide some support to the sector. In terms of the history and the relationship between the council and LGFA, I think to start with, talk about the relationship between LGFA, the sector, and also central government. LGFA was established as a result of the 2009 Capital Development Task Force and Job Summits. And it's been probably a very good example of successful collaboration between central and local government to get this vehicle established and being supported by the sector. Auckland's had a long relationship with LGFA and it's been very welcome, both as a shareholder, a guarantor, a borrower. It's contributed to the governance as well, both at the board level and at the shareholders' council level. You are our largest borrower. So over the last 5 years, you've borrowed on average $475 million per calendar year from LGFA. The other thing to remember too is that you are a 7.5% shareholder. And importantly here, over that time, the last 4 years, you've received dividends of $468,000. And when you look at the value of the company to shareholders, that's also doubled in that time. Now, LGFA was set up to provide borrowing benefits to the sector. The rewards to shareholders are secondary, but it's very good to see that as a shareholder, you're not being disadvantaged by LGFA. So we're getting to some of the more technical bits now. On the left-hand side is a breakdown of who borrows from LGFA. And as you can see, Auckland is the largest borrower. You've currently got borrowed $2.357 billion, or 32.7% of our lending book. You are capped at 40% of our total lending. In the eyes of the credit rating agencies and the investors, LGFA cannot seem to be purely a funder for Auckland. It needs to be well diversified and lending to the whole sector. Importantly, Christchurch City is the next largest borrower at 20%. Clearly, they're doing a significant infrastructure rebuild in Canterbury, and so of course their borrowing requirements are higher than usual. Of the $7.2 billion of loans, the majority of those are longer tenor, as you can see. Importantly, on the right-hand side, you're also a guarantor. So we have 43 councils who guarantee the obligations of LGFA, and it's very important to remember that the performance of the vehicle is guaranteed by those councils. How the guarantee works is that it's a joint and several guarantee, but it's in proportion to your rates revenue. So because you're 33.9% of the total rates basket of the 43 guarantors, you're on the hook for 33.9% if something did go wrong within the vehicle. So just to talk about the credit ratings, you're very much aware of credit ratings. How I explain credit ratings are that it's an independent assessment of a borrower's ability to meet its interest and principal repayments. So it's very important to have a high credit rating and to maintain that high credit rating. The higher the credit rating you have, then of course the cheaper it is to actually borrow money, and the longer you can actually borrow money for. In New Zealand, so in terms of the credit rating scale, your highest rating is AAA, then it's AA plus, AA, AA minus, A plus, so it ladders down like that. There are very few AAAs now in the world. The New Zealand government is AA plus, and LGFA is AA plus as well. So then we have councils are grouped within the A plus to AA category. As you can see, over half of our councils who are members of LGFA have a AA credit rating. Importantly, the other factor I think is the trend in those credit ratings and the credit quality of the sector. So over the last 3 years, only Invercargill has been placed on negative outlook at the end of last year. Any other change to council credit ratings have either been an upgrade or a positive improvement to their outlook. So it's very important to maintain, as I said, high credit ratings across the sector. And this is why it's important for LGFA as the largest lender to the sector to maintain high credit ratings. This slide here is just grouping our loan book by credit rating bands. Effectively, LGFA is a financial institution. It borrows money cheaply, and then it on-lends money cheaply. But to be able for us to borrow money cheaply and pass those benefits on to the sector and to our borrowers as councils, we have to maintain a high quality credit book, or else we will lose the confidence of investors and credit rating agencies. So it's very important to maintain a high credit quality book. As you can see there, over 50% of our balance sheet is lent to AA rated councils. 88% in total of our book is lent to councils with a credit rating, and this is why we very much push the view amongst councils that a credit rating is very important to actually have. And importantly, I think this slide is important for you as well too as a guarantor. Don't just look at your relationship with LGFA as a borrower. As I said before, you're on the hook for 33% if something does go wrong. So it's in your best interest to ensure that the credit quality of the book and how we're actually running LGFA is at a very high standard to protect you from any possible calls under that guarantee. So I promise this is the last of the technical slides. I think here, just focus on the top half. So there's a linkage between credit ratings and financial covenants. What financial covenants are is they are a limit which is agreed between a borrower and a lender around the amount of debt that a borrower can actually have. They provide comfort to the lender or to the investor that the borrower can meet the affordability and serviceability of those debts. So these covenants are agreed to, they're binding. If a breach of covenants was to occur, then it gets quite dramatic. Typically, a lender can ask for the borrower to actually repay those loans. Secondly, you'll find that your credit rating, if you breach covenants, will actually go down. Then that will lead to higher interest costs and also reduced ability to borrow further. So financial covenants are very important to be aware of and to ensure that you actually meet them. So in terms of the top of the table there, we have 3 financial covenants: net debt to revenue, net interest to total revenue, and net interest to rates. The net debt to revenue is an affordability measure. The net interest to revenue, net interest to rates are a ability to service your existing debt measure. In these tables, the lower the number, obviously the better, because it means that you've got less debt and a greater ability to actually service that debt. Probably 3 parts to this table. Look at. One is the average. So this is the average in the top there, is the average of the 22 council borrowers for credit rating. You can see that over time that number has actually been improving. So debt to revenue has fallen from 112% to 88%. So that's showing there's an improving credit quality of most councils. The second point to make there is the range. So not all councils are the same, and you have to look at the background to this. There is a council there with a minus negative debt ratio. That is because they've got a large amount of financial assets. So that are the councils, the likes of New Plymouth District Council and also the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, who have large amounts of financial assets, so they're skewed a little bit. So what's important there, I think, is to look at the range. Importantly, too, from a guarantor point of view and from a lender point of view, we like to see our borrowers with some headroom as well. We don't want to see councils at 19.999% of net interest to revenue because there's no headroom there. And then finally on that chart there, you can actually see where Auckland sits across the spectrum of other council borrowers. So the final slide is just to talk about the importance of the relationship, and really, as I said, Auckland Council provides LGFA with the volume. Banking's a scale game. We need as much loans as possible to cover those fixed costs that we endure. So by Auckland Council supporting LGFA, it means that we can pass on those savings to the rest of the sector. You're also obviously the largest part of the guarantee, so you need to retain a very strong interest in LGFA. On the other side, LGFA provides the cheapest source of borrowing for Auckland Council, and we also provide an alternative source of borrowing for you as well too, because you also borrow in your own name, so we can provide also a benchmark for your pricing. In terms of the importance of the consolidation of the 8 councils into one, and also the establishment of LGFA, we've estimated that because of those 2 events, the whole sector is saving about 0.25% per annum in borrowing costs. 0.25% doesn't sound a lot, but when the sector debt is around about $15 billion, it means that we're saving the sector about $35 million per annum in terms of interest savings. So it's really important to actually understand why these vehicles offshore have been going for over 100 years. They're well proven because they do deliver substantial savings in funding costs to the sector, which obviously relies upon keeping costs low. Then finally, in terms of both Auckland Council and LGFA, we're very much both wanting to maintain high quality credit ratings. Don't underestimate the significance of the 2 organisations to capital markets in New Zealand. We are 60% of the bonds listed on the NZX, that's LGFA and Auckland Council combined. So we are providing retail investors, ratepayers and savers with a highly rated, good yielding investment. And we also look to, I think, both Council and LGFA around providing a significant leadership around sector finances as well too. So with that, I will open up to questions.
Craig, is there anything you want to add?
Just a few things to reiterate. We've got the same credit rating as the Crown, the Sovereign of New Zealand. I cherish that, the board cherishes that. We do not want to lose that because that's the source of our funding advantage for all councils. Secondly, this vehicle is a stunning example of how central and local government can work together. They've been a big supporter of this since inception, and in fact provided a number of support services that we continue with today. And thirdly, because of the support of Auckland Council and our other council shareholders, guarantors and borrowers, we are now the 7th largest financial institution in New Zealand. That is no mean feat, and I want to thank the council for their support from the Mayor, the CEO and the executive team. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Walker, Wayne Walker.
Yeah, just got a few questions. The first one's just around your performance covenants, and I note that the interest to revenue mentions Auckland at 9.1%, which is different to what we often have in our reporting. So obviously there's some differences in how you're arriving at that. So my question is around, is there a variance across a number of these figures that you've got here and those that we have in our reporting, and is there a possibility around perhaps reporting explaining some of those differences? So that's my first question.
Okay, so to answer the first question, so there's always methodology differences in terms of what you treat as interest, what you treat as revenue. Do you include water care in your revenue calculations? Do you include Auckland Transport? So there's a number of differences. I think the important thing is that while the numbers might be slightly different, under the different methodologies, it all arrives at the same conclusion. If you're going to breach one of your Treasury policy limits, you're also going to breach one of the S&P ones, you're also going to breach one of the LGFA ones. So it doesn't matter when you get into real technicalities of it, it doesn't matter if the limits aren't quite aligned in terms of thresholds, but rest assured, if you all move in the one direction and you hit it, you'll be hitting all three.
Can I just add to that, Councillor? If you look out over the LTP, we get the same conclusions that you do around the amount of buffers available under the net debt to revenue number. So regardless of which methodology you use, we're all focused on the same issue.
Yeah, I understand that. My question is around explaining the difference, so that I understand that and members of the public understand it, because that 12% cap that we've got is pretty fundamental to the way we run our business.
We can provide that to you.
Okay, that'd be great. The other questions I've got just go to funding. You'd be acutely aware that our council is very much interested in arriving at alternative sources of funding across a number of areas, transport obviously, but virtually everything. Is that something that you're set up to provide advice for to councils, and do you provide any joint facility on the part of councils around that?
No, so we were set up purely with the simple objective of borrowing money cheaply and lending money cheaply. We weren't set up to provide investment or treasury management advice or any strategic advice. I think that's up to your staff and to your independent advisors to actually do that, because as I said, every council is actually different when you get into the financial situation. We're happy to work with the council strategically and to ensure everything lines up, but we won't get into the detail, I suppose, of providing advice.
And my last question is just around the role that Auckland plays. Quite obviously, Auckland's participation is pretty fundamental to the overall credit rating. We're the best there is, and we're the substantial part. Any comment around that on the
Equal best.
say again?
Equal best.
Equal best, sure. Any comment around the relationship that gives us with the other councils and obviously government?
Well, I guess there's several lenses. The other guarantors who are members of LGFA are also looking through us at you, so they're interested in what you're doing. You also have an interest in making sure that our credit systems and funding is also meeting your needs as a guarantor, so we are mutually holding hands together. Clearly there are pressures from some of our members who are high growth councils who are facing the debt to covenant ceilings that Auckland Council's grappling with and are working with the Crown on other solutions. The Crown is also talking to us about our view of debt capacity in the sector, and we're very helpful and willing to assist the Crown in coming to conclusions that are good for you and for other local authorities as well as LGFA.
Thank you.
Councillor Quacks.
Yeah, I'm interested in your slide number 5, and I won't for one moment pretend to be a high finance guy, because I'm not. But given the fact that we can borrow, which our borrowing is capped at 40%, we're 7.3% short of that. Would there be an advantage for us to retire some of the higher cost debt that we have and borrow more from LGFA?
Okay, sounds simple, sounds a good piece of advice. The issue that you have, I think, is that You have got an ongoing borrowing requirement.
Yeah.
So I think that you have to allow for some headroom. So you don't want to be fully maxed out at 40% of LGFA in case markets suddenly close and you need some more funding. So I think you've got to keep a buffer in there. And then secondly also, there's two parts to the equation obviously, is the amount of that you're intending to borrow and also the amount that the sector is intending to borrow as well. So if the sector doesn't borrow any more going forward, then obviously you're capped at that amount. So you don't want to be up at 40% and suddenly see that the sector is actually retiring debt and then you cannot borrow anymore. So it is prudent to actually have a buffer, a headroom. And I think it's fair to say that your Treasury team look at it in a portfolio approach of you've got some offshore sources, you've got some domestic sources of funding, you've got some LGFA. You've got to take a very long term and a very portfolio approach to it rather than taking a short term approach. Let's just retire the most expensive debt and borrow from the cheapest lender.
Okay, so so the 7.3% headroom that we currently have, is that within the area of prudence, or could we afford somewhat more?
That's a great question, Councillor. So that there's a hard cap of 40%, and the issue that we've canvassed with the Mayor, the CEO and the finance team is what's an appropriate soft cap. Yep. So that's a decision that the executives will have to come to around how do we make sure we've got capacity for a rainy day, and is that soft cap 33%, 35%, 37%, bearing in mind the alternative standby lines that you may have with banks, for example. So I think that's one issue. The other lens I would look at is if we are the cheapest source of funds for you in the mid and long-term dates, you should be thinking about borrowing your longest maturities through us. Yeah. And use other sources of more expensive funds potentially in the shorter dated. So I think there's a portfolio discussion still to happen.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I think that we need some advice from our team at some stage on this.
John, would you like to comment?
Yes, sorry, through you, Chair. What we currently do is that the LGFA borrows in tranches which matches the government bond maturities. So the first big maturing tranche is 2017, December this year, which we have a portion of that funding. Now what we do to make sure we remain within that 40% cap is we assume that we want to refinance our share of the 2017 maturities through the LGFA, but the other councils, for whatever reason, don't. So we back solve that to make sure that if that occurred, we would still remain within the 40%. So that's how we at the moment leave that buffer, which is required to be sort of 6.5%, 7%.
Thank you. Yeah, Goff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mark and Craig, for your presentation, which is really helpful. Two questions, one quite simple. In terms of our role as a guarantor, we're a major guarantor. Can you quantify for us the level of risk that might pose for us? The second one is kind of a loaded question, really. Obviously, Auckland's credit rating is important to your credit rating, and if we exceed our debt to revenue ratio and we're downgraded, you would be downgraded, and neither you nor us want that to happen. I'm just wondering, therefore, it really follows on from Wayne Walker's question, whether you are happy to be an advocate for us in relation to the Housing Infrastructure Fund to make it clear to government. I think they're clear, but we all the pressure we can helps that the money advanced through the Housing Infrastructure Fund can't be by way of debt if that pushes us over the debt to revenue ratio. I just some people in government are aware of that. I'm surprised at some levels of the bureaucracy that they're not, and I'm just wondering what discussions you've had with the bureaucracy around that question.
Maybe on the guarantor piece, and Mark will add to this, but to our knowledge, no local authority in New Zealand has ever defaulted. So that's helpful history. Yep. Where there is or have been issues, it's worthy to note the role of the Crown in stepping in and appointing commissioners What that does under our deeds is to trigger an event of review, and we'll sit down with a council that is in breach or potentially in breach of its LTP to discuss how to come back within those covenants. In practice, our observation over the 5 years since we've been lending to the sector is that LTPs are generally optimistic views of borrowing and capital expenditure. In practice, each year they generally come beneath those LTP predictions, which is helpful. But to help you with our understanding of looking after guarantors, we have a full-time credit analyst in the business who solely looks at council balance sheets and covenants, and we visit councils each year to understand what those plans are. We also are an advocate for independent chair people on audit committees of local authorities to make sure there's an independent view brought to council deliberations. Did you want to add to that, Mark?
So you value in your accounts a contingent liability at zero, which all other councils do as well too under the guarantee, and there's lots of good reasons for that. Primarily it's a two-stage process. One is, well, what are the constraints on councils to ensure that they don't go into a financial distress or default situation, and we all know about that. But then secondly also, we only lend secured to a council. So it then becomes a timing issue as to how quickly we can then assess additional rates to reclaim back the money when it's due from a council. So that's why you do get sign-off from your auditors that the contingent liability is small.
Thank you.
On the HIF, Mayor, we have been approached by Department of Internal Affairs, Treasury, MBIE on HIF, and we've made it very clear to the high growth councils who are eligible for HIF funding by way of a letter to make sure, and this has been copied to Treasury and other officials, to make sure that everyone understands our concerns, which are the sector's capacity for increased debt under the covenants is limited, and we will be enforcing those covenants, which is our role on behalf of all guarantors. So the key is to search for other solutions that are not necessarily debt, and we've been very helpful, very willing to assist those involved in designing solutions to come to a better conclusion than simply loading more debt on the sector.
Thank you, that's very helpful to us.
Very helpful indeed. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Look, congratulations, gentlemen, on your rating. Well done. And on your presentation. I suppose everyone's worried about if we should lose our AA rating. I'm kind of interested in if any council in New Zealand has actually got a AA plus rating, and potentially is it within our scope to sort of aim high?
Okay, well, to answer that question, no, there's a cap because of the sovereigns at AA plus. You can't be, and actually the sovereign is AA plus offshore, but AA domestically, so you cannot be, as a council, have a higher credit rating than central government, because the rating agencies take the view that central government has the ability to tax until the cows come home, and so therefore, and they've also got the ability to put in place foreign currency controls to the point where they can then, and they can also go into default, so, and not be sued for that. So therefore, you'll never get a credit rating higher than the sovereign.
We're as high as we can go, basically.
You're as high as you can go, yes. Okay.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. Just in terms of borrowing related to share of guarantee, if we borrow more, does that change the share of guarantee, or is it not related? I mean, I'm looking at the figures, some of it's a bit related, but...
No, to answer your question, no, it's not. The guarantee is apportioned out according to your share of the total rates revenue of all the guarantors. So what's interesting there, obviously, is Christchurch has borrowed twice its guarantee, but that's because of the rebuild going on. And then you'll find that the other growth councils are also borrowing probably above their relative share, which is what you'd expect as well.
Okay, I've got some more questions. So you just, one of the questions was do we have that near 2.4 billion contingent liability we don't on our books, but you were saying we don't
You value it at
as a guarantor?
You value it at zero because there's lots of steps and lots of protection for you.
Anybody would have to do that.
Yeah, to actually have a
And the
full-on.
other question was, I mean, we know when we nearly didn't have an LTP a couple of years ago, is that because when you talked about being 60% of the bond market and how fragile that was, that we got a lot of people very concerned? Is that part of the reason how, why it's so important to actually have a legal LTP? Because it will ruin the bond market, basically.
Well, yes, I suppose so, but probably in a roundabout way, you're such an important part of the New Zealand Stock Exchange and that you're subject to continuous disclosure obligations and other obligations as a listed borrower on the exchange, then it's very important to maintain best practice when it comes to financial management.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. That's really informative and useful and relevant. So, someone move the thanking Craig and Mark for their presentation. Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor Cashmore. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Very much.
Sure, and good morning. Thank you.
Right, we now have presentations from 5 of the ARAFA organisations, and we're starting with the Stardome Observatory and Planetarium. David Holdsworth. We notice that Candice is here representing the board, the ARAFA board. We have apologies from Vern and Anita, so if there are questions of the board itself, we have Candice who can come up. So.
Excuse me. Mayor Goff, Chair, Councillors, good morning. My name is David Holdsworth and I'm the Chief Executive of Stardome, the Auckland Observatory and Planetarium. It's my great pleasure to have this opportunity to update members of the Finance and Performance Committee about Stardome. First, I'd like to introduce my colleague, Melissa Glue, who is our Chief Operating Officer. Melissa is responsible for our education programs, and given the importance of education at Stardome, I thought it would be good to have Melissa here to answer any questions you may have regarding this very important part of our activity. Most major cities around the world have a planetarium as part of the cultural fabric of their city, alongside their museums, art galleries, and zoos, etc. Auckland is particularly fortunate in having not only a world-class planetarium with leading-edge technology, but also a publicly available observatory and an internationally recognised astronomy research facility located on the slopes of Maunga Kea, one of the most iconic volcanic cones in our city. Today is a very special day in the history of Stardome. It's our 50th birthday. The observatory was first opened in One Tree Hill Domain on this day, the 21st of March 1967, and we are very proud that we have been able to share our love of space with the people of Auckland for 50 years. During this time, we have witnessed many historical events. Man landed on the moon, the International Space Station was built, Pluto was reclassified as a dwarf planet, Mars has been explored and lined up as the next place to send humankind, and in just the last decade, research conducted at Stardome has contributed to the discovery of 21 exoplanets. As I said, Stardome opened as an observatory in 1967, but it took until 1997 to fulfil the real dream that was in the founding trust deed of having both an observatory and a planetarium for the benefit of all the citizens of Auckland. Over the years, the technology in our planetarium has been improved and upgraded, and now comprises a world-class digital planetarium where visitors can see shows about space and the universe in our 87-seat, 360-degree dome theatre. In addition to the planetarium, the Stardome experience includes astronomy and space-themed galleries and exhibits, and a publicly accessible observatory with the historic Zeiss telescope and smaller courtyard telescopes. Stardome is also the location of an internationally recognised research facility where our volunteers utilise our telescopes to contribute to international studies and observations. We also have spaces that we hire out for a range of activities, such as business meetings, parties, birthdays, and even weddings, to produce additional revenue to support our core activities. In addition, we have introduced a range of non-astronomical shows and diverse programs over the last few years, such as music shows, Valentine's night, Halloween and movie nights, to broaden our customer base and again to provide additional revenue sources. In the year to 30th of June 2016, we hosted over 163,000 visitors at Stardome, with over 85,000 of those paying to attend a planetarium show. Excuse me. With 94% of our visitors coming from the Auckland region, we are dedicated to supporting the Auckland Plan. A major focus of our activities at Stardome is education, and over 65% of our visitors are children, most of who come with their schools as part of their science curriculum. Our organisation is known for the contribution we make to science education, and in the past year, over 47,000 children visited Stardome to attend one of our education programs. We are constantly striving to enrich the learning experience. Our approach includes interactive learning practices and customised programs which meet the requirements of individual groups. We continue to build on synergies with other organisations, such as the Logan Campbell Trust, to make the most of our unique and special location. And we have recently partnered with the Mangere Mountain Education Centre to offer a Myths and Legends and Land and Sky program. Our passion to share our knowledge of space and making Stardome accessible to all Aucklanders has seen the development of 3 education programs: our Low Decile Scheme, our Southern Initiative Scheme, and most recently our Outreach Initiative. With support from the Regional Amenities Funding Board, we have introduced these programs to encourage visits to Stardome by some of the less fortunate children from within our society. The Low Decile School program enables children from lower decile schools from throughout the Auckland region to attend Stardome, attend a Stardome education session for a heavily subsidised cost of $2, which includes the entry charge and the bus fare. In the last financial year, over 14,300 children from Auckland's lower decile schools visited Stardome for a school trip under this arrangement. The Southern Initiative program is directly inspired by the Auckland Plan's Southern Initiative. Children from various community groups from within the 4 South Auckland areas defined by Auckland Council as being areas of special need are able to visit Stardome free of charge. Last year, over 4,000 students visited us as part of this program, and this year we're expecting numbers in excess of 5,000. Our education outreach program sees our passionate education team visit schools who are unable to visit Stardome due to cost or parent availability. Regional amenities funding has meant that the Stardome education program can reach students in some of the lower socioeconomic areas of Auckland and has enabled over 65,000 young people to benefit from our education programs who would otherwise not have had this opportunity. Our long-standing residency at the foot of Maunga Kia gives us a unique connection to Maori culture and local iwi. Matariki has become a key event for Stardome and is most certainly our busiest time of year both in public and education programs. Our Matariki Dawn Planetarium show describes the astronomical aspects of this special occasion as well as the cultural meaning behind it. Working with Wellington-based Ohu Domes, we have created an internationally recognised show that we are now able to share with other New Zealand planetariums such as Space Place at Carter Observatory in Wellington. Over the past couple of years, we have worked with external consultants on a strategic review of our business operations and customer experience. A key recommendation of the report was to upgrade and increase the size of the foyer and exhibits area, and has led to the installation of 2 new interactive displays. The History of Spacecraft, which depicts historic moments in space travel using Lego, and the Space Tracker screens, which show the latest developments in key space missions. Both displays have been extremely popular and have refreshed the visitor experience, keeping our information relevant and up to date. Historically, visitors to Stardome have paid to see a planetarium show, but entry to our space gallery and exhibits has been free. However, the new displays have allowed us to charge a modest entry fee, with adults visiting for $2 and children visiting for $1. There's been little negative feedback from the public on this new entry fee. Most seem happy to contribute to the running costs of the organisation. At the same time, we had a major change in the layout of our reception and retail area to make it easier to welcome customers and to collect the entry fees. The new layout also requires customers to exit through our shop, encouraging greater retail sales. As I mentioned last year, our current lease expires in 2025, and we're working closely with the Monga Authority to extend our lease beyond this date to give our organisation certainty about our location into the future. In 2015, we had 3 lunar eclipse open nights with several thousand people coming to Stardome to watch the moon disappear into the Earth's shadow and to learn more about this phenomenon. In 2012, the transit of Venus saw 9,500 visitors to Stardome. While we have no control over astronomical activity, the exploration, missions and discoveries from NASA, the ESA and other space agencies provide regular interest in what lies beyond our home planet. Unfortunately, we cannot schedule astronomical activity, and some years we have more visible action than others, which is why it is key to include non-astronomical events. Just recently, we had 2 open days, one on Auckland Anniversary Weekend and one on Children's Day, which saw over 2,500 people visit Stardome. While the Stardome experience has evolved and grown over the past 50 years, what remains consistent is the curiosity of the public. The experience of looking up and exploring the solar system is both humbling and inspiring. Many of our customers have not viewed the planets using a telescope. It's a wow experience. Viewing the rings of Saturn or the blurry red planet highlights how small Earth is and how important it is to protect our home planet. For young people, the act of visiting the planetarium, stepping outside their own surroundings and learning about the universe and our place in it opens their minds up to new possibilities and encourages them to ask big questions without limitations. Without regional amenities funding, Stardome would not be able to provide the citizens of Auckland with these benefits. Regional amenities funding has underwritten the sustainability of Stardome and has allowed for the provision of a world-class observatory and planetarium open to the public of Auckland 7 days a week. On behalf of Stardome and the Auckland Observatory and Planetarium Trust Board, I would like to thank the Regional Amenities Funding Board, Regional Facilities Auckland and the Auckland Council for their ongoing support. The Stardome team is looking forward to the next 50 years and to sharing our knowledge of space in ways that inspire, challenge and educate with the citizens of Auckland. So, as we look back on the last 50 years, we have a lot to be proud of, but I can't help thinking that we are just at the beginning of our journey. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for a full report. Yep.
Thank you very much, and appreciate your presentation and echoing the earlier comments about happy birthday, and I'll see you at tonight's celebrations. We'll look forward to that. So I have a question for you in terms of the business operations review that you referred to, and curiosity around car parking and car parking pressures. I'm a member of the Monga Authority, as are 2 other councillors here, and the coming pedestrianisation of Mongakeke and any expected pressures that you see on what is already a small allocation.
Yeah. Well, yeah, car parking is quite an issue for us. There is no quick solution, unfortunately, because the Monga Authority would not be happy for us to extend the car park because of cultural reasons and so on. And one of the biggest problems we have is buses. We sometimes have 4 or 5 buses trying to park or access that very small car park we have in front of the facility, as well as members of the public. Our lease requires us to make the car park available to all citizens of Auckland. We can't limit it simply to Stardome visitors. So there's a lot of pressure on car parking, and we're conscious of it from both a visitor experience point of view and a health and safety point of view, because it's, sometimes it can get a little bit hairy in that car park. So there is no short answer. We are having ongoing and regular conversations with the Auckland Council representatives and the Monga Authority about it. But as I said, there's no short-term or quick answer to it.
Perhaps something, Mr Chair, that we can raise again in this new term of the Monga Authority, for which there are 3 new councillors on it, me included. Thanks.
Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I'd echo that. It's not just parking though, it's getting out once you've found a park when you leave. It was another challenge. It took me about 45 minutes.
I'm sorry, we're a bit tight tonight as well.
So happy birthday, and I'm sorry I can't come tonight. I've got a Have Your Say event. But my question is about the challenges you have for growth. Obviously, you're doing very well over the last 50 years, and you've got some great targets. But what are your biggest challenges to actually have the Stardome operating at capacity?
I guess it's just getting the message out to the people of Auckland. We've got a great marketing team that tell people about us, but we are competing with a range of other entertainment and education facilities in Auckland. We do compete with the movies, and so we have to pitch our pricing at a level that makes us attractive for people to come to Stardome. And capacity, our ability to handle people is a bit of a factor as well. As I said, we had 163,000 people through Stardome last year, which is a huge number given the very small size of the building. One of the things the strategic review identified was a desire to make our facility larger. But once again, that's a challenge, and it's a conversation we are having with the Maunga Authority going into the future. So
We are looking at that expansion.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, David and Melissa. There's no more questions. Thank
Nothing
you for
from
your
Melissa?
presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, the Maritime Museum, Vincent, welcome.
Not quite sure what
Good morning. My thanks for this opportunity to speak about our museum. Hui Te Ananui a Tangaroa, the New Zealand Maritime Museum, is a nationally and internationally significant cultural heritage facility located in the Viaduct Harbour Precinct. We are kaitiaki of Taonga that tell the stories of Tamaki Makaurau, Auckland, and Aotearoa New Zealand's maritime heritage. We connect Aucklanders with their past to better appreciate and inform their present and future. Our museum provides a portal for visitors, both local and international, to explore the cultural identity of our city and our nation, and to engage with the stories of our relationship with the sea. It's our mission to collect, preserve and interpret Aotearoa New Zealand's unique maritime stories through the hard work of our staff and more than 150 volunteers who help us develop and deliver our galleries, the Little Laxon Maritime Library, 4 working heritage vessels, engaging public programming and quality education programs that ensure Aucklanders have access to our collection of taonga, as well as providing a major tourist attraction for the visitors of Auckland. Before I go any further, I'd like to take this opportunity to publicly thank and pay tribute to our volunteers. They're a huge, dedicated and remarkable resource, and we're very grateful to them for their hard work and passion. In the last financial year, the New Zealand Maritime Museum benefited from over 45,000 hours of volunteer labour. Our volunteers assist us as guides, hosts, collection assistants, shipwrights, model makers and masters and crews of our vessels. Obviously, it's this remarkable community resource that allows the museum to function at the level that it does. On a purely practical level, our volunteers are the backbone of our efforts to run our institution sustainably, as without them much of this work would have to be abandoned or heavily scaled back due to the large staff costs that would be involved. But our volunteers are much more than just the hours they provide. They are a direct link to the wider Auckland community and represent a broad mix of backgrounds and ages, the oldest being 89 and the youngest having just finished school. The real heart of the museum is, of course, our collection. While unified by a maritime theme, our collections are incredibly broad and encompass everything from the archives of the Auckland Harbour Board to the Mururoa Protest Collection, ranging from dry as dust records to vibrant art. We conserve and make available to the people of Auckland vessels as diverse as Polynesian voyaging waka, 19th century coastal traders, the engineering brilliance of modern racing yachts, to Nautilus, a World War I motor launch that ferried wounded to the hospital ship Marima. These collections are not only available in the museum galleries, but increasingly online and uniquely on water, with the New Zealand Maritime Museum offering the only regular heritage sailing experience in the city, which an Aucklander can access for less than the cost of a ticket to Waiheke. The museum's collection has suffered somewhat in the past from a dearth of proper processing and management, largely due to the large scale of the collection and the inbuilt capacity of the size of our collections team. I'm pleased to report that the museum has turned this trend around in recent years through the ongoing support of the Amenities Funding Board and a fresh focus within our collections team. We've increased our active processing of our collection by nearly 400% over the last 2 years. While this may sound esoteric, sound records are the heart of good collection management and the bedrock of both the maintenance of our collection for future generations and ensuring access for visitors today. The breadth of our collection and the many ways it intersects with the lives of the people of this city and further afield is perhaps best seen in the various ways we interpret and present this collection and our maritime stories to the public. Last year I reported on a new philosophy of collaboration toward which we were working and which has informed our activity over the last year. While this has had many positive outcomes, we are perhaps proudest of our now formalised relationship with the Te Toki Voyaging Trust. The MOU between our two organisations have seen the two Wakahuroa, Haunui and Aotearoa 1, gain permanent homes in the museum arena. This partnership with Te Toki has enabled the museum to begin to engage our visitors in the unique story of the Great Pacific Migration and the arrival of first waka to the shores of Aotearoa. While this has always been a story the museum has told somewhat through its galleries, we now have the ability to work with Te Toki to explore this story with our visitors via an active engagement. We have, as a first step, begun offering formal education programs to schools aboard the waka. These have not only been sold out, but we now have a large waiting list. And later this year, we'll begin the 3-month trial of public sailings on the Waitemata, with the museum and Te Toki volunteers working together to sail the vessels. We have also continued with our collaborative program of exhibitions. At the Beach, 100 Years of Summer Fashion in New Zealand was developed in partnership with the New Zealand Fashion Museum. Not only was this one of our most successful exhibitions ever, but it's attracted a new audience to the museum. Also of note in the last year were the joint exhibitions Travuni, Beyond the Horizon, and Ka o te wai, Ko te wai, Ka o, I am the water is me. These exhibitions, respectively created by Emma and Kaliopate Tavola and the Roots Collective, allowed our visitors a significant experience around connections between distant homelands and those who now live in New Zealand, and the important story of how pollution in our oceans, especially the Pacific, affects us and what we can do about it. These exhibitions also added to the collection of the museum in the long term, with artworks from the Roots Collective fashioned from cleaned up rubbish from Okahu Bay, and a map woven by all the current residents of Travuni in Fiji being gifted to the museum after the close of the exhibitions. Visiting schools remain one of our most important audiences, and this year has seen us develop a successful pilot program with the Four Winds Foundation, enabling students from South Auckland who might otherwise find the museum inaccessible to visit us. This program, begun as a trial over 1 term, was heavily oversubscribed and extended over the remainder of last year, with discussion continuing about this in this year, and enabled free transport, visitation and access to the museum program. Continuing on the theme of accessibility, our education team have for the first time developed programs and resource for low vision students in collaboration with the low vision community around these maritime stories. Despite all the positive news, it would be remiss of me not to remark that the museum of course faces challenges. Like all community, heritage and charitable organisations, we must steer the course between fiscal prudence, professionalism and remaining accessible and comfortable community spaces. The museum also has what I generally refer to as legacy issues, large matters that can affect the viability of the museum in the long term, while not necessarily affecting the museum's operation on a day-to-day basis. Some of these date back to the arrangements in the foundation of the museum in the early 1990s, and most particularly at the present, our concern is in the terms of our lease and our tenure on Hobson Wharf, which currently expires in 2027. This also affects our ability to attract capital funding, and therefore to be able to improve our galleries and bring the manner in which we present our stories and preserve our collection to a best practice manner. I mention these matters not to undercut the very real success of the museum, but to underscore that the museum's executive and governance teams are fully aware of the issues that that face our institution and are working proactively with our partners and stakeholders, especially city bodies such as Panuku Development Auckland, RFA and the council itself, to mitigate and resolve these matters in a way that will provide maximum benefit to Auckland and its residents. It is genuinely a real pleasure to be able to report to you on what I consider an incredibly successful and vibrant period for the New Zealand Maritime Museum. The success is evident not only in the projects that I have described, but in our numbers. Building on the increased visitation of last year, the New Zealand Maritime Museum has hit a record high in its existence, with over 150,000 visits to the museum for the first time in our history. Importantly, over 20,000 of these visitors were children who came to the museum for a learning experience with museum staff, and in many cases for the first time on the water on the Waitemata in one of our heritage vessels, and nearly 60% of these visitors were Aucklanders. We have scored well qualitatively also, with the Museum's Aotearoa National Visitor Survey showing 93% of our visitors either satisfied or very satisfied with their visit. Our popularity with visitors to Auckland has also increased, with our TripAdvisor ranking jumping from 19th to 15th out of 200 attractions, just one spot away from Waiheke Island. Financially, the museum is also in good condition currently, staying within or below budget. We are also extremely conscious of the need to remain sustainable financially, and we raise approximately 60% of our annual operating budget through our commercial activity and gate revenue. On the whole, I believe that New Zealand Maritime Museum is an asset to Auckland and the people of New Zealand, and we are proud of the improving results on which the museum is able to report and the greater level of public engagement which these represent. The importance of maritime heritage to our city and our country as a whole cannot be overstated, and I would like to extend the gratitude of the staff and Trust Board of the New Zealand Maritime Museum to the Amenities Funding Board, Auckland Council, and particularly the residents of the city for their continuing support that allows us to tell these important New Zealand stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. I was at a function, the opening of your recent exhibition the other day, and your commentator made Harry Williams made the point that the collection seemed quite weak in Maori boats and navigation stories, etc.
Yes, we are not particularly strong in that area. I think we are quite strong in the stories, but not in the collection. We're a relatively young museum, and we were set up with a variety of sources from our collection, some coming on loan from Auckland Museum, which is an existing relationship that we value very highly, and since then has been sort of compiled by very modest purchases by the museum and also through gifting. This particular area that you've raised, particularly Maori vessels, crafts of various types, are not ones that are regularly on the market, and if they are, sometimes they're ones we cannot afford. The majority of the museum collection that is specific to that sort of area is actually the lion's share of our loan from Auckland Museum, which is one of our foundational loans. There are other ways, of course, to engage with these stories around when we look at gallery redevelopment. You don't necessarily need the collection item to tell the stories, but all of those kind of things cost large quantities of money when you come talking about gallery renewal. So they're somewhat on hold until we can sort out our lease and tenure issues and whether we know we're redeveloping the site we're on currently. So we're exploring other ways of doing that, like, as I've mentioned, through our relationship with the Toki Voyaging Trust and increased engagement. We've recently had some conversations with Ngāti Whātua about their Waka Ama collection and being able to host more things like that. Involvement in the Waka Festival annually now as well, since that started up. So we look at alternate ways of telling those stories as opposed to through our collections. But long term, it would be an area we'd love to grow.
Thank you. Councillor Darby.
Thank you, and thanks for being here and your presentation. And I heard you say that 150,000 visitors, and 120 of those were...
So 150,000 visitors, around 20,000 are school children.
20,000 through school programs. Considering the footprint that you occupy, really smack bang in the middle of our waterfront, where there's a significant and increasing number of foot traffic. 150,000 to me sounds like a very low number considering your location and the proximity to the city centre, the Wynyard Quarter and all the activity that we've built successfully around you. And I'm aware that your lease is 2022? 27. 27. So that's 10 years away. Is your board looking seriously at a whole new maritime museum as opposed to just tweaking what's there? Because, getting to the question, Mr. Chair, for some years I've seen the issues at the Maritime Museum, but I haven't really seen a total redirection in the Maritime Museum.
Well, first of all, on the point you make on our numbers, I completely agree. I'd be much more comfortable with the museum sitting at around 250,000 visitors a year. I think that's about as many as we can handle in our building. We have, over the last 2 years, seen a 17 and then a 29% increase in our visitation over the last 2 years, as has been reported in our annual reports. So we've seen a really big jump over the last 2 years. I put this down to a variety of factors. One of them is, as you pointed out, we're in a much busier area than we have been previously, where the museum was set up originally. The reason we got that wharf is nobody wanted it. Since the redevelopment in that area, of course, it's a much more foot traffic area. So those big jumps in numbers have resulted in a complete change in the way we approach our programs, our exhibitions, the way we engage with our public. We've completely changed the way that we, for example, advertise the museum's presence. We've moved to a much more online basis. Prior to my arrival and shortly after, the museum was advertising in a very traditional manner, which wasn't really reaching a lot of people. I completely agree, as does our board, that we are well overdue for research, for a change of how we sort of present the whole maritime story throughout our galleries and the way we manage things. We're doing that currently in our public programming. I like to think that's reflected in our numbers. The way, back in 2009, our trust board presented a master plan around redevelopment of our galleries and sort of bringing them up to best practice, changing them from, because a lot of them date back basically to 1993 when the museum opened. But of course there was a very large price tag attached to that in the multiple tens of millions of dollars, and it, at that time, did not get any further. We still would like to do that, but at the moment we are focusing on sort of seeing what the best benefit can be with our site. With our preference is to stay where we are, but we don't want to look at spending a large amount of money on a site that we might not be in less than 10 years. The other aspect, of course, to that is having a short lease means it's very hard for us to attract capital funding, which would allow us to redevelop those galleries in ways that are more in line with current scholarship and museology.
Thank you. Just one short question. I note that one of the least visited parts of your museum is the Pete Bosley designed, is that KZ7, isn't it?
No, that's Black Magic.
That's Black Magic.
Yeah.
That's one of the least.
Blue Water Black Magic
and
is the
at
gallery.
your front door you have KZ1 from 1988, which you can just see the rudder and underside of. It's been there for a long time and it occupies a lot of space, and there's been some reference to the Eurocentric focus of the museum. Is there any plan to remove that second place getter?
Well, our trust board and our staff will be quite open to that, but of course it is a collection item, so we can't just get rid of it, as it were. It has to be, disposed of in an appropriate manner or placed in a new location. And we have had conversations with Panuku, Violet Harbour Holdings, various people about alternate locations. What they often come down to is the desire for the alternate location tends to move it a long way away from the Maritime Museum, which we're not necessarily against, but we are against is retaining it as part of our collection and retaining responsibility for it when it's nowhere near our entry. The museum, speaking of that sort of entry and the travelling through the museum, I don't disagree as well that we are quite difficult when it comes to wayfinding. The museum some years ago, for fiscal reasons, and I think they're probably the right decisions, gave up the entire Launchments building to commercial activity. And that was the prior entry to the museum. It made much more sense of the building than the quite small entry we have at the moment. And we're looking at ways that we can redevelop that. I should mention as well that when you enter the museum, the first two sort of things that you come across, the first is the Pacific Discovery Theatre, which is a film-based presentation entirely about the Great Pacific Migration, and the first gallery after that has collection items is the Hawaii Gallery, which is probably the largest gallery in the museum, with the exception of the combined Hall of Yachting and Blue Water Black Magic, which was the 2008 extension, and that's the current home of our Pacific collection. What I would like to see long term is a more integrated approach across all the galleries. At the moment it's quite old-fashioned, as I've mentioned. It's very ghettoised, and I'd like to see it a lot more integrated. So navigation should be something we should be able to talk throughout the galleries, and the greatest navigation story on the planet is the migration across the Pacific, culminating in the arrival in Aotearoa. So I don't disagree with any of your points at all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. Right, Glenn, Councillor Member Wilcox.
Yeah. So I'm surprised to hear that you've got a dearth of Māori kaupapa, when in 2014 I actually rang your museum twice received no reply when we were looking for a place to store our waka and to have our waka. So I'm just a little bit amazed that that's happened. Are you talking to any mana whenua?
What was the second part of the question?
Are you talking to mana whenua?
Yes, so we have, the museum's not had a terribly good track record in this area. I can't speak to 2014, it's before I came along. I can certainly guarantee that if that kind of approach happened today, there'd be a much more robust manner in which it was dealt with. Our trust board is currently reviewing its trust deed, which is, I think, the main cause of this lack of conversation, because at the moment it's very old-fashioned. It dates from 1981, and we are looking at ways that we can fully integrate the treaty and Māori representation on our trust board. All the internal work around that has been done. It is slightly on pause at the moment because we are looking at a variety of different governance models in the way that we work forward, and we've been advised that changing our trustees at the moment wouldn't be the best way of dealing with that. However, so instead we're dealing with it on a staff level, and it's sort of in two ways. The first sort of level is in our engagement with tikanga. So we are fortunate in the friendship and services of Hare Williams, who is sort of basically engaging with our staff and teaching them ways that we can integrate our tikanga into our day-to-day practices, and that's also having great dividends in our education program. The other part is our partnerships that we're having increasingly with Ngāti Whātua and Te Tauki Voyaging Trust, are the two places we've started. As I said, it's not something the museum's done particularly well in the past, so we've started relatively small and trying to get some good programs up and running where we have a high level of representation and are engaging with those stories more fully.
Thank you. Councillor Hulse.
Thank you. Mr Chair, I think might be a question to your good self. Just thinking about the process that I might just wait while you...
Sorry.
That's okay. I didn't want to embarrass you. It's kind of a question for you around the process, and so it's not particular to the Maritime Museum. My understanding of this item is we're going through our Arafa family. We're hearing a bit of a report on each member of the family and having a think about the very moderate request here for funding. We are, however, also in item 21 going to deal with the very, very good report on our major cultural and heritage institutions. So my sense is that that's probably a useful place for some of the more searching and future questions. I'm just asking, would that be useful?
Yes, it would be.
Would that? That's good. Thank you.
So, thank you, Vincent.
Thank you very much.
We'll move, Councillor Hulse will move the vote of thanks. We'll do it at the end as well, so we'll do that at the end. Thank you. Barbara, APO, Auckland Philharmonia, welcome.
Thank you. Can I start by saying good morning, everybody, and welcoming our chairman, Geraint Martin, who will begin today's presentation.
Kia ora, everyone. Firstly, can I just thank the Auckland Council for the support you've given us and for the opportunity to update you in where we've grown as an orchestra and where we're at as an organisation. Now, I do appreciate that there are a number of new councillors around the table, so what I'd probably like to do is just do a very general introduction around the APO, which is New Zealand's only metropolitan full-time orchestra based here in Auckland. Last year we did 61 main stage concerts, which is a great deal for an individual orchestra to undertake. And we appealed to very different audiences and to very different age groups with that. We also played for the opera, the ballet, the film festival, the Auckland Arts Festival, and for a few others such as Solio Mio. And also, of course, we played at your inauguration, which I think is a great way of tying the orchestra with the council. Last year, overall, over 100,000 people saw us live, and as a live vehicle, that's actually more people than went to see the All Blacks in Auckland, went to see the Black Caps in Auckland, and the Blues and the Warriors. But as I probably said before, actually, given the way that the Blues and Warriors are playing, it's probably not surprising. But on top of that, actually, what we've done is we've also touched an additional 50,000 people through our digital outreach programme, so you can see live streaming of the orchestra, and also additional 36,000 people who come to see us through free community events and festivals. So that's a large number of people who we're touching and reaching. And it's not just the returning residents of Remoera who come and see us. Actually, to get to that number, what we do is we touch every community in Auckland, which is part of our metropolitan role. And to talk a little bit more about that, I'll hand you across to Barb as our CEO.
Thank you. So Geraint talked a bit about our reach, and I just thought I'd mention that's really only possible because we are New Zealand's only full-time resident city-based orchestra in New Zealand's biggest city. To be resident means we can have deep and lasting relationships with our audiences, with all our stakeholders, including council, with students and their teachers, with a variety of communities, and we're really proud of all of these relationships. Education is part of the picture of what we do as Auckland's full-time professional symphony orchestra, and strategically it sits hand in hand with our core work, which is to inspire and entertain the people of Auckland with great orchestral music of the past and of the present. And in doing that, of course, we contribute to making Auckland a vibrant city by ensuring that it has a strong cultural heart. And I thought I'd just pick up on the fact that Auckland Council has just endorsed the UNESCO application to become a city of music, which we think is fantastic. And also, you're all probably aware that the Mercer Livable City Quality of Living ratings have just been released last weekend, and Auckland comes in third in the world after Vienna and Zurich. It's one of only two cities that are not in Western Europe, and the other one is Sydney, and that's 10th, and we are third. And both Zurich and Vienna, the leader, both have extremely strong city-based cultural organisations, including orchestras. So I just thought that parallel was really worth mentioning and keeping in mind for Auckland. I think if Auckland is successful in its UNESCO bid, certainly the partnership with APO and the City of Auckland will be extremely important to really maximise and leverage that status and that exciting program. So we're very proud to be a major part, we believe, in Auckland being such a vibrant cultural city. We thought we might show you a little bit about what we do, because a picture tells 1,000 words, and I know this year we're breaking with the tradition of actually bringing some musicians up to play for you live. That's because our musicians are all involved right now in a rehearsal over the road at the AATS Centre for a performance at the Auckland Arts Festival tomorrow night with Rufus Wainwright. It's one of several engagements with Auckland Arts Festival that we have every year, and we're very excited to be part of the festival. So have a little bit of a look at what we do.
And I'm in my final year of flute at the University of Auckland. At APO for Kids, children and their families are exposed to the wonders of orchestral music making in an interactive environment. APO also partners with more than 60 schools from all around Auckland for its APOPS program. Have you ever seen 150 kids dancing on stage with a full symphony orchestra? APO's annual dance project celebrates its 7th fantastic year in 2017. APO's award-winning Remix the Orchestra program has been fusing classical music and hip-hop for 10 years. As a musician, APO Summer School marked my first serious connection with the APO. It's a week-long summer program for school-aged musicians to develop orchestral, chamber, and audition playing techniques. These are fun, free afternoons where you can get up close to the instruments of the orchestra and enjoy a high-energy concert packed with orchestral favourites.
Hope that gives you a sense of what it is that we do in a more visual way than just hear people talk. I think the critical things that we're going through, we've got a new great music director who's taken the orchestra up to the next level. You know, I don't think it's any exaggeration to say that, you know, our peers are now the New Zealand Symphony, the Sydney Symphony, and the Melbourne Symphony. We've moved into the town hall, which really puts us in the heart of life in Auckland. And we've always seek to ensure that we reinvent and redevelop ourselves to make us continually relevant. So not only did you see Vladimir Ashkenazi, one of the world's leading conductors, conduct the orchestra last season, and he doesn't just turn up for any old band, so that's a real sense of the orchestra coming of age. But also we did the final symphony, which sold at Aotea Centre, which is a piece of music put together of music from video games. And we did it at the same time. It was the, what's it called?
Armageddon.
Armageddon, thank you. I'm 55, I don't really do this. And actually it sold out to new audiences and people who'd never been to orchestral concerts before but were very good at Armageddon video games. We did the Rat Pack, we played with the Top Twins, and collaborations with the Auckland Arts Festival with Nixon in China, and the Dance Project, as you saw, and the video of the Unwrapped Project. Interestingly, our education programme now, the demand for us outstrips our ability to supply it. And that, I think, is a real testament to the joy and the interest that music brings to people's lives, and particularly to kids in terms of learning how to play an instrument. Our digital access has greatly improved with our live stream concerts, and the important thing is that we're using the new technologies to reach more and more people in a way that they want to reach it, rather than the way that we think they should be reaching it. And of course, we've increased and touched new audiences. This year, we're doing the tribute to David Bowie, and also you saw at the end the concert we did for the Chinese New Year with Tan Dun, which was a great success.
Great, thank you. We also had this year for the first time presence at the Lantern Festival, and I think from that video you'll see that we are really trying to reach communities right across Auckland in many different culturally diverse ways. I thought I'd just talk a little bit about how we're spending ratepayer funds, because I know that's always of interest. APO raises 53% of its income, which is the money that we self-generate. That's very high for an orchestra. Generally, the benchmarks around the region for comparable orchestra sizes and comparable cities is around 66%. So we're really punching above our weight in terms of the money that we're getting in for ourselves. The money that we receive from Auckland ratepayers is quite a large part of it is paid straight back to Auckland Council through renting the town hall and our office building. We're in the town hall 99 days last year, and it's fantastic being in the town hall. And I'd like to also welcome and acknowledge quite a few of our staff who are now able to pop up and be with us. So hands up, guys. So great showing from the APO staff. We're all really, really happy to be here, so thank you for that. So we received a 0.6% increase, $20,000 this year, and that will go towards the increased rent that we're paying back to Auckland Council, but it won't cover all of it. A large part of what any orchestra does is involved with its musicians. So we employ more than 100 full-time equivalent people, probably, and I'm not sure about this, but probably that would be the upper end, if not more than any other amenity, to have that many full-time equivalents. And so a large part of our core funding, both central government and local government, is invested back into our people, our musicians and our staff. And this in turn enables them to invest back into the community. It goes without saying that without our people, we wouldn't have an orchestra. They're our greatest and most valuable asset, and they're not easily replaceable, and we need to look after them. Overall, our remuneration bill each year is about just over $6.5 million, and so even a 1% increase to our people costs $66,000. And it also is probably apparent to most of you that in an orchestra you can't just kind of strip people out and keep playing the same repertoire. You can't do a Beethoven symphony without a first flute player. Or, you know, you can't, if we've got a vacancy in the orchestra, we need to actually bring people in to fill those positions in order to be able to play the music. So we're different from some other art forms which can scale up and down according to the resources available. We have got a very high fixed number of people that are part of our organisation. Additionally, ARAFA funds cover the non-capital costs of running the music library, and the funds contribute to some of the projects that we do within the community. We think we're great value for money for ratepayers, and we're also very careful to align to some of Auckland Council's KPIs so that we're really making sure that that synergy is really a very real one. We have focused on 3 of the strategic directions in the Auckland Plan, creating a strong, inclusive and equitable society that ensures opportunity for all Aucklanders and putting young people first. And I think you will have seen that in the strength of our education program. Integrating art and culture into everyday life, and developing an economy that delivers opportunity and prosperity to all Aucklanders. So we can cite many examples of these, and in the folder that you've, I think, just been given, you'll see a list of all of the education activity that we did last year in and around the community, and not just people coming to us, but us going out into the community. There were 359 delivery days and sites in that document. So we're really out there doing a lot and we believe, doing our best for young people. I just wanted to mention two very quick highlights, and then we're happy to take some questions. First one is a Pacifica student from a Decile 1 school in South Auckland. This young man had never danced before, and when we did the first of our dance projects in 2011, he basically he was suspended from school, but actually was allowed back to participate in this dance project. Fast forward 7 years, he took his dance, discovered his passion, took his dance and went overseas to study, and he's just become named as Dancer of the Year in Germany. I mean, it's an incredible achievement for a kid who really, before involvement with our program, didn't have that sort of ambition and didn't realise that he had that sort of talent. I had an email last November from one of the original choreographers who's kept in touch with this young man, saying, I don't know if you've heard that Lee, who started dancing in the Sakura project, won an award, Best Dancer in Germany. Not bad. The seeds we planted in the dance project in Auckland are still growing. We have many examples of how we've helped young at-risk students, but I also thought I'd finish by just talking a little bit about a success story that's literally only just happened from one of the young ladies who's been through our APO Connecting program. She's gone right through as a young achiever. She's decided through her involvement with APO, she discovered her passion for conducting. She's gone off and studied overseas, and just this week she's been named assistant conductor at the Melbourne Symphony Orchestra. This is really an incredible achievement on any level, and to have a young Chinese Kiwi achieve that, it's going to take the APO's name centre to Melbourne, to Australia. She's going to do great things for that community, and that will really reflect well back on the APO and on Auckland. So all very exciting. So our major initiatives for the year ahead, we are planning on a year of consolidation and not expansion. We're at capacity with the current resource that we have, and while there's a lot more that we can offer, there would need to be an upscaling of investment in the APO. We're looking at areas we can grow within our current resource, and in particular what we can offer for families, and reviewing what's on our main stage, as we always do. We're looking to build presence outside the city as funding allows, and there's certainly demand, but we can't do it unless we're resourced appropriately. As you would be aware, if we take the orchestra outside Auckland, and particularly into low decile communities that are very important to us, this can't be a user pays arrangement. We have to secure the funding in advance. We're very excited about the development of AOTIA 2. We've been working closely with RFA on that, and I think alongside the planned AOTIA train station and the fact that that's going to deliver so many more people into this region, we want to do our part to make sure they actually, once they get off the train, they come into the arts precinct and have a really great experience there. And we're certainly working hard with RFA to ensure that that will happen, and that our new home across the road, which will be a purpose-built rehearsal studio and education centre and be digitally enabled, will be a really strong focal point for the arts in Auckland in the city precinct. So thank you very much. I'd just finish by mentioning a couple of our challenges that we're dealing with at the moment, and the main one really is around resourcing of our infrastructure. As I mentioned before, we do have a lot of people in an orchestra. Every orchestra does. We've got, by any standards, a very lean staff to musician ratio, but we do need to obviously have both, because we need to be resourcing all of the activity that goes on the stage and in the community. So thank you for listening, and we're very happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, Barbara and Gerard, look, thank you very much. You do a great job, and I only hope that the media gave you as much coverage for the amount of people who watch the APO as do watch some of our sporting leaders, like the All Blacks, etc. Look, I've got three main questions. The first one is around the fact that obviously the orchestra is able to do what it does because it employs, top-level musicians. So how, without, sharing confidential information, how does the earnings, how do the earnings of APO players compare to other orchestral sectors in New Zealand, noting that we've got a national orchestra? Second question, what non-financial value do you believe that the APO brings to Auckland? And the third one is, because a lot of people perceive, I think, that the APO is elitist a little bit. So how do you embrace cultural diversity and socio-economic diversity?
Okay, so I'll take those in order if I can remember them. So the first one was about musicians' remuneration. Now, that's been a really big issue for us since before I joined the orchestra. I've been here 10 years now, and we have managed to build remuneration over that time, and that has changed through funds we've received from the ARAFA board, from ratepayers, so thank you for that, and we definitely would like to acknowledge that. Unfortunately, we're still way behind any other full-time orchestra in Australasia. So what that means for us is when we do attract talented new young players, and if we do from time to time, but getting them to actually put their roots down and commit to staying in Auckland and really developing the next level of musicians, establishing a teaching practice so that they can be training the next generation is really tricky. And I just thought I'd mention, actually, since it's come up now, we're just about to, we had a vacant first flute position for 5 years. We filled it last year, and the musician that we attracted is just about to leave to go off to the Chicago Symphony Orchestra, where she's just won a job. I mean, that's the level of musicians we are able to attract, but we're not, unfortunately, at the moment, able to keep them. And look, we may have lost her anyway. That's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for sure. But the point I wanted to make is that's the level we're operating at now. It wasn't like that 10 or even 5 years ago. So I think, again, it's really important that we look after that resource and make sure that we are making it possible for these people to live and work in Auckland. It's a challenging city, as I know, it's in the news all the time, house prices and everything, but we're not even talking about purchasing, we're just even talking about being able to rent and just be here. So, yeah, we are significantly lower than any other orchestra. We've done a lot of benchmarking, and particularly choosing Adelaide because it's the same size city and the same size overall. If we get the lift that we would need, it's the same size overall budget. They're 66% funded through local and central government.
And the non-financial...
Yeah, non-financial contribution. Well, I think you've seen some of that on the video and in the work that we are doing in the education sector. But basically, we would really like to think of ourselves as being a really strong contributor to Auckland's cultural heart, and particularly, well, not only to this precinct, but with a base here, I think that makes it a very strong starting point, and it's equally important to us to be out in all of the communities that we're servicing and all of the, being the orchestra for all of Auckland. And I think the fact that we're resident here, our Auckland Philharmonia Partnership with Schools program, which we call APOPs, that actually, we have musicians who go out into the schools, not just once, blow in, blow out, but actually are able to do that multiple times in the year, provide support for music teachers, provide support, mentoring and coaching for students, get the students to come in, and it's a fantastic experience if you come to one of our schools concerts where you see some of the kids and they'll look at the orchestra on the stage and say, oh, that's so-and-so, they've been out to our school. So it's actually a really strong relationship that means something to the kids. And I think that's something that we're really proud of, and one of the ways that we contribute, non-financially to the city. We obviously also do a lot of free activity for low decile communities in north, south, west and central Auckland. And again, I think they're very, very well attended, and something that we're very proud of doing. And the last question.
It's the elitism, how,
yeah.
how do you, and the ethnic diversity, really.
Yep. So ethnic diversity, I think you saw Māori, Pacifica and Chinese involvement just on that video, and that's something we're very aware of. We've got a strong presence in South Auckland and very much looking after fostering that relationship, as I'm sure you know, Councillor Collins, and we are very serious about that. A quarter of all of our activity, our education activity, takes place in South Auckland. A lot of it is activity we have to fundraise separately for because it's not covered by our core funding. Yeah.
Barbara,
I think
I'll have to, so we've got two more questions.
Mhm.
We're running an hour and
Yep.
a quarter late, so Councillor Newman, a brief question, and Councillor Walker.
Okay, Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and acknowledging Barbara and Geraint and the board and all the performance, and also acknowledging Angela Dalton, who's here, because Angela was instrumental in acquiring the funding that allowed you to come to Manukau and
Yes.
I would like to see that outreach continue, and I would really like to see continued conversation with you where you are able to come and present opportunities to look for that third-party sponsorship over and above what your core funding provides for, to enable that, because it was wonderful to see, and the young people were very keen on it. So you're able to really continue to focus on that, because I think there'll be a number of people around this table, but also in the community, who'd be very keen to hear from you.
Yes, we're absolutely planning on continuing to focus on that.
And do you have a schedule of proposed events and times that, for when you could do these concerts, or is it entirely contingent on getting that funding first and then planning?
Yes, it is contingent on, apart from what we have in our core program, which I think you have in those folders, anything extra that we do, we need to find the funding first for it.
Okay.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Wayne, for not asking questions. Barbara and Gerd, thank you very much. Very
Thank
full,
you.
as usual. Pleasure. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you. For the audience, if there are people from Rodney, just be aware we probably won't be discussing that report until about 2 o'clock. So if you want to have coffee and lunch or visit the museum.
Move the item forward.
Theatre's
a good spot.
So, okay, but we are going to try and get through. We're just going to delay lunch until we get through. We've got the Auckland Rescue Helicopter Trust, the Arts Festival, and then we have the approval of the RAFA funding. We have the War Memorial Museum and the Museum of Transport. We're just going to take a 5-minute health and safety break.
Right. Well, Ross,
we don't want deep vein thrombosis, so...
Close the light in the head.
Sorry? I appreciate we all have a deep interest in our various amenities, but if we just remember we are pretty well an hour and a half late now because of various things, and we appreciate all the interest. Greg.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you, Ross.
Rescue Helicopter Trust.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Greg Barrow's my name. I'm the Chief Executive of the Auckland Rescue Helicopter Trust, and today Leander Hunt is here to assist me giving this presentation. First and foremost, I would like to say thank you to the Auckland Council for the support they give us, and I would like to acknowledge the members of the Auckland Regional Amendment Funding Board who are sitting behind us and thank them for the great job they do and the difficult job they do and divvying up the pie, so to speak. So thank you very much for the support that we receive from both your organisations. Appreciate that there's some new members of the council today, so I just thought we'd just quickly go over who we are. We are the owner and the operator of two Auckland Westpac Rescue Helicopter Trusts. We conduct air ambulance and search and rescue missions in the communities of Auckland, Coromandel and the Hauraki Gulf Islands, and we've been operating that service for around 45 years now, and we now conduct over 1,100 missions each year. We're only partially funded from central government, so we rely heavily on the generosity of the public to keep the service running. In a recent survey we undertook, we found that 87% of New Zealanders consider rescue helicopters to be an emergency service, just like the police, the fire and ambulance. When ARHT supporters were asked that same question, 95% of them consider that we are an emergency service. 90% of our supporters rate us highly or very highly, and 41% of our supporters have either used our service or know someone who has used our service. Our service is available 24/7, 365 days of the year. Our response time targets are to be airborne within 10 minutes of receiving a tasking during the daytime and within 20 minutes of receiving a tasking at night time. We directly employ all the necessary crew, including intensive care paramedics, meaning that we can confidently and reliably respond to emergency call-outs. And we invest heavily in staff training and in the most up-to-date medical equipment. And around 20% of our operational expenses are in the provision of clinical services. We have a very strong clinical and patient focus. Through a memorandum of understanding with the Auckland District Health Board, we have specialist emergency doctors on our crew 10 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we've forged a unique strategic partnership with the New Zealand Blood Service, enabling us to carry 2 units of whole blood, meaning that we can perform life-saving blood transfusions on scene or in the air en route to hospital. Trauma Code Crimson is a unique innovation in conjunction with the Auckland District Health Board, meaning that in flight our team can call the alert code Crimson and thereby mobilise the hospital team to receive a seriously ill patient. Operating theatres, anaesthetists, surgeons are all on standby for when the patient arrives, saving critical minutes. We also operate a rapid response vehicle available to respond to emergency calls in the inner city, taking the best clinical team and expertise to seriously ill or injured patients in the Auckland suburbs. Initiatives such as employing intensive care paramedics, having doctors on board, carrying whole blood, the rapid response vehicle are all extra value that the Auckland Rescue Helicopter Trust provides to the Auckland ratepayers. These services sit outside of central government funding contribution and are 100% funded from fundraising income, i.e. the generosity of the public, local business and the Auckland Council. We feel strongly about providing 100% patient and clinically focused service to those who need us the most, and we take very seriously our responsibility of providing an emergency service. See from the pie graph up there that 60% of our missions are for medical events, 34% are accident related, with search and rescue and hospital transfer work forming 6% of what we do. In the last year, 31% of the jobs we carried out involved winching patients out of either the sea or out of the bush. Over the last 3 years, you can see that the medical side of our business has grown and the accident side has dropped off a little bit, and search and rescue and inter-hospital transfers have stayed about the same, with just being a small part of what we do. We work, 60% of our work is in the Auckland region, 29% is in the Coromandel, and 11% is outside of those regions. For those missions that we carry out in Auckland, 42% are in the Greater Auckland area, and the chart out to the side shows you where we've carried out our missions. 45% of our missions are to Waiheke Island, that is of the Auckland missions, and 13% is to the Hauraki Gulf Islands, including Great Barrier Island. We funded 46% from a fee for service, that is through ACC and the Ministry of Health, and through district health boards and the National Rescue Coordination Centre and the New Zealand Police. 54% of our operational funding is from sponsorship grants and donations through the Westpac Bank and a family of sponsors, through the Auckland Council, capital grants and fundraising. 100% of capital costs rely on public donations and fundraising. Our costs, in the last financial year, every mission that we undertook cost $7,713, of which $6,450 were for the helicopter content, that is the maintenance of the helicopter, fuel, piloting, etc., and $1,263 per mission was for patient care. For each mission, the Auckland Rescue Helicopter Trust needs to fundraise $4,165. We rely on fundraising to cover 54% of our operational deficit and 100% of our capital requirements. To protect the trust income and improve financial sustainability, we focus on diversity in our fundraising activity and continue to look for innovative ways to raise money. All our fundraising is done in-house. We do not outsource to third parties. And our targeted cost of fundraising is 28%, meaning we aim to ensure that it costs 28 cents or less for every dollar that we raise. From the Auckland Regional Amendment Funding Board, we received a grant of $450,000 in the 16-17 funding round. The ARAFA contribution to ARHT has decreased by 33% since our first grant, and today the grant represents 3% of our total income, and we used that money to fund 108 missions in the last year. 3%. For the future, we are going to continue to focus on developing a highly skilled workforce. We want to continue to focus on improving our clinical and aviation capability and participate in the government process for emergency air ambulance services in New Zealand, with the aim of securing a long-term contract to deliver services to Auckland. And we wish to promote the Auckland Rescue Helicopter Trust as the leading service provider and the model for New Zealand. Once again, thank you very much to the Auckland Council for its support, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Greg. It seemed a very high proportion of visits to Waiheke. Are they associated with the vineyards and overindulgence? Councillor Cooper.
Actually, a friend of mine got picked up by the helicopter who was at a wedding over there a few weeks ago, and he's very good now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask, you say that there's a percentage of pickups outside our area. Do you get any contribution from the DHB outside the Auckland DHBs or those councils?
Yes, we do. We get a grant from the Waikato Regional Council of around $50,000 a year, and we have quite an intense fundraising program to fundraise for missions outside Auckland. We've spent a lot of time in our application to ARAFA clearly spelling out that Auckland money is used for Auckland missions, and we do not use it to fund missions outside Auckland.
Thank you.
Councillor Walker. John.
Could you
I mean
just,
Wayne Walker, sorry.
flick back to the previous slide, if it's possible?
Mm-hmm. Oh, no. Here we go.
Okay, so it might have been the one before. Anyway, just picking up on the comment about the funding from government, effectively picking up the long-term emergency contract for Auckland. What impact would that have on your funding?
There are 11 trusts in New Zealand that provide rescue helicopter services throughout the country, and all of us have a contract with an organisation called NASO, the National Ambulance Sector Office, which is a combination of the ACC and the Ministry of Health, and all those contracts come up for renewal in 2018. We've held the contract successfully for a number of years, but I don't think we can take it for granted. I mean, if we were not to be successful in that bid, I'm not quite sure what the future of the Auckland Rescue Helicopter Trust would be. It would be involved in one way or another, but we're of course hopeful that we will continue to be the provider of or the recipient of government funding in the future.
Thank you.
Councillor Cashman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your work, guys. It's absolutely critical for this city. My question is a very simple one. You've got some very expensive helicopters, and your capital replacement program, how's that going?
Oh, it's going along very well. We are patiently waiting for an Italian helicopter to mature to a stage where we would be confident to own one, and we're hopeful that we will order one within the next 12 to 18 months, and then shortly after that we would hope to order a second one. It's a total cost of around $20 million US, and we are feeling comfortable about that number. We will have to take on some debt to achieve that, but we are looking at creative ways of how we're going to handle that debt.
It's an expensive bird here. Thank you.
They are.
Councillor Mike Lee.
No question, just thank you. We often view Auckland as a city, but it's very much a maritime region, so, and you know that well, so thank you very much for the magnificent work you do for the people of the Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Good point, Mike.
Thank you, Greg. That's very good as usual.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Auckland Arts Festival. John, Carla, David.
Thank you. I thought I'll say a few brief words and then get Carla, who knows more about the Arts Festival, or the real Arts Festival, and me to comment on other things, and then we'll move on to questions, and David's here in case Carla or I don't know what we're talking about. So for those of you who don't know, the Auckland Arts Festival is run by a not-for-profit charitable trust, the Auckland Festival Trust. It's got a board that has the appropriate diversity, I think, of skills and almost the diversity of people we need. We have reasonable balance in terms of gender. We have Pacific Island Maori and Indian representatives, no one yet from the Chinese community, which I think is one of the things on our list to do, an appropriate set of skills around finance, sales and marketing, legal and all the other things that we need around there. Probably more crucially, it's run for the last 4 years in a day-to-day sense by David and Carla, and behind you we have Jonathan Bielski, who is, because this is Carla's last festival, who takes over as the artistic director, and that balance between David and the artistic director is vital so that we actually get the right balance of program, and given if you looked at the money, we get about 3.3 million roughly from the from ARAFA, or from the council through ARAFA. Our box office this year, we've got a few days to go, David and I disagreeing slightly, but it'll be close to 3 million, and somewhere of about 3.3 to 3.6 million of support from other trusts, corporates in cash and in kind, international governments in kind, and Creative New Zealand, who would be the single biggest funder other than yourselves, although frankly not enough given what we produce for them. And so that balance of getting the program right, given that we start each festival at the point where we've got no sales and we've committed all the expenditure and we would have a gap of this year $3 million, does cause the trustees to think hard, but also to rely on a very experienced management team. The staff would be very representative of the whole of Auckland. We have Pacific staff, Maori staff, not so many Pākehās, I don't think, on the staff comparatively speaking, and Asian staff. And that's important because if we're going to reach into the community and the artistic communities and get their trust and the knowledge of what we're going to put on, I think having that diversity is important. You'd be aware that, excuse me, 2016 was the first year we started running on an annual basis, and thank you for that. And with a week to go, and despite that awful weather bomb in the first week, which did not help sales either indoors or outdoors, we are going to, I think, hit the targets that we set. Roughly speaking, in the year before we went annual, we had 165,000 people to our various events. Roughly the same last year. We'll be up, I suspect, over 180,000 as long as it's fine next weekend and we get the right number of people to the free event at the museum where the Antarctic is showing around the outside. And so of the 180, roughly speaking, a bit over 70,000 would be paid and 110,000 would be free events where people have gone to all over Auckland. So, you know, the initial thought at the end of the first 2 years is that going annual has succeeded. It's reduced the amount of money as a percentage that council pays from about 44 to 45% down. I think when I was going through the figures yesterday with David during the festival, we go through them quite a lot as we watch the ticket sales, to somewhere around 36 or 37%. So in that sense, I think we were getting $4.5 million from you to put on a festival once every 2 years. It's about 6.5. If you put 2 years together, and we've over doubled the audience, so hopefully we're succeeding in giving actually a lot better value for money, and certainly it makes it a lot easier for us to keep our key staff, given that we don't have to put them off a chunk of them every second year and then rehire them in there. So at present, I'm pleased and the board is pleased as to where we're at, and Carla, perhaps you'd like to comment on some of the artistic issues.
Yeah. Kia ora koutou katoa. The festival is currently, of course, delivering. We're 2/3 of the way through the festival and we'll finish this weekend. We bring world-class events from all around the world to Auckland, unique events that would not happen at any other time. We've retained a strong focus on work by New Zealand artists across a cultural diversity, and we have a very, very strong program by Māori artists throughout the festival, both within our visual and performing arts. We present high quality work that showcases some of our communities that live here, that have come here at different times. And for an example, this year we have Rice by Cloudgate Theatre of Taiwan, which is one of the world's finest contemporary performance companies, and it certainly has had an impact for some of our communities here, in the way that the pride that was expressed by the Taiwanese community here in New Zealand was enormous. The festival includes artists from Serbia, the Netherlands, France, Mexico, Canada, UK, USA, China, Korea, Germany and Australia, and of course many artists from Aotearoa, New Zealand. We're always, as always, working in partnership with Auckland's major art organisations, including the APO, NZ Opera, Atamira, ATC, Silo, the Auckland Museum, Te Tuhi in Pakaranga, and Te Uru in Titirangi. In addition, we work internationally and nationally with festivals around the country and in Australia and Asia. One of our brand new projects this year has been Whānui. It's been a community project that's reached out to diverse communities right around the city of Auckland, from Māngere to Glen Innes, Northcote, Sandringham, Henderson, North Shore and Aotearoa. Whānui invited Aucklanders to tell their stories about their place and their people. There were 5 completely different projects. There was a giant korowai in Glen Innes that told the story of housing. There was a play by the community in Māngere that was about climate change called Whanua, which was extraordinary. There was a exhibitions all over Auckland in 4 different cities, and including in the garden as well, by children between 6 and 12 years old, who took photographs of their place, their family, their city, and their thoughts about Auckland. And that was in a paste-up campaign around this city. And we had a great Indian carnival in Sandringham on Saturday night with a runaway bride and a scene from a Bollywood movie almost. And on the end of Saturday, we ended with an MC hip-hop event in the basement, which was formed out of a basement a tour of MCs where they went around the neighbourhoods, different neighbourhoods, to meet new people, including city councillors, and which they rapped about. And it was a fantastic experience to see these people. So this was a really diverse project. Whānui has been an enormous success. It has reached out to very diverse communities, and it will have a great impact on the cultural nature of the city and in the fabric of the city. And on the MCs at 1 o'clock in the morning going, thank you to Auckland Arts Festival. This is the first time hip-hop has been in the festival. The programming emphasis for 2017 was on increasing our reach to all Aucklanders and the cultures living in Auckland across our city, as well as different age demographics, and to increase accessibility throughout gender, age, and different groups of people who may not have been as abled, many of whom had little experience with the arts. One of the most exciting things for me on Sunday was Raiders of the Lost Ark, which seems like a crazy thing, but it was an extraordinary performance by the APO. There were many fathers and sons there. We filled the Civic twice completely, so more than 4,000 people were there, and kids were watching as the triangle was making the sounds for Indiana Jones, or the trumpets. It was a wonderful thing to happen. We closed the festival this weekend with 3 significant events. Natalia Osipova is the world's greatest ballerina, with her husband Sergei Polunin. They are performing 3 major works, and this is a coup for Auckland to have it. The concerts are completely sold out. And we have a large-scale project, Antarctica While You Were Sleeping, which envelops the Auckland War Memorial Museum. You will be able to walk around. The entire museum will be turned into an iceberg, and there will be a sound score, so it is a complete immersive experience. And opening on Thursday is the Auckland Arts Festival commissioned opera, The Bone Feeder. This unique opera is a world premiere and a world first. It's an extraordinary opera. It features Chinese, Māori, and English instruments and language. It also reflects our story and is a story of this place. I think it will be something quite special and a combined slice of our history. We still have a week to go. The audiences are loving everything from the razzle-dazzle of La Soirée to the amazing journey into the Amazon jungle of the encounter. The kids have lapped up the urban circus of ID, and thousands of people spent a night of the arts with White Night on Saturday night throughout the entire city. And many Aucklanders discovered a little part of their city they didn't know when they journeyed through Power Plant to a part of what Auckland used to look like 200 years ago in Lovers Lane. And we believe that the audience figures will be higher this year than in previous years. We've made the festival more accessible, and thousands of school children have attended the festival at various stages. Kia ora.
David? Nothing? No?
No, I've cut him out in the interest of time.
Councillor Walker?
It isn't a question, but I'm happy to move the report be accepted, but I think it's crucial that we move a vote of thanks to Auckland Festival, and in particular recognise the outstanding contribution of Carla.
Absolutely.
So other people may want to add to that, but that's what I'm putting on the table.
Yeah, absolutely. She's been... Sorry, Mr Chairman.
Well, there's great things come out of Titirangi.
That's true, Ross.
Even if she comes from Tirarega.
Councillor Hills.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I hope you indulge a non-question question just for a second as well. But just want to thank you so much. It's been an amazing festival so far. I've taken friends who've never been to shows before, and they've opened their eyes, and it's been amazing. The fact we were able to sit on level 29 on a Friday night with a whole lot of hip-hop stars who I think at first were I think we were more threatened the other way, that we were going to be not cool enough, but it was just amazing conversations we were having about real issues in Auckland and how to put politics and hip-hop together, and we wished it never ended, but by the end of the 2 hours we were all friends and had the same opinions about things, and it was just a really fantastic thing. And the Northcote, bringing it out into the community, the kids, some of the kids I knew, so that was really cool. I didn't realise till I got there, but they are now wanting to be photographers, and they had things on show, and they get to keep the cameras and things. So really, really diverse amount of things going on in the city. I think it's been really, really well done, and thank you so much for that. So I hope you agree with that. That's my question.
I think they're working.
Councillor Watson.
Thank you. Just a question on the numbers, I suppose. With the annualisation of the film festival, is it anticipated that the whānui, the outreach into the community and the number of people attending free events will continue to escalate in the fashion it's done thus far?
Absolutely. Talking on behalf of Jonathan, who's behind me, we're well in discussions about whānui, in fact, growing as we go forward. It's been a very successful program, which was initiated through support from Foundational CNZ and our own funding, and of course that comes via council too. Highly successful, so we'll certainly be developing that program further.
Councillor Darby.
Just briefly to the motion, it's not a question, it's just an acknowledgement. This is a standout festival. I'm just knocked by some of the shows I've seen. I went and saw La Paggiato, I hope I got it right. One-off show, if you didn't see it, you missed. And boy, what a gem. I was smiling from 5 minutes in, and this was classical music, going on Baroque, going on jazz and everything else. But just one example, I'll be going to more. Rufus I'm lined up for, can't miss Rufus. But there's some absolute gems in this festival, and I take my hat off to whoever's scouring the world for the shows. They are really well selected. Thanks, guys.
Okay, thank you.
Passio last night was amazing. If anybody went to Passio in the town hall, extraordinary.
You will all be receiving an invitation from the Governor-General, who's generously offered to host a cocktail party at Government House up here to really reward those people who have backed the festival and put hands in their own pockets and say thank you to them, but also to thank Carla for her years of contribution to festivals here, Wellington, New Plymouth, across that whole period. So you should be receiving those, I think, in the next few days.
Right, well, we have two resolutions there. One is to thank all of the organisations that have presented today, plus the others from the other day, and then also just a vote of thanks specifically for Carla. And if we could all put our hands together for Carla. Fantastic contribution to the arts in Auckland. Thank you.
Thank you.
All those in favour? Yes.
Aye.
I think we've got that.
Item 10.
Right. Ed. Right, we're going on to item 11, the approval of the Auckland Regional Amenities Funding Act. I'm assuming there will be no... Councillor Cooper has moved, seconded by Councillor Simpson. Eddie, is there anything you want to add? Candice, is there anything you want to add on behalf of the board?
I think it's all self-explanatory in the interests of time and everybody's lunch. Unless there are any questions, I'd be delighted to respond.
No, there are no questions. I'll put the resolution. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? There's no one, clearly. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank the board as well, Vern and Anita and the board. Thank you. Right, racing along. Dr. Randall, Mr. Corbyn. Oh, they're coming up. They should come up as well, I think, to the table. Yep. And Sudan. Yes.
Do you want us?
Yes, by all means. Yes, come up, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and honourable councillors. Once again, we appreciate being here to support the resolutions you have in front of you. May I just say, by way of introduction, the role of the RFA is merely to hopefully negotiate an appropriate sum between the aspirations and the wish of both MOTAT and Auckland War Memorial Museum, and of course the desire of council to keep a definite limit on any rate increases. I hope that the figure before you reasonably reflects that, and entirely up to yourself to ask any questions you may wish. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Leonard, do you want to say anything?
I will briefly. My name's William Randall. I'm the chair of the Auckland War Memorial Museum, and with me from our team are the deputy chair, Brian Corbin, who I think most of you know, and our director of collections and research, who is also the acting director for the acting director for the acting for the new director, who is due to come in tomorrow. As many of you may know, the new director's name is an individual by the name of David Gamester. David comes from the University of Glasgow in Scotland and runs the oldest museum in Scotland. He's an interesting follow-on from Roy Clare, who we've had for the last 6 years, who did and made monumental changes internally to the management and treatment of people as an asset of the museum, and it's shown itself quite admirably in what we refer to as Future Museum, which is the 20-year plan. I thought if it's safe to assume that all of you have read the annual plan, and considering the time constraints that we have, I think it might be more appropriate in reading the papers here that we open it up for questions. But before we do that, maybe, David, you'd want to just give a quick dashboard of the highlights of last year, and then we can go to questions.
Sure, thank you, William. So my name is David Reeves, as William said. I'm the Director of Collections at the museum. This year ahead is one that we'll be focusing on some major building redevelopments and content renewal in the museum. The first gallery of which opened in November last year, the new Memorial Inquiry Centre. Another gallery will open October this year, and there'll be further developments opening in early 2018. Many museums around the world would close for a number of years to do these scale of renovations, but we've elected to stay open because we believe very passionately in continuing to develop and to deliver value to Aucklanders. This last year, we've exceeded over 50,000 engagements off-site in activities such as contributions to Polyfest, work with the city libraries, and other community outreach activities. We have collaborated with a number of the organisations that you've already heard from this morning. Successful exhibitions have included the Air New Zealand 75th anniversary volume, The History of Making Music in New Zealand, and most recently the very successful opening of Being Chinese in Aotearoa. We now have over 1 million collection records available online, and they're being used worldwide. So as well as the intrinsic informational value of these collections online, they also put Auckland up on the world stage. In June this year, we'll complete the restoration of the Wharenui Hotanui, which has involved community engagement with expert weavers from around New Zealand, working alongside our own conservators. And the final project I just want to mention is our Pacific Collections Access project, which has seen a number of community groups invited into the museum to share their knowledge and with traditional techniques, and to allow us to rehouse and re-describe the collections for huge increase in both online engagement and connection with communities. So with over 890,000 visits this last year, that has been a huge success for us. But importantly, I'd like to impress on you that to be a 21st century museum, it's not just about on-site visits and foot traffic through the door. It's about the journey we're on to become both a place that people come to, but also a place that things happen from. So with that, I will pause there and be happy to take questions.
Eddie, is there anything you would like to add?
No, I don't have anything to add.
Report?
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, just got one question, and first of all, I'd just like to acknowledge the outstanding contribution that the museum makes. I note in your achievements for 2015-2016 that there was a 4% increase in visitation on the previous year, and that's great. I just make the observation that for me, a visit to the Auckland Museum is probably one of the outstanding things for any tourist to Auckland. And I just wonder how the 4% increase measures up with the visitations to Auckland, and just how much of that incoming tourism you're capturing. Because even on a short stay, I'd suggest it's possible to make a visit to the museum.
Our TripAdvisor tells us that we are the #1 man-made attraction by tourists to Auckland. We've also got a very active program working with the inbound tourist market, particularly the cruise ship industry, and we have regular program and a steady stream of buses from the waterfront up to the museum, and that 1 hour, 45 minutes or so visit is often a real highlight for those visitors who are in Auckland for perhaps less than a day.
Could I add to that and just also point to the fact that there is a considerable investment that we've put into the digital side of the museum, and that's viewed as extremely important for engaging not only those people who are unlikely to make it into the museum, but engaging a youth set who would be more likely to access via a phone or an iPad the information in a form that's suitable to them.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, firstly to William and David, thank you for the work that you do, and Brian Corbyn as a member of the board, and Sir Don from RFA. Our paper here describes you as a world-class cultural institution. I think that's an apt description, and we're very proud of the institution. I've got a couple of questions arising out of the content of the report in front of us. The first relates to quite a big investment you've made in staffing, because your staffing costs gone up in double digits for each of the last 3 or 4 years, and that's another $5.5 million. So my first question is, what was the nature of that investment that leads to those extra costs? And the second question, so I've got them both on the table. I think you're about to spend $56.8 million in a capital projects in the next 3 years. Is the planning for that capital development, it's an awful amount of money, awfully large amount of money, are those projects on track, and are you capable of delivering those as you hope?
To take the question about staffing, the museum's current staffing sits, permanent staffing sits at 183 FTE. It is true that in the last few years we have taken on a number of fixed-term staff in the planning for the gallery redevelopments, but also importantly, as William has alluded to, the digitisation of the collections. So that's not just taking digital images, it's also housing them, it's conserving them where that's been needed. It's been working particularly with Māori and Pacific communities to understand more about our collections and to get that material out online, but also importantly to develop programs. So the increase in costs is very much around increasing the engagement with collections and the preparatory work required to make a really good spend of the asset replacement reserve. It's quite a number of years, many of you will know, since we had really substantial redevelopment of the galleries within the museum. And I mentioned the first of those, which has just reopened, and the program rolling out, to your second question, is well planned. It's been, the cost analysis has been gone over with a fine-tooth comb, and we've scheduled that very carefully over the next 3 and then further out to 5 and 7 years. to make sure that it's a coordinated spend. The pattern in the past, some of you who will know the museum well, has been over a period of time to rotate and say the Oceans Gallery gets replaced with an Oceans Gallery. An Applied Arts Gallery gets replaced with an Applied Arts Gallery. With this pause that we've had over the last 8 or so years, we've been able to take the opportunity to completely reconceive the way we thread the narratives through the building. So it's quite a massive change, and that is causing the need to move things about, but to do it properly and within, as I say, a coordinated program. So I'm confident that we're delivering, and the team are already on board working to that end.
Thank you. Your Worship, I mean, I'd like to add to that if I could, because I think if we go back to Sir Don's time at the helm at the museum, the process started then to look holistically at the museum and where it needed to go to be future-proofed. And that involved talking to an awful lot of stakeholders, both internally and externally, and eventuated in something that we refer to as Future Museum, for those of you who are new to the Council. The Future Museum concept is a 20-year project that is designed around 3 phases. The first phase are those projects that were considered paramount and of immediate need. And they include such things as north-south access via boulevards that connect the 2 entrances to the museum. There were many who, when questioned, had the notion that, in fact, they were in a different museum if they came in from the north and ended up in the south. So this way has a way of coordinating the storylines through the museum, both vertically and horizontally. The second phase were the would like to haves but don't have the funding for it, and the third phase were the dream type material. So we, as a board, would not authorize any funding that wasn't secure. So the funding is secure for the first phase of this. That's what we are looking for currently, and it necessarily curtailed spending until such time as we had a holistic view of what needed to be done. I would finish this comment by the I guess the fact that future funding for phases 2 and 3 are in line with what we are now referring to as the Auckland Museum Foundation. Foundation has the goal of raising a considerable amount of money to fund the ongoing capital needs of this museum.
Ms. Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the work that the museum's doing. It's a great asset to our region. Look, I've got my question is for Edward and to the museum. It's really ascertaining to the comment in paragraph number 22. So to you, Edward, first, you've said officials have some concerns about the level of clarity provided to council about how ratepayer money is spent. How come you've got those concerns? And then the second question to the museum is, why aren't you upfront and telling us how ratepayer money is spent directly? What's the problem?
Councillor, through the chair, I think it's simply that over the last few years there are these large capital plans, but we as officials haven't had sufficient information to really know exactly what projects that money's being spent on.
And to the museum, why don't you provide that information?
I'll start
Noting that you're brand new and never done this before. You might change it all.
I'm surprised about the comment, to be frank about it. I think that one of the things that has characterized not only the board but the culture inside this museum is one of openness. The invitation has been consistently in front of not only the RFA but any council member that wanted to come over and for that matter go for a tour of the catacombs if you want. But in terms of information, you're welcome to talk to the auditors, to our finance staff, anyone. There is nothing to hide.
The officer report, just commented on it. It may change, thank you.
Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just two questions. One is I'm just interested if the museum has any reserves, cash reserves, and if so, how much that might be. And also, in terms of any of the programs that get run, do you go through kind of cost-benefit analysis at all? Is that part of the psyche of the management of it, or is that not done or not appropriate? I'll just be curious about what happens in that area of management, please.
So if I answer your second question first, cost benefit is absolutely part of our balancing of the budget when we look at what the community outcomes and benefits will be of any particular program. We are a near encyclopedic museum, so we aim to address many audiences over the course of a year. And something that is very much part of our future museum philosophy is trying to leverage the effort. So the same project might have an on-site component as well as an off-site component programmed in the community and an on-site component. So it's a way of making better use of the same intellectual effort behind an idea. Several years ago, the example of the Moana My Ocean exhibition, which also had an online app and also had a program out in schools. So it's a way of ensuring we're maximising the benefit from any one particular spend. And that analysis happens for each project, where we look at who are all of the possible audiences for a particular idea or narrative or an issue that needs to be addressed, and looking at what's the best way that we can reach the maximum audience through a variety of channels.
That's very helpful. So do you have a certain threshold number that you would perhaps can a program on if it didn't reach a certain ratio? Do you operate
It's
that
very
way?
hard because the quality and impact of a program is not, as I mentioned before, not just about numbers through the door. We actually want to understand better the social impact. So something, say, like our urban youth program, which we select only 12 youth who've come from a variety of disadvantaged backgrounds. They will spend a number of days in the museum. That's quite a high investment for us, but the quality and the feedback that comes from those young people is enormous. How we put a particular number on that, it's hard to say.
Okay, thank you. And to the first question about the reserves?
William?
In the executive
In terms
summary,
of-
number 5.
A lot.
Multi-million.
What do you...
Yep.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Watson.
Thank you. And again, like some other councillors, just picking up on some of the comments in the report, particularly this example that's given here in point 26 to do with a temporary storage facility there, the $8 million one, and really just seeking a little bit more information about that, and whether there's a return at some point on this site that's being used, and how it would mesh in on something a little bit more permanent that might perhaps go across the area as a whole. You got any sort of brief summation of that?
Sure. It's a necessary enabling work, because as anybody who has lived through a renovation of their home, you need to move some things about in order to make a difference at the main museum site. So this 3,500 square metre very high spec warehouse is enabling us to do that. It's possible that the author of the report was unaware of the conversations that we've been having with the Maritime Museum, with the Auckland Art Gallery, with Auckland Libraries, and with one other potential partner to share that space with us. And just in recent weeks, it's looking as though 2 of those partners will in fact be sharing that space with us over the first 7 years. We have a 15-year lease on the property, and we've judged that that represents very good value for what it enables us to do at the museum site. It's also an experience where we can learn from that, and that will inform future decisions that council may wish to make about a longer term solution, a more permanent solution for collection facilities throughout the region.
And Councillor Watson, in item 21, which is the Auckland Major Cultural Heritage Institutions Independent Review, that's one of the issues that would be looked at is effectively storage facilities. As we know, Te Papa is also interested in putting a facility like that in Auckland. So. Councillor Cooper.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I had the same questions around the storage facilities, but thank you for the work you're doing. But I just, one of my concerns is, I mean, 30.7 million is a big chunk of ratepayers' money, and I know we don't really have a say over it, but the Mayor's promised a 2.5 rate increase, and here we have 3% and ongoing in the budgets here. Was there any consideration to the fact that the council are having to shave and shave and shave and possibly affect a lot of our basic infrastructure delivery, that it might be 2.5 in your area as well?
So the 3% is made up of around 2%, which is ongoing operational increases. The additional 1% is for some essential works where we have identified the need to get on with a program of returning koiu tangata, Māori human remains. And on the back of the Pacific Collections Access Project, we've identified a need for additional engagement with Pacific communities and costs of health and safety recent legislation, particularly around our handling of hazardous goods. Those are additional costs that we feel we must get on with.
I understand the health and safety, but I mean, I guess it's like everybody, you have to look at what is absolutely necessary. The other question was, there's a comment here in 15, and I look at the other revenue, and it's pretty static really over the time, but it says, oh, the council levy will have to go up because basically it looks like it's pretty static, about 100,000 extra a year, not even that in some cases for other revenue. And I mean, I just note there's small organisations, for example, West Auckland Hospitals has to raise $4 million a year itself. It's only about 50% funded, and from a community that doesn't have the kind of access that maybe the museum does. And so that's why I'm wondering at 8.4 is actually not a huge ask when you think of some communities, what they have to raise, and you have access to very rich people quite often, whereas other communities don't. So I'm just wondering why it's such a small increase each year at other revenue.
That's partly what has driven us to establish the Museum Foundation, to start tapping into those alternative sources, philanthropic trusts and private individuals, and we're seriously on that path. Our experience looking at other organisations is that those foundations take a while to establish themselves before the money starts coming in. You have to build a track record and some confidence with those communities, and so that's definitely part of our future strategy.
Thank you.
Councillor Collins.
Thanks. I'm interested in your engagement with Pacific communities. Is that, I don't know if the comment you made about staffing increases was directly related to that or in some part related to that. Just wondering what's going on in that space and if there was any research or some kind of public engagement that was going on with Pacific communities.
So the public engagement is in the form of, it has been for a number of years, engagement at festivals such as Pacifica and Polyfest, but more recently on the back of the collections project that I described, we're seeing a far greater interest from Pacific communities wanting to engage with the museum. They are regularly coming in. In fact, we had a really lovely story of two women who came in as part of the Pacific collection project, who we discovered on the day had funded themselves to fly from the Cook Islands because they had heard what a great program it was through their networks. They came just for a weekend to come and share their knowledge with us around traditional weaving techniques. Now that wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for the word of mouth in their respective communities. And so we feel really quite encouraged by that, and we're only 1 year into that project. It's a three and a half year project, and we're just beginning to see it really grow.
Thanks. And just my other questions to our officer, Chair. Point 28, Council may wish to consider how improved arrangements. I know that carries on from other points. I was wondering if any preliminary work or thought has gone into what those improved arrangements might look like.
Councillor, through the Chair, as the Chair said, item 21 on the agenda will deal with some of that, and I wouldn't want to speculate on what the end result of that review process might be.
Thanks. Thank you.
Right. Any further comments? Don, Brian? Oh, sorry, Mike. Sorry, Mike. I did have you there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, gentlemen, and congratulations on the museum's performance. In terms of the accounts and costs of activities, may I suggest that the categories be a little bit more explicit and perhaps a little less lyrical in terms of the categories? That's the first point. And the second point is the museum aware of the new Parnell station and the opportunities that presents to the museum with very rapid connections to the central city, but also to the south and west?
Certainly through the Chair. Councillor, yes, we are absolutely aware of the new station. In fact, I went there at lunchtime yesterday myself, and I can report that it is 9 minutes and 33 seconds to get from the platform to the front steps of the museum.
Could you be more precise? It took me 7.
But that's certainly an opportunity that we're well aware of, and we'll be looking, working, of course, with our colleagues who manage the domain around signage and pathways and so forth.
It will grow in importance. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. You can stay. We will do MOTAT now, and then we're actually going to bring item 21 up to after MOTAT, and then that will clean it all up. I know, Brian, you have to go to catch a plane, but the others can stay if you so wish. So thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you. Right, we have the thanking and a motion there moved by Member Taipere, moving and seconded by myself, so approving the total levy of $30,735,000 for 17-18. All those in favour? Aye. Against? That was a warm endorsement.
Yes.
Welcome, Michael.
Tēnā koutou.
And I'm sorry, I don't know the other.
Good morning, my name's Wayne Shack, General Manager of Business Services at MOTAT.
Okay.
Well, Mr Chairman, very much the same words as I said before in relation to Auckland War Memorial. I would also say for MOTAT, but given the discussion we had this time last year, I'm very delighted to see item 21 coming up and the way it's moving, and I think that's entirely appropriate given the issues around this particular category of vote. Thank you, Mr Chairman.
Michael.
Ko Michael Frawley-Aho, ko tia kai hatu a MOTAT. And I'd like to reintroduce my colleague Wayne Shack, who is our General Manager of Business Services. I'm going to make a very brief statement because I know that the committee is short on time, and I will try and pick up some of the themes and deal with them in a short overview. As most of you who have been on this committee previously know, we are into our second and going into our third year of our strategy. The strategy was designed to deal with Dame Cheryl's recommendation that the museum moved from being a collection of things to a light bulb institution. The strategy was launched in July 2014 and still focuses on our heritage collection as we have done in the past. So we are still running the trams, we are still operating trains, but we have overlaid that with a focus on Kiwi technology and innovation. And the reason we have done that is because we have identified that there is no other institution in New Zealand that specifically focuses on those aspects. And I should also emphasise that actually that is starting with the tangata whenua all the way through, because the early innovators and the technology that was there is equally important as it is today and going into the future. We've taken significant steps over the last 2.5 years. I don't know how many members of the committee have been to the museum, but if you haven't been recently, I encourage you to do so. It's a lot more vibrant, colourful, literally, and we have done a lot to sort of deal with some of our legacy issues. And it is for that reason that we are seeking a $2 million increase in our levy, because while we try and anticipate some of the legacy issues, they are still coming back and biting us. There was no asset management plan when I arrived, and trying to get a handle on just what's going on with our buildings has been a bit of an uphill task for us. The reason that we're seeking an increase is that our off-site storage facility has been sprinkling, I'd like to say it's dandruff, but it's a lot more serious than that, a sprinkling of asbestos over the top of our major collection items, and like most museums, we store approximately 80% of our collection off-site. It's covered in asbestos, and we have to move those items, clean them, and then relocate them. This means that there is an element of double rental that we will be incurring, and we've also taken the step that we will increase our staff funding ratio at 38% to levy and revenue up to 42%, so that we can employ people who can review the collection and decide whether it is worth moving those collection items to a new facility, or to put it another way, it's worth retaining those items because they are historically significant or have some other importance to the museum, or whether they should be disposed of in accordance with the proper museum procedures. So currently our staffing will go from 38%, and anticipating the Mayor's question, up to 42%, and it will reverse back to 38% in following years. Just to put that in perspective, 38% is the average for the museum sector. If you analysed our draft annual plans over the last period of time, you would have seen that our staffing cost has gone up significantly. Again, that's because we have started from a very low base. We were relying predominantly on volunteer support in the early days. We still rely on and value our volunteer contributions, but the whole purpose of the strategy is to professionalise, reposition the museum going forward, and to deal with the legacy issues, and we need to do that through full-time and part-time staff. Just to sort of give you an overview of some of the other things that we're being up to, and I don't intend to go through this blow by blow because it's in the draft annual plan and it's also in the annual report. We started our engagement with Pacifica last year. We had 60,000 people through MOTAT. What we're doing this year, we are engaging fully, and we've actually got MOTAT, Pacifica Vibe at MOTATs, and it's specifically aimed at giving it a MOTAT twist to Pacifica. So we will have, amongst other things, Mangere Mountain on site doing basket weaving, which is a technology, and we will also have kapahaka support from the Rumaki at Western Springs, plus a number of other locally we are in support with us on those 2 days. We're continuing to work with the regional facilities Auckland and our neighbours in the Western Springs precinct on a precinct-wide strategy to give thanks where it's due. That's an initiative being driven by regional facilities itself, and the idea behind that is working out how we can collectively work together to make the Western Springs a hell of a lot more vibrant than it is at the moment. It already gains 1.2 million visitors to the region, and we believe collectively that we can significantly increase that. Just dealing with the RFA's comment about stretched targets, we have deliberately taken a conservative approach on our KPIs. Just over the 2.5 years, it's taken us a while to get that up and running. It's also anticipated, we were anticipating that visitor numbers will actually drop as we start rolling out the Affield Master Plan, which is aimed at redeveloping the museum's buildings and infrastructure. But in saying that, our latest data indicates that our visitor numbers, and just putting aside the Pacifica numbers to one side, they're currently up 9% on the previous year. Our admission revenue is up 13%, retail revenue is up 11%, our shop and functions revenue are up 7% respectively. So everything is indicating that we are gaining traction under the strategy, and it is starting to work. dealing with one of the other themes that came out of the questions of the War Memorial, we do not have the ability to go out and hit high net worth individuals up for funds and corporates. We have tried that. We have a reputational issue which we're working our way through. The early indications are where, again, the strategy is making huge traction, and some of the people who, when I first arrived 4 years ago, said, love you dearly, think MOTAT's fantastic, but we're not going to help, are actually now sitting there saying, actually, we will talk to you, we are prepared to put significant amounts of money into you, but we need certain things done. So again, the strategy is repositioning us where we can start having those sort of dialogues, but it is still very early days. On that note, I'm going to stop there and take any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you, Michael. That's a very good summation, and I think most of us are aware that the advances have been made. So, Councillor Watson.
Yes, thank you. Just picking up on some of these lines in indicative budget, and thank you for the explanation in terms of the staffing, the 38% up to 42 and then back down. To what extent is that that $2 million increase in staffing then reflective of a decline in the volunteer staff, or indeed is it reflective of that? Is part of that increase attributable to the fact that there's perhaps less people volunteering, or is it in addition?
No, no, it's in addition. The staffing increase there is for professional collection registry staff. The task in hand is huge. Just to give you a sort of sense of what we're talking here, we have 33,000 collection items. 20% are on display at any one time. What we're going to have to do is go through and analyse every single item and work out what its significance is, work out whether we're going to retain it. If we're going to retain it, what the cleaning process is. That is a very highly specialised process. In saying that, we will be getting input from those who have helped build up the collection, because their knowledge is very, very useful to us. But you're talking a sort of a process that is a professionally orientated one, and it's also a massive project management challenge for us, so it's going to have to be very, very professionally run through. The staffing that we've brought through, with the exception of bringing in more tram drivers, so we're now paying tram drivers so that we can provide a reliable and regular tram thing. None of the staff increases relate to the volunteers, so we're not replacing staff with volunteers, if that's what is behind your question.
Okay, and the level of people who are volunteers, is that remaining static, or is it increasing?
Again, two parts to that question. When I arrived, the records of the museum as to who we had as active volunteers was not accurate. We rolled out a new volunteer agreement in 2000, was it August 2014, which indicated that we had approximately 220 active volunteers. That has changed. We've now got 225. Some people have left by virtue of relocation or health issues, age, but we have also had a campaign of increasing the diversity of our volunteer base, so we have a more wider age, gender and cultural split in our volunteer base. So where it's currently sitting, we think, and we're going to have another close look at the analysis on this, but we think if you go for your traditional MOTAT volunteer versus the new type of volunteer, it's about 50-50.
Councillors, I have 4 people who want to ask questions, which is fine, but just be aware we are going to have item 21 before we have lunch, so just be aware of that. Councillor Simpson?
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a couple of questions. One is, how does your levy as a proportion of total revenue compare with, say, the Auckland Museum? And the second question is, you're getting close to the funding cap, which poses a financial risk to us as Auckland Council. So what percentage are you thinking that you might decrease your ask?
Okay, so very good questions. Over the next 4 years, we're anticipating that our non-council revenue as a percentage of total revenue will go from 17 to 20%. So we're anticipating an increase in the non-council revenue, and we'll be doing that through retail sales, functions, and a lot more ticketed style events. Our levy as a proportion of total revenue will, over the next couple of years, go from 83% to 80%, so it's reducing down. So we're anticipating that if I take the information that was presented to the committee, which in relation to the War Memorial, I'm anticipating that the non-revenue and the levy profile will be the same as the museums by 2019 and 2020.
Right, okay.
Egg off.
What was this? There was a second part to that question.
Oh, sorry.
No, I think you've handled that. I mean, it was just that you're getting very, I mean, the councillor, Cooper was concerned about 3%, 16%. She'll be really concerned.
Oh, okay. If I can just deal with that aspect of it. It's a very big concern. It's one that we share as well, but we are literally dealing with 50-year infrastructure that has not had proper asset management plans in place. Just to give you a sense of the, I've talked about the off-site storage facility, but touching on the buildings in the museum themselves, the roof leaks in most of the buildings. Most of the buildings contain asbestos in some shape or form. We have pipe work issues. We don't know where the pipe work on the site actually goes. So wherever you poke a stick into the MOTAT infrastructure, there are massive issues, and this is why the Airfield master plan is a critical aspect of it. It deals with the issues, but in a different way, because my take on it is one of the issues we've got is just to stand still is going to be keeping us at the top of the levy. To actually make significant progress in putting MOTAT where it really should be, which is a fantastic technology innovation museum, not just for New Zealand, but also internationally, will take some significant investment, but that's a different discussion from the one today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Michael and Wayne. My question follows on from that on the Airfield Master Plan. I understand that your capital needs are something like 100 million, which is a huge sum of money. Where are you at in terms of plans to implement the master plan and to find that money? That's the first question. The second question's a bit easier. Congratulations on the lift in your visitor numbers, because I know that had been stagnating for quite a long period of time. What do you think was the, if you can do it, the single most important thing in attracting people and increasing numbers to MOTAT?
So I'll deal with the second one first. It's the strategy. It's sticking to the game plan. It is showing traction is working. It's also bringing MOTAT more alive than it currently is, so getting a lot more of our heritage objects operating. It's easier said than done, because to fire up heritage items, we have to have safety operating procedures in place. We don't want to hurt anybody, so we're having to analyse the ones we want to operate and then go through huge processes to get the requisite approvals that we need to do that. But bringing the place a lot more vibrant, and you'll see that a lot more of the exhibitions and events and functions that we're doing, they're dead on the strategy and they're aimed at living that vision, bringing it alive, and we think that will pull people in. Like I say, it's showing that it will do. Where we're at with the Airfield Master Plan is we have prepared a business case which is based on the Treasury best business model. It's an extensive document. We're in discussions with Regional Facilities Auckland about how we can implement that. As the Mayor knows, he and I have had a discussion about this. I think it would be naive of me to expect Auckland Council to find $100 million and give it to MOTAT, but there is a plan B, which is trying to work out a way that we can at least start implementing the Airfield plan in stages, because by implementing the Airfield plan in stages then enables us to go to corporate partners and others and say, look, the process has started, the council has confidence in MOTAT, there are some other people who have confidence in MOTAT, will you come along and join us? And like I alluded to before, from our discussions with, and I can't name them in a public forum, our initial discussion with a number of them are, yes, we will, but you've got to get the ball rolling. So the question that we will be pursuing with Regional Facilities Auckland is around, out of all of these projects, which is the one that we could implement that would have the biggest bang for its buck, not just for MOTAT, but for the Auckland community as a whole. So that discussion is ongoing, and I have a meeting with the Chief Executive of Regional Facilities Auckland in my diary.
Thank you.
Councillor Lee, Denise Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the presentation. So we, to state the obvious, appoint RFA as our advisor for this annual funding process. And our report shows, and forgive me if I've missed this, and you did raise it, but that RFA's support for the funding, and I'd perhaps phrase it as conditional, on the basis that the levy increase is not considered as an increase to the baseline going forward, and I think we're going to cover that by our recommendation. But the second bit is that confirmation of the start and end dates for the collection rationalisation program.
Yep.
And then the third one is completing projects deferred because of this off-site storage issue, specifically your CRM management system, enabling to track demographics. So those two issues, have you got a practical response to the collection rationalisation program and CRM?
So my understanding of the regional facilities position is that, well, dealing with the first one, this is a $2 million hike for this year to cover the money. We've had to use money to lease the new premises, so we're paying double rent in one aspect of that. So we're not expecting to automatically carry $2 million forward to the next year. The second part of the Regional Facilities Auckland's requirements is, well, look, we're putting forward money, or the council is putting forward money to specifically undertake that rationalisation program. So we don't want you just moving objects from place A to place B. We want you to tell us that you've appointed people to undertake that project, that they have started it, and when you're anticipating to end it. So again, there is a salary cost associated with that. So they just want to monitor and make sure that that project is being implemented properly. The third aspect of it is the CRM. In order to start the progress dealing with the off-site storage facility issue, because it's quite an urgent one, it's one that's we're dealing with now, we had to postpone a number of projects, of which one was the customer resource management system. The reason we need that is our systems, our computer systems, and and I extend that to our financial systems, are not sufficient to provide the level of information on our visitors that we need to be able to target specific demographics or work out how successful that is, nor is it able to sort of properly track all of our visitor numbers to the degree of accuracy that we would like, and also build in their feedback into the system. So at the moment, a lot of the things we're doing are manual, and while we've taken significant steps to improve the accuracy of our information, it is still very much paper-based, not quite paper-based, but it's very valve-driven technology, and our systems do not talk to each other. So we're sitting there, and we've said to the RFA, we want to provide more transparent information. That's our goal. We're trying to do that in the draft annual plan, but we need the systems to be able to continue down that path. I would also say that the CRM that we are looking at is one of interest to a number of other institutions in Auckland, and we are, I suppose, probably putting Sir Don in an awkward position on this one, but we have said to the RFA that we can try that system out. If it is everything that we think it is, then it would be a perfect system to be able to run out so that all of the institutions are having comparable information. You're comparing apples and apples instead of apples with pears.
I just want to ask the question in regards to RFA, Sidon, and is Chris here as well, that our report says that your support for the funding is on the basis that, and then it lists the issues. So your comfort levels with the answers.
Oh yeah, look, we can see the challenges that are faced by MOTAT in this particular period when they've got to transfer A to B to C to D kind of thing, and therefore to suggest they could do that within that original baseline would just be beyond their ability. So we do see this as a one-off. We believe they can manage it well, we believe they can execute it well, and we sleep at night.
Thanks.
Councillor Walker, Wayne Walker.
Yeah, couple of questions. First off, just in terms of the work that you're doing in cataloguing exhibits and the like, we had a presentation earlier from Auckland Museum which told us that they've been through an extensive exercise which also includes a significant commitment to digitisation. Are you liaising with Auckland Museum around how you're dealing with exhibits and picking up on those learnings?
We started a digitisation program 4 years ago with using National Lottery funding. I don't have it off the top of my head, but it's in our annual report how many thousands of those we've done. In the process of digitising that, we've been using and upgrading our systems in conjunction not only with Auckland War Memorial but also Te Papa. Most museums use very similar, they usually use Vernon or former Vernon amongst other things. So yes, we have been liaising with them, but it is on that particular digitisation process, we're into year 4. We've got one more year of funding from the Lottery Board on that. So we've made quite significant progress already on it.
And my other question just builds on this, and that goes to the systems that you're looking to put in, and much the same, are you endeavouring to utilise the systems that are going into place into Auckland Museum, also collaboration with Maritime Museum and the like?
Yeah.
And it might be Sir Donna's in a better position to make a comment around that.
Just dealing with that, we do have a very strong museum network in Auckland, but all of us are at a different stage with our systems, and I suppose this overlays to a certain extent with item 21. There is a lot more to go. It would be in an ideal world having the systems where they can communicate not just internally inside the museums, which is where we're trying within our own museum. So we want to be able to have, you know, our CRM talking to our financial system, talking to our intranet system, and overlaying that with access to our collections, but also being able to do that with the other museums, not just in Auckland, but I would say nationally. So the big issue is how do you do that to bring in real communication and collaboration across that whole sector. Again, I think that's where item 21, but we do have those dialogues. We do as much as we possibly can, given our governance and funding structures which we're working on.
And the last question I've got just goes to people, and particularly the volunteers.
Yeah.
If we assume that the volunteers, particularly some of the people that have got a lot of history up there, are almost a vital part of exhibitions in terms of being able to interpret knowledge, restoration and the like, have you got a, or can you inform us about the volunteer hours across, you know, some of these categories?
I'm going to let Wayne. You can have a go at this.
Currently, the
name, by the way.
Yes, excellent. Volunteer hours at the moment are about 62,000 hours per annum, over 215 volunteers. So one of the new initiatives we've got coming up this year is establishing a volunteers forum, where across the museum, representatives from all the different types of volunteers meet together with staff to work on the common goals, including knowledge transfer interpretation of the collection items.
I suppose it's also worth noting as part of that initiative, which we've got a volunteer program which we're updating, also is focusing on an alumni, always get that one wrong, alumni program, because we've got to recognise that a lot of the volunteers that you're referring to, you know, have been with the museum since 1964. By their own admission, you know, some of them are well into their 80s. We have them into the 90s. They can't come to the museum on a regular basis. They can't participate like they used to, but they still want to have a role. So what we're doing is establishing the ability for them to come to the museum on a every 3-month basis so that they can meet the younger volunteers and get that transfer of the knowledge, information, or just sharing the stories without the expectation or pressure on them to go out and start driving trams or tanks or whatever they were doing before. But we know from our, we have quarterly barbecues, we know that a lot of those people are very strongly connected with the museum, and it'd be a shame to lose that connection.
Okay, last questions. Councillor Lee, Mike.
Thank you very much. Just in regard to the Athfield Master Plan, can you confirm it is 100 million rather than 160 million?
It's 100. What we were seeking from the council was 100, and we were looking to raise another 50 to 60, depending on whether we were going down the joint storage facility route through our own sources.
Okay, so 100 to 150, 160.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I actually should also build into that. That's got a massive contingency to allow for the building costs and the time that it would take to roll out that.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Michael. That's a really good report. And
my pleasure.
And Wayne, thank you, Sir Don. So I'm going to move this item. Do I have a seconder? Yep. Sorry, who was that? Oh, Councillor Filipano. All those in favour?
Aye. Aye.
Against? No, thank you. Right, well, we're going to quickly go on to item 21, which we'll take, and we could have, Michael could stay, and we could get William to come up, and Eddie's there, Alistair. Okay, folks, so we have item 21, and I have a mover and a seconder for this. The mover is Councillor Holst, the seconder is Mayor Goff, and Mayor Goff will lead off on this.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to strongly support the recommendations of this independent review of Auckland's cultural heritage institutions. I think the last three papers demonstrate something very clearly. We've just spent $60 million. That's no small sum of money, but it is a reflection of the importance that every one of us places on preserving and promoting our heritage, our identity, and our sense of place. But when you look at how we go about managing and coordinating our cultural institutions, we're dealing with a system that is outdated, fragmented, and reflects more the pre-amalgamation Auckland than it does the creation of our city as a unified city. When I look at what officials are telling me, they say that under the current governance arrangements, several different acts, it's questionable whether we actually have the ability under the status quo to provide proper oversight of the investment. We certainly don't have the ability readily to set priorities across the sector, and we are struggling to show to our ratepayers that we have a system that ensures transparency, accountability and value for money. None of this is new to any of you because you've seen the Auckland plan, you've seen the arts and cultural strategy, and many of you will have read the Walker plan, the Walker report. All of them talk about the need to bring the sector together and to better coordinate it. I've got a letter signed by Roy Clare, who was a person I had great respect for, and Chris Brooks, equally, at the RFA, which is in response to the Chief Executive of Council, Stephen Town. And this is dated November 2015. And it talks about the need for a framework for a citywide cultural strategy. It talks about a strategic governance review. It talks about having some framework whereby we can assess all future investments for our current and future cultural facilities. It is a very sound plan and report, but we haven't yet acted on it, and it's now 18 months old. So what I think is absolutely essential is that we do a thorough review of the sector. I don't think it can be done by the institutions, and I don't even think it should be done in-house by council. I think it needs to be an independent review, maybe involving somebody with international skills in this area, certainly involving somebody also that maybe a two-person panel that has skills in terms of governance and accountability. This ought in no way to be seen as a cost-cutting exercise, but it ought in every way to be seen as the determination of this council to ensure that we have got our priorities right and we are getting value for money. That's what our constituents expect of us. Before this meeting, I took the precaution of talking to the key people across the sector and also to the Minister of Culture and Heritage. One of the things that will come out of this review, I'm sure, will be a change in legislation. And if you don't have the Minister on side, you're pushing it uphill right from the start. I want to quote Maggie Barry, I'm sure she won't mind me doing this. She described the current governance arrangements as unusual and outdated. She said she welcomed the review, and she said she'd be happy to work with us at the legislative needs at the end of the process. I really welcome that. I think we will get some cross-party support because people know that we are spending a lot of money and we have to have a proper arrangement to set our priorities and to ensure accountability. I met with Vince Lapanovic from the Maritime Museum. I don't know whether Vince is still, yep, he's back there. I hope none of you guys mind me quoting you, and David Winston, and they said that they were very keen on the review and it was really important for the sector to learn to collaborate better together. I talked to William on the phone, and William, your comment was that you welcomed it and we need to look at the system holistically. And that's exactly what Roy Clare was saying, a couple of years ago. Leslie McTurk from Motat, I talked to on the phone, and she said she's been pushing for a joined-up approach for as long as she can remember. Michael, I think your comments would reflect that. And Chris, I talked to you on the phone about it, and you said you're absolutely supportive of it. Just get on and do it. And that's what I'm recommending to this council, that we should just get on and do this. We're investing a huge sum of money. Our assets are in excess of $1 billion. We've got major expenditure items, as we've just heard from Michael, coming up. We've got changes in lease arrangements, potentially for the Maritime Museum, for the Observatory. And we've got a range of smaller organisations. The Howick Historic Village is one of my favourites. They've indicated to me the way that they're struggling. To have a holistic strategy to bring these things together, to have a 21st century governance and accountability framework, I believe is absolutely essential, and that's why I'm seconding this proposal.
Councillor Hulse.
Thank you. I think the Mayor's covered it well. I just want to reiterate a couple of points. For me, the critical thing is this in no way is a cost-saving exercise. I think we just need to be really, really clear and draw quite a large line under that. I don't think this needs to be viewed as changing anything that anyone has got wrong. This is actually about looking at the incredible potential that we see in front of us. I mean, what a bunch of stars these organisations are, but they are, you know, some of the governance arrangements are a bit tired, and they were fine in the 90s, and suddenly, you know, we're at a different stage. And I think for me, this review gives us the impetus that's needed to make the very best of the extraordinary gifts that we've got in these organisations. The ability to join up and, you know, have one entrance point to all of these organisations so we can connect and link up, whether it's Matariki, whether it's other events. You just move seamlessly between all of these organisations, and I think that's what Aucklanders want. So I think we need to look at this as an opportunity, Mr Chair, and I welcome the ability to participate most actively in this process.
Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I totally support the review, but I have two questions to either the mover or the seconder, or anybody really. And that is, how much will the review cost and when do we expect it done by? And I think they should be part of the recommendations. So we've got clarity around that. If we leave it open, look, it could take, you know, 3 years. So I think it's important to have a time frame around that, and what, if any, budget is associated with that. And is it extra or is it within our current budgets we have?
Yeah. Shall I have a go at that one, Penny? Or?
We'll have a combined crack at it.
Okay. The first thing is the second recommendation sets that effectively we pass to environment and community the responsibility for developing the review program, including setting the terms of reference, appointing the review panel, and developing an engagement plan with both the institutions and the public. I have no idea at this point what that will cost, but sometimes you have to spend money to save money. In terms of a time frame, again, it's finding the balance between being thorough but getting this done as quickly as possible so we can start to make progress. I'm imagining, Penny might correct me, I'm imagining that we would do this within the space of no more than 12 months, hopefully a bit quicker than that, but maybe if I can pass to Penny.
Yep. I agree, and I think Councillor Simpson's questions are absolutely on the button. I think when it first gets reported, this is our testing the waters. Is everyone okay with it? When it comes to the committee, that's when I think we need to be a bit more hard and fast, and, you know, work with our partners and bring a budget and a time frame through to the committee.
And I will comment as Chair of Finance that it's only March, and if this could inform the LTP, that would even be better. So that's less than a year.
Yep.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. And mine was also around the review. I've read the report, but I think it's a bit like the 17A review as well. We seem to be going outside our organisation to review when we've got, you know, some excellent staff here that could do that for us, and we're already paying them. And that's my concern around, we're going out to independents and it costs us. And so I want to understand why we aren't getting our CEO to get together the right people to do the review of all of our services as well as this.
I think the short answer is we
maybe shorter as well.
The short answer was I think we felt as though it would be better to have an independent review and have someone from outside any of the institutions, but Sir Don will comment.
Well, I would only say, Mr Chairman, it is important to have an outside influence in the review, not necessarily dominated from the outside. I think the real challenge, and this was hit upon by the Mayor in his comments, you want to be able to go to Wellington with a package that everyone agrees to, because he and I know what it's like when Auckland is divided on an issue in Wellington. And what you think is going to be a short piece of legislation grinds away for 3 or 4 years because the divided nature. And I don't think it's beyond the capacity to get consent, but you've got to work very hard to get it here before it goes to Wellington for statutory change.
Absolutely.
Councillor Cashmore.
No, Sir Don's just made the exact point I was about to make, so thank you, sir.
Councillor Walker, Wayne Walker.
Yes, just want to raise an issue around the recommendations, particularly approve that an independent review of Auckland Council's investment in major cultural institutions is undertaken. If you look at the Walker report, it emphasises Auckland, which is not just Auckland Council. And if we're looking at investment, it's not just Auckland Council's investment. There's investment from the wider community, the philanthropic community, which is going to be increasingly important, and that of government. So I have a real concern that the way that we're structuring the direction here is just focusing on Auckland Council's investment. I'd like to see a change to the wording of that and suggest that certainly approve that an independent review of investment in Auckland's major cultural heritage institutions is undertaken might be a better way to word it.
You don't think that will come out in the wash, Councillor Walker? Because
I think
there's a few things unsaid in here. Clearly, we've got the
Well,
art
the devil's in
gallery
the
itself,
detail.
we have the RAFA facilities, and then in clause number 12, we talk about the smaller institutions, and there may be a typo there at the end there, the fifth to last word says may need to be considered. I think the word is probably more appropriate, it says will need to be considered. So,
Well, through
I-
you, Mr Chair, I'm just making the observation that A is a significant limitation.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I have a concern there.
Yeah.
So I've suggested an alternative wording, which is relatively straightforward.
Well,
Can I just...
the thing is, that would increase the scope of the review, and needless to say, it starts to pull it outside our investment. It's a little bit difficult. Meg off.
If I can just be helpful on this, I don't think we should try and write the terms or the terms of the review here. I think we should do that in the committee where we can focus on it. But I'm sure we can pick that point up, Councillor Walker, in the terms of reference.
Councillor Lee, Mike Lee.
Yes, I would just like to sound a precautionary note here. I think Sir Don's point about building a consensus in Auckland first before we dash off to Wellington for legislation change is a sound one. I support an independent review. I am concerned about comments around the table that seem to preconceive the outcomes. I reject the notion that bigger is always better, and that corporate mergers are the way to go. That's an assumption that I'm picking up, and I reject it. I would like the review to be objective as possible. I think we need to point out that we're not dealing with companies here. We're dealing with very unique cultural institutions. The Auckland War Memorial Museum has its own legislation for very good reasons. Similarly, MOTAT is absolutely unique, built on a culture of volunteerism and technical expertise, volunteer technical expertise. I'd be very reluctant to see the uniqueness of those organisations bang together in some sort of super city-like merger. So I'm all for a review. Let's not preconceive the outcomes, and I'm just concerned about the need, the Mayor talked about 21st century governance, that we don't carry with us 1980s assumptions. Thank you.
Right, well, folks, it's a long day so far, but we have a mover and a seconder. I'm going to put it. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Excellent, unanimity. We're going to come back at 1:15. It's actually 1:45, and we will do actually the 17A review. Number 17 will come forward, and then we will do the disposals after that. Review.
sounds the same.
Thank you, Panuku, for waiting and waiting.
And also, are you going on to disappear because...
Depending on time.
On 17A, are you going to...
Oh, no, I have to go upstairs.
Lizzie might need to bring some
One,
back.
two,
I have to go upstairs.
Officers to do it?
three, four.
You're coming later?
Yeah. Okay. So what do you think? Yeah.
That's good.
Evaluation. Way short.
Yeah.
Still goes.
Yeah. Yep. No, absolutely.
Eh?
I'll come in with the political arguments.
RFA, Chris.
Oh. Look, we can do it another time.
Apologies, Mr. Chair.
Don't feel lonely, Councillor House. Richard is coming to sit with you.
Oh, I'm so one way.
Secure the left wing.
Don't tell Desley.
I don't know where everyone went.
Councillor Simpson, we require you.
David's coming.
Right. Item 17, the 17A Group Cost Effectiveness Review Program, and we're going to have Mayor Goff
I
leading
think
off.
we'll have the officials, shall we?
Oh, okay, yep.
And then I can
Kevin
I
and-
can
Yes.
add to that.
Sorry, I took that as read. They, yeah, welcome.
He was, yeah. Sally Carrot.
Okay, folks, just before Kevin,
Whatever the
Which item are we on? Are we on 17?
Sally,
Yep.
yeah, we're on item 17, so there's one change to the to the resolution C, which is adding the chair of the Independent Maori Statutory Board to the group as well. So other than that, Kevin, Sally.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chair. For those that don't know Sally Garrett sitting here on my right is the program manager within council from Transformation, who, if the program goes ahead as proposed here, will be playing a significant role to really pull the pieces together. Look, I'll take it the report has been read, but what if I can do is just sort of summarise some of the key component pieces, the structure of what the review's about. So starting with the fundamental notion of a requirement here. So we do have 17A. It was an amendment to the Local Government Act, which does require the council to undertake a review. And the notion of that review is the cost effectiveness of current arrangements. It does go on to talk about the nodes of the needs of the communities within the region, good quality local infrastructure, regulatory services, and how local public services are delivered. So quite wide-reaching by nature. What's quite clear is that it is strategic in nature, though. It is not an operational review in any means. It's not a case of going into individual organisations, departments or units. It's actually a strategic review of the effectiveness of the cost effectiveness of the services being delivered, and that covers three key components, which is the governance aspects, the funding, and the fundamental delivery of services. I mentioned services as the phrase. This is not a review of entities or departments. It is utilising the groups of activities and the themes coming through the long-term plan. The notion is it's actually the services being delivered to our communities as opposed to who's actually delivering them. Who's delivering them becomes a secondary component of the review itself. And they will become part of that, and those parties will be involved in the review naturally. The notion of cost effectiveness The scope of this review fundamentally is on the nature of cost effectiveness, but an interpretation of that is really a value for money notion. And that's really the approach we'll be taking here. It is the value for money being delivered through those services, with a fundamental concept of that being the cost effectiveness of those. It's evidentially based. The notion of this review will be to collect information, factual information, upon which to compare the cost effectiveness of those services. So I'll be comparing it to peers, to benchmarks, to try and get some comparative in there. Key concept is that it's actually evidentially based, so that is how the actual recommendations coming back to the committee will be based. It will be actually solutioning and high-level recommendations on that evidence. Look, as you'll be aware, ultimately the Mayor has a responsibility for driving the accountability review and other aspects of this organisation at the highest level. This committee has been mandated with oversight of the 17A review, which is a legal requirement. What this paper is proposing is that we do look at setting up a little oversight steering group. And what the recommendation is here, as you just heard, is C on the recommendation, is the Chair, Deputy Chair of this committee, the Chair of the Environment and Community Committee, and the Chair of the Planning Committee, as well as the Chair of the Independent Maori Statutory Board, becomes that oversight committee to actually give the guidance as the review progresses. Priorities, look, the notion is that this is a full review across all the services delivered across the group. That's obviously going to take some time. So over approximately a 3-year time frame, we're looking at completing those reviews, setting some priorities as to which should come first, as within the body of that document. We do look at the scale of the spend. We do look at the notion of how it will feed into quality information for the long-term plan process. It looks at the potential cost effectiveness that may be changes that may result from the review and several other factors such as public policy. That's actually what we have then suggested is based on those criteria and others. It's leading to the 4 priorities identified within your report. And very quickly, 3 waters, domestic waste, the operational support, and then using a rolling program, setting communication engagement is the first of those, and then investment attractions and global partnerships are the first 4 cabs off the rank in effect. Part of that determination was also on the basis that what's actually manageable for a workload perspective, and the notion was 1 large, 1 medium, and a couple of smaller reviews at any one point in time is quite realistic. Pertinent is the comment that was made in a previous item around the notion of how this will be undertaken. The intent here is to have a small internal program group to actually run the program, to actually be responsible for the collection of the information. But what is recognised, it does need an aspect of independence. So the notion is a panel of independent experts relevant to the various areas being reviewed, who can actually assist with the development of the terms of reference, can actually challenge the questions, make sure that the scope of the reviews, the nature of how it's being undertaken, and ultimately the recommendations coming through are of high enough quality to bring back through the oversight group and then ultimately back to this committee for some recommendations to be heard. So look, I think that's a relatively brief summary of what the process is about. Happy to take any questions on that.
Councillors, I know there was concern among some councillors that just by the terminology value for money, this was going to be a narrow sort of monetary-based sort of investigation. So just to look in opening assumptions, which is 13, and the second point down, just to be quite clear that everyone understands they're concerned with value of money in a broad sense, how well the existing policy and institutional arrangement deliver on council's strategic objectives and outcomes. This extends beyond the legislative requirement to look at cost efficiency, effectiveness and appropriateness. So it isn't a narrow-based, and Kevin, you can just confirm that to councillors.
Yeah, look, yeah, it's value for money in the context of what we've seen significant reviews undertaken throughout New Zealand, through the UK, even Auckland Transport has undertaken one a couple of years ago. The value for money concept, it's cost efficiencies are a component piece of that, but ultimately it's about the effectiveness in delivering the outcomes you're trying to achieve.
So I'm happy to move this, and I'm just asking for a seconder.
Yep.
Mayor Goff, thank you. And we've got Councillor Wayne Walker and then Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, first off, just a question around waste. Domestic waste review, is that just household waste as compared to waste generally?
Yes.
Okay, in that sense, I'd just have an issue around that. From my perspective, the matter of waste generally is quite applicable, especially as it goes to the waste levy, which is a levy that applies to all waste, for example, not just domestic waste. And that is a very significant, severely underutilised funding tool that we have at this point. So I just have a question mark there around why just domestic waste?
Through the chair. Look, domestic waste is highly relevant right now with the rollout of the Waste Minimisation and Management Plan. The notion of what's industrial or commercial waste, there's limited scope council currently has in that area. It's quite varied across the region. When we work through the program in more detail, we actually scope out the full terms of reference for the subsequent items. It may well be added back in there, and that will be one of the discussions we have back through the oversight group.
So what does that mean, Kevin?
The initial reviews proposed is to start with domestic waste. It may well be that commercial, industrial and others are added later on as we work our way through the program.
As part of the review process?
As part of the overall review process, yes, not just one of the first 4 priorities.
I think my particular concern is around the matter of the waste levy, and that be an implicit part of any review.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question. I guess firstly, Mr. Mayor, I just want to congratulate you on bringing this item to the committee. I think ratepayers are will be very interested in the value for money they're getting, and I think as you've spoken to me privately, Mr. Mayor, no, we won't pre-guess the outcomes of this. We'll just see what it distills from it, and it could be value for money. Maybe there's cost savings in it as well. Let's wait and see. But my question is just around. I was trying to get in before you moved the motion, Mr. Chair, was around the perhaps the non-involvement, or if the Audit and Risk Committee could be involved in this process, mainly because of the mandate within that committee, which mentions a few things like monitoring of compliance, its purpose, monitoring of compliance with the laws and regulations of the statutory requirements, significant projects focusing on the appropriateness of risk, and probably this that could fall in that financially perhaps, or value for money wise, and particularly oversight of preparation of the LTP and the annual plans and other external financial reports required by statute. And I think this is required by statute. So I'm just wanting to flag, Mr. Chair, if there's a possibility as myself as the deputy on the Audit and Risk Committee, and therefore the senior politician on that, because it's chaired by an independent, of the possibility of being involved in both the both recommendations B and C in terms of appointing who these independent people are and working up the terms of reference. Just wondered if somebody could answer that question, if that's a possibility, because I'd be very keen to do it.
I don't know, wouldn't the Audit Committee be reviewing this later?
If I could just mention through the chair, I think I've heard sort of 2 aspects to that. One is the actual chair of the committee being involved in these 2, the actual oversight committee and the terms of reference discussions. The other is the actual Audit and Risk Committee being involved in the review itself. I think you're right. I think that we should take an item to the Audit and Risk Committee in due course about any risks identified through this process and the fact that we are meeting legislative requirements. So the second one, I think we don't want to duplicate roles. As far as the first one goes, with a member of that committee involved, that's potentially up to people here today, if you'd like to expand that oversight committee.
I guess, Mr. Chair, I'm just floating that because I had an interest as the deputy. My fellow councillors would know, that's actually chaired by an independent person, not a councillor. So, and as deputy, maybe I'm the appropriate person to do it in terms of the political oversight.
Oh, there's quite a few there.
So
we are the oversight. I mean, basically, the Audit Committee reports to this committee. It's and we're starting to load it up.
Well, it's at your discretion, Ross, because you've moved and it's been seconded. But I'm just flagging I'd be very keen to do it and would appreciate being on it.
So we'll come back to that.
Okay.
Come back to that.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I mean, didn't Councillor Sayers just seek an amendment to include himself on that?
It's not up to you to judge it, not me.
He just said to me, it's up to me to think about it. That was his last comment, and I said we'll come back to that.
I could move an amendment later, but I'm trying to avoid it, I guess, Ross. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Watson.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to speak to that if it,
Yep.
that's okay. Yeah, no, I'm just thinking in terms of the composition of that committee, obviously, we have all the chairs and their deputies, which is fine. I just think in terms of the balance of the councillors, that the presence then of someone like Councillor Sayers would perhaps, in some way accommodate the lesser lights, if I can put it that way, and especially in light of the fact that you've shown an interest in that. So I think it's a reasonable request in those circumstances, and it just does tie in. There's a degree of synchronicity with the committee that he's deputy chair of, now that we don't have a councillor actually chairing that committee. So I think that's a fair point to make. So I'm just really speaking in favour of that suggestion. I don't think that's a huge imposition or on anything. In fact, there's a certain degree of logic behind it, I think.
In the spirit of synchronicity, I think that's a police song, isn't it? We will,
Showing your age, Mr. Chairman.
we will add, and we'll specify the deputy chair of the Audit and Risk Committee. Okay?
Right, great. Thank you very much.
Can we have a Pacific?
You right, Daniel?
No, this is only to see, this is for the establishment of the steering group, isn't it? It's my understanding.
What about Mike Lee?
Because that's all, sorry, I've had a request from Member
Specifically a
Typery, and he to go on to C, to be on the establishment of the steering group. So I'm sort of, what I'm saying is I think this is appropriate in item C.
Well, certainly item C, and perhaps, Ross, well, could I ask just why not item B as well?
Don't push your luck.
Well, I just, sorry, if you look at that, it's just starting to really get loaded up on item
Well, you can step
B.
down, he can take your place.
We don't have the deputy mayor on there, or
You got the chairs of, you got the chairs of the affected CCOs and the mayoral office. I mean, honestly, we'll need a very large room.
Yeah. Not too, we've got a few of those.
Are we going on to discussion, Mr. Chairman?
Sorry?
Are we just doing questions or discussion?
Questions. Councillor Hulse, then Mayor Goff.
Oh, I've got discussion rather than questions.
So my question is one that's sort of been troubling me a little bit with this, and I've heard the presentation, and I understand this is normal process, and we've all been around long enough to understand exactly what a 17A review does. It's normally done by staff, so this is a normal process that councils do. Is the vehicle fit for purpose? Are we getting the right work done by the right people for the right prices? Kind of fairly standard when we let out new contracts, when we change what we're doing. This is kind of a little bit half and half, and this is the bit I'm trying to understand. So is this, if this is a normal 17A review process that we're required to do by legislation by a certain time, we're making a meal of it.
Yep.
If this is, and I understood we were doing the 17A review, we now have the mayor's sort of making some points or being acknowledged. I don't even know if the mayor said it, I don't think he has, but he's sort of been acknowledged in the media for driving this and, giving the council a shake-up and saving billions of dollars and all the rest of it. So I think that's probably hyperbole from the media. But this is either driven by the mayor as a cost-saving review and it's political, or it's performed by the staff as part of a normal 17A review process. And I can't actually work out where one starts and the other finishes. So I probably am sitting here a little bit uncomfortable about this, and I don't want to direct my questions at the staff at this stage. I think probably the most useful thing I can do, Mr. Chair, is actually talk about this as we go into structuring this review. So I will leave that question hanging for the moment, unless someone's prepared to tackle that.
It's driven by the legislation, but
it's
Mayor
driven
Goff?
by legislation.
Yeah.
It's just an unusual process.
Mr. Chairman, if I can perhaps start by addressing Councillor Hulse's queries. There's two things. One, this is not driven as a cost-cutting exercise. A value for money exercise is different from a cost-cutting exercise. A value for money looks at the nature of the service, whether it's being delivered according to best practice and whether it's achieving the outcomes that Aucklanders want. It may be that the outcome of some of these reviews say, might be looking at resource consent, saying these have increased incredibly, our process is too slow, we've got to spend more money. So you can't make the assumption that it's about cost cutting. It is about value for money, the quality of our expenditure. The second thing is, whenever we set up a committee to review our own performance, people outside of us say, you are judge and jury in your own cause. I think, just as we've done in the last paper, we've got to have a degree of independence in the value for money exercise that we're undertaking under 17A. Can I talk about why I think it's so important? I think it's critically important because I think there is no more fundamental obligation on us as elected representatives or as professional staff than to be able to eyeball our constituents and say, we are confident that we are providing the best possible service at the most reasonable cost, because that is what you've elected us to do. All of us have been through a campaign and we heard that repeatedly. So the first thing that this exercise is designed to do is to provide some reassurance and confidence in the public that we are taking value for money and cost effectiveness seriously. The second thing is just as important. In my last two meetings with the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, they both put to me exactly what I expected them to put to me. They said, you've come down to see us and you want more money. How can you persuade us that what you've got you're using effectively? And I took them through all of the material we've got, that we've kept our costs, internal costs, down to about 1.1% Sue, and the real blowout in cost is in terms of interest and in terms of depreciation. I talked about the Section 17A reviews that we were taking seriously and applying consistently, not only across the parent council, but across the CCOs. We've had dozens of debates around this table that the CCOs are funded by us and therefore they need to be accountable to us. And when we did the accountability exercise in committee, we talked about the need to use this as an instrument. When I wrote with letters of expectation to the CCOs, I specifically put in my letter of expectation to every CCO that we would be implementing a Section 17A review. Section 17A is very clear in what it says in terms of the legal obligation on us to do it and empowering us to do it in relation to the CCOs. CCOs are spending public money, the council, the parent council group is spending money. The obligation of accountability and value for money should apply across both of them. So I want to be able to go down when I thump on the table to the Prime Minister or the Minister of Finance and say, we are doing everything we can to get our house in order. If we waste money, that's money that's not available for valuable tasks that we should be carrying out. Every one of us around this table should have a vested interest in holding the organisations accountable for giving us value for money outcome. It's a basic requirement on us, and that is what this review is fundamentally about.
Councillor Darby, do you have any comment? Sorry, as chair of the
I'm not finished.
planning committee.
So I'm not finished.
Oh, sorry.
I
Did
had several questions.
Okay.
So, and thank you. I think the mayor's clarified. He's clarified in my mind that this is a bit of a confused process. So, Mr. Mayor, I don't wish to kind of cross-question you, and I need to state very clearly my absolute support for doing this work. However, I think we're giving mixed messages. We're either reviewing our CCOs or we're doing a 17A report on some of our council services. I'm hearing from our staff, 17A report on some of our council services, like waste, like water. So I think we just need to be a little bit more clear as we move into doing this work a 17-hour review of some of these council functions is a very good and useful one, and I'd endorse them. I will, however, be raising some of my concerns shortly about waste. But a full review of CCOs is a different process. We had a once-over lightly a couple of years ago, and I was the only person who supported and voted for a major relook at the governance around water care. That did not endure me to water care, and no love is lost between us, but councillors were very reluctant to take a very hard look at our CCOs. So, Mr Mayor, you would have my absolute 100% support if we were doing a proper review with external parties on the CCO structure which the government gave us, that we're trying to make work, and it's very, very hard to make it work in its current form. The bit that I'm now confused about is that we're getting very high-level external people to review our waste, really, when we're halfway through our waste process. We're reviewing waste as we speak, and if you take a value for money approach or lens to whether we recycle, you'd have to say, well, that costs us money. An organic food waste, that costs us money. But these are critical to our ratepayers being able to afford to live in our city and afford the rates they spend, and to be able to wrangle the volume of rubbish that they produce. So I think we've got a few mixed messages going on here that I'm hoping, if the committee doesn't sort of become a committee of the entire organisation, that we can actually resolve some of this confusion through this process, because at the moment I think we are trying to do half of two different things, and we are going to make a shambles of it. But I think the intent is useful, the intent is good, but I think we need a good hard look at what we're trying to do. So my question is, can we separate out what belongs a review of CCOs, what belongs in a review of our council functions? Because we've crossed the two of them over, we're actually going to get a half-assed result. So can they be split out?
Kevin?
Can I comment on that one as well?
Okay.
Well, first of all, this is not a review of the CCO structure. This is a review of services services being delivered by both CCOs and council proper. It is not, I'm not revisiting the CCO structure. It may be, Councillor, that that's a good thing to do at some point, but that's not what we're doing here. And we are not talking, to use your waste example, we're not talking simply about money. We're talking about what that money delivers in terms of outcomes and services to the population. It is not a narrow review about how can we cut money. It's about how can we be sure that the way that we are spending money is giving a good outcome to our residents and ratepayers for the funding that they provide to council. So does that clarify those 2 points for you?
If I can just answer, and thank you, Mr Mayor. I haven't spoken today, Mr Chair, and you'll be relieved that I probably won't speak again, but the reality for me, and using waste, which is an issue that is critical and pertinent to our community at the moment, until we're very clear about the outcomes we want to achieve, which is around zero waste, is around social outcomes, and is around saving money for our ratepayers over the long term. These are mentioned in the report, and I'm very glad to see them here. But we need to actually work out in the first instance, and maybe this is the terms of reference discussion, that we need to endorse that those are the outcomes we wish to achieve. And if the domestic waste collection is reviewed through that lens, then that's a good process. But my concern is that given the fact that we're going through some extremely complex unwinding and revisiting of contracts within the waste series, I struggle to see how we can make huge change. So again, the reason why I raise a concern is this is normally done internally. We are going through a review of the whole system. I don't think it dignifies or it necessitates a large and expensive process to review something that is in a state of flux at the moment. And my final concern I'll raise is when you look at benchmarking, are we benchmarking against Brisbane? Are we benchmarking against Seattle? Are we benchmarking against Timaru? Because in the New Zealand context, there is no one else like us. There's no other city, you know, Wellington doesn't have the Gulf Islands that we pay a fortune to, talking of value for money. You know, we subsidise the hell out of collecting waste in the Gulf Islands, and that's maybe the right thing to do. But, you know, when you take a 17A lens over that, that's a fairly questionable way to do business. So benchmarking, who are we looking at benchmarking ourselves against?
Kevin.
See the mayor and
I'll go Kevin.
We should take this offline, Peter.
Kevin,
to talk to
going
each
to go
other
back
about
to the
this.
mayor if necessary. Kevin.
Yeah, if I can, just through the chair, just those 3 points, just to hopefully elaborate a wee bit on those. The first one, as the Mayor said, this is not a CCO review. It is a review of the themes and the groups of activities within our LTP. And what we do is we then look at that service. One of the questions we have is, where is it being delivered? Who is delivering it for us? If it's a CCO, if it's council, if it's a combination. That will come out in the discussion. That becomes part of the governance review piece. As far as waste goes, in no way will this review be reassessing the waste management and minimisation plan. Plans, strategies determined by organisations within the group stand. This is about how are they governed, delivered and funded. So this is actually saying, is that strategy, which a lot of work's gone into to actually develop, and we're currently rolling it out in the program, is it now being rolled out? Is it being governed, funded and delivered in the most cost-effective and most value for money approach? So it's not going to reassess the strategy in any way. That stands. The third piece, benchmarking. Look, all benchmarking is a useful input to a process. Very seldom can you actually get a benchmark and compare it directly to another entity and say, is it above, is it below? That's telling me something. In almost all cases, benchmarking becomes a contributing factor for your discussion, which is what we need some of those experts to do in the panels that are actually more involved in some of these industries to actually guide us what may be differences here. We'll definitely be using the internal staff and the CCO staff as well to help inform that process. But no, this will not be here's a benchmark, compare us to it, if we're above or below, that's decided. Contributing factor. Thank you.
Thank you.
That answers it perfectly. Thank you.
And Councillor Hulse, please don't carry out your threat because your contributions are among the more valued around this table. So. Councillor Newman.
Are you assigning judgment as to the value, are you, Mr Chair?
Value added.
Yep.
Thank you, I'll leave him out. I have a couple of questions regarding the report, and then I reserve my right to speak. So, if you read section 17A of the Act, it provides for what we must do. We must review the cost effectiveness of the current arrangements. But section 17A 3B says if a local authority is satisfied with the potential benefits of undertaking a review in relation to that infrastructure, service or regulatory function do not justify the costs of undertaking the review. So am I to understand that you, having made that assessment, judge that it is more cost effective to undertake these reviews in these 4 areas to start? It's your assessment from the get-go that there is value in doing this exercise in these 4 areas.
Yep, and through the chair, please use the word value in doing these because, as the Mayor has stated, this is not necessarily going to lead to a cost reduction. The cost effectiveness of doing the review will be actually to ascertain that the way we are currently delivering those services through certain entities is delivering the value we would expect and achieving the outcomes we're seeking. It will not be a return on the dollar in all cases. That may be a product of some of the reviews, but that's not the driver here. So the value warrants the cost of doing the review, yes. That's the assessment we've made.
Okay. Now, I can understand the value proposition for the Three Waters review. I can absolutely see that. Very big substantial issues in the Central Isthmus with the combined network, can see that. I'm actually with Councillor Hulse, I'm concerned about the domestic waste review. The organisational support review is, so am I to understand based on the report that you are really hanging this on the EY report that was presented in late 2015 and the comments around shared services?
Not solely. Again, it's a contributing piece that suggests that there could be a more cost-effective way of running it, but it's only one factor. It's also what is the actual, under communication and engagement, the first component of that. Are we actually communicating most effectively to our public? Are we explaining the actual outcomes that the organisation as a whole, which is the group, is trying to achieve? Is that messaging being consistently applied and actually being undertaken appropriately? So the value that we're receiving through that aspect is also part of this review. So no, not just cost-effective.
At para 21, second bullet point, you refer to the EY report.
Yep.
Do you agree with the analysis of the EY report in relation to shared back office functions? Because the Auditor General didn't.
The fact that the report has noted that is something that we think we seriously have to consider as part of a 17A review, yes.
I have...
Sorry, Daniel.
Through the Chair, if I may add to Kevin's response and just for the purpose of clarification, the 10% estimated annual operating cost saving that was in the EY report was based on a general assessment that they made of if you put a shared service environment into any organisation of the size and scale such as Auckland Council is, that you should expect a minimum of a 10% reduction in your operating costs. So I'd just like to offer that for context. Thank you, Chair.
Can I just follow up with one further question, reserving my right to speak? So what is going to be, what's your starter for 10 estimate of cost of this review exercise?
We do not know the full cost yet. What we do know is between now and 30 June we'll have to meet those costs from existing budgets. This is not a large scale, let's go and actually outsource to get a full review done by other parties. So until we actually work out who the panel members may be, until we actually work out the full terms of reference and bring that through that group, then we can actually quantify some costs and come back to this group as part of the budgeting process.
You're having to absorb the costs internally for a period of time. What doesn't happen as a result of trying to meet these costs through internal efficiencies?
This ties back to a couple of questions we've already had, which is the fundamental notion, although this is new, it's not new. 17A is a formal structured process to review the cost effectiveness of services delivered by a group such as ours. We do that anyway. So as you know full well, we've had the ICT review, Project Aura, we've had reviews through the customer services area, and reviews are undertaken about how we're delivering services as we speak. So we have resources available to try and actually earmark towards this particular project. We'll do that. If the costs end up being slightly more than we can do through existing staff, we will somehow have to try and absorb that this year for the remaining 3 months of the year. It's not a long period. Somehow we'll have to do that. What we do need to do, though, is quantify that through the Oversight Committee with the terms of reference and who the panel members may be, have those agreed. Then we'll get a more accurate costing for subsequent from 1 July onwards, and we can come back to the Oversight Group and then this committee if it requires a budget request.
Reserve my right to speak.
Councillor Walker, you have a question?
Yeah, just have a question or two around scope. It goes to the revenue collection side as much and all as the efficiency of the spending. So I touched on the importance of the waste levy, for example, as it applies to waste. Equally, around stormwater, there's the possibility of a charge around impermeable services. And these sorts of issues go to getting money, alternative sources of finance, which are critical. So I'm making the assumption that in instances where there are those possibilities, that the scope of what we're looking at here will overlap with that. Similarly, in instances of strategy where we don't have a strategy, for example, we don't have a water strategy, we would indicate that as part of the scope of this exercise. And in an instance where we're only part way through something, for example, we're only part way through our delivery of our waste plan, and in particular I'm referring to organics, I would hope that we don't get into some review around that because we don't know precisely what we're doing. So I share some of the concerns that Councillor Hulse has raised around this.
Relatively briefly, on the revenue side, yes, part of the governance, delivery of and funding of may well come up with some suggestions as to how it may be more appropriate to fund a service. That would then naturally come back through the long-term plan process or an annual plan. You have the revenue and financing policy, which says how will an activity be paid for. That will also come back through this committee as part of that discussion. So what we'd believe is this review potentially comes with some recommendations about alternate sourcing, if it's appropriate, which would then be considered in the wider context of how you're actually levying, charging, rating the public.
And there's one very short question I would ask that I know Councillor Casey would raise if she were here, and that goes to shared services of a sort, and that's around branding and the lack of the consistent Auckland Council brand, Auckland brand across, frankly, everything we do. So I'll just leave that with you.
We hear what you say.
That was Councillor Casey speaking.
Yes, I know. She'll be watching. Hello. Hello, Casey. May you get well soon. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I totally support this initiative. I was not aware of Section 17A of the Local Government Act until this popped up, so hats off to those that spotted it. But the section, when you look at that section, the legislation under 17A, and it's I think it's outlined in attachment C. No, I was referring to something else there. No. One of the things that it says there is that if you've got a contract which you cannot alter in the next 2 years, it says that you should not review. So the one area that I thought we'd entered into pretty long contracts on was the waste collection. So are we consistent with the legislation highlighting a review of domestic waste collection?
Look, it's an interesting component piece because, fundamentally what it says is, if we have those contracts in place, but really contracts is a component piece of it. We can still explore the notion of how is it going to be funded, what is the governance structure around it, without actually changing the fact that the contracts have been let and are being rolled out across the region. Yep, but you could take an interpretation that if purely that's the only driver for the discussion, it could be left out. The fact is, though, on a rolling basis, we would have to review all the services anyway.
But it basically says here that where you've got a binding contract such that it cannot reasonably be altered within the following 2 years, it's excluding that category.
No, it says, sorry, if I can, through you, Mr. Chairman, it says a local authority is not required to undertake it if that's the case. So it doesn't prevent you from undertaking it, but it doesn't require you to undertake it. It's enabling, but not requiring.
Okay, that's a good point.
That's
Thank
helpful.
you. So we're saying that we're not required, but we're identifying that over others in the program. So if that's the case, what are the reasons?
Well,
We've got requirements under 17A?
Well, and without going through the legalese of all the wording, that actual clause as well, it's referring to the whole aspect of how the service is delivered, governed and funded. Are we contractually or legally bound to all of those aspects for the next 2 years? In the case of there, we've actually looked at the delivery has been contracted out as to how waste management will be delivered, but not necessarily how it will be funded or how it's being governed.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, these resolutions, they are endorsing the program, not just the first stage, it's endorsing the program. Is that how we read it? The program is outlined in attachment C. It is the program. So this is an ongoing body of work starting with
3 years.
These. But we don't at this stage have an indication of the program costs, the full program costs. So it's only after we start exploring the makeup of the panel and those that might be undertaking this work when we will get an idea of the costs.
Yes. That's when we'll come back with an estimate of the true cost of the whole program, allowing for the fact that we're legally complied to undertake the review, but we will come back with the costings and let you know just what that is going to cost, and whether we proceed on the same basis or whether we wish to address their approach.
Thank you. And I notice one of the priorities we're identifying is investment attractions and global partnerships, but attachment C talks about what we could roughly call economic growth and visitor economy. It's been retitled. Is it the same? Because my view would be we need to review the whole of that ED area rather than a part of it. Can you just confirm that it's the same?
Yeah, no, it's not. They're actually two different things. Things that, through the chair, if you do look at that appendix there, which is the picture, the diagram showing the group budget areas down the left-hand side, and as you referred to, economic growth and visitor economy is a group of activities that were identified. There are then, moving away from there across to the right, there are 3 boxes, which are the component pieces that make up that group. We're tackling the first solid box. The next 2 dotted boxes would follow.
Okay.
So it's a subset.
Sorry, it's very faint. And okay. So
Apologies for
why not the other? Why not the other 2?
Look, through the chair, this is simply a case of actually putting in what is placed as a manageable workload. And it was all of these are going to be the notion of why you've got this page in front of you is to show that it's a rolling program, moving our way through all those groups of activities and the components that make them up. And we've just picked those 4 based on the priorities that we've actually set within the report.
Okay.
Not that the others we missed. It's just they'll have their time.
Thank you. Now, in your paper, you say that this review covers how an entity might be governed. That includes options for governance as well, according to the legislation.
Yeah, and that's through the chair. That's the governance in the context of: is it CCOs? Is it alliancing? Is it different arrangements to govern that service?
So the review of the 3 waters would explore options for governance of the 3 waters.
Yes.
That's good. And one thing I noticed, I was reading a Solgen paper last night. It had a section that said local authorities are required to complete all their reviews by August 17.
Yes.
Not according to attachment C for us.
Yeah, so what the legislation says is, the initial round of reviews to be completed by 1st of August 17, and then at least on a 6-year basis, rolling program continuing these reviews. At least every 6 years, every service should be reviewed again. Fundamentally, this is focusing in on the second round. The first round has happened in a variety of places. It's CCO reviews, it's ICT reviews. There's component pieces that have happened over the last 6 years, in effect. This is really picking up on the fact that even though they may not have technically met every requirement of 17A, is it practical to undertake a full-fledged 17A review between now and August? No. A review of sorts will be undertaken that we can actually show what we have achieved at meeting the intent. But this is the solid program now going forward after that to make sure that we can actually show a full-scale, complete review process.
So we would not satisfy the legislation in August 17, but the MES initiative sets us on the track to doing that.
And talking to other councils around the country, many of them are in a similar situation. What they're doing is they are picking the services most appropriate to try and get done within the time frame allowed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Member Taipei.
Oh, kia ora, Mr. Chairman. It's just a matter of clarification, really. I mean, I've got it all pretty straightforward. It's what we're doing in the review, that it's 4 in the beginning. There's a number of 8 that's been proposed there over a 12-month period. There's the political oversight group, which I appreciate being put into the resolution for that, or the recommendation. What I can't quite work out is when I look at the table for appointment of the review panel, and I'm not sure whether that's a singular review panel or more than, or there might be more than one because of more categories, but my question is who appoints the review panel? Because when I look at B and C, they're somewhat different. So I had assumed, and that's why I'm seeking clarification now, that it was potentially could be C that appoints the review panel or panels, but now I'm not sure. So could someone clarify that, please?
Kevin, can you?
Yeah. Thanks for the question through the chair. So what we're looking at doing is actually staff will do the reviews, we'll talk to the CCOs, to the departments of council to identify potentially people, run a bit of a long list through those entities, but bring it back to committee for final confirmation if this is the appropriate panel. In relation to your first question, no, it's not multiple panels. The intent is to actually have some people, independent experts who are knowledgeable in the areas of infrastructure, public policy, local government financials, somebody that can do an overarching role. We will then draw in subject matter experts where needed if it's more specific expertise is needed. Okay. So a single panel.
Okay, single panel, but panel nominated by officials?
Officials nominating it across the group.
Yep. And then brought back to the full committee for approval?
Yes. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Philippine.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I share some of the concerns that have been expressed by Councillor Hulse, and in particular, again around the waste, because that's one of our big issues with the Environmental and Community Committee. So my question is, Kevin, with this review, and I'll give you an example, at Papa Tuanuku Marae and the Mangarees Family Centre, we have a contract with those two particular groups in the south around composting, teaching our community composting, and as a result there's some value for us as Auckland Council. Now, will this review end up identifying possibly that, look, value for money? No, we don't see this value for money, and we think that it should be stopped, ceased, or no contracts given. Is that the detail that this review will end up getting into? Because I will definitely express concerns if that is the case, even though it may not be identified immediately as value for money. But I think in the long term, this is why we have our plan in place. So I mean, you know, what do we do? And so yeah, through you, Chair.
Yeah. Look, no, through the Chair, very good question, because no, that's not the nature of this review. This review may well go into the governance, the funding, delivery, and question the notion of, is there value in delivering through the community? Not cost effective necessarily, but it may be better value being achieved through directly addressing the outcomes you're trying to achieve. And it may come up with some recommendations along those lines. Two parts to the question was, one is, bear in mind, this review will not make changes. This review will discuss how governance services, the funding is meeting the outcomes of the organisation in the wider sense, and bring back some thoughts, some recommendations to this committee, whether this committee wishes to then implement those. But the nature of the review is not going down to individual contracts, no. That's an operational matter. This will actually be assessing the value strategically on how we're delivering services, and whether it's deemed to be appropriate to pass those through local groups, and when it does its research, it'll identify what's the value being added by that process, that sort of thing. But it'll do it at a very strategic high level.
Okay, Chair, just one more question. In this review, where is the community? Where's the input from the community? Or as you just said, is it just high level, therefore then there's no consultation or discussion with our community?
Okay. Always again, two parts. One is community involvement in the strategy and the planning process. Waste management minimisation plan is a really good example. Lots of consultation. That doesn't change. If what this the review comes up with some recommendations suggesting changes to, for instance, how the governance is undertaken, these services may be delivered by different parties, that then will need to feed into a whole process. If that results in a change, perhaps that's consultation through an LTP, which is why Three Waters would like to do now in case there are considerations. If to implement it, it requires a change in arrangements, that may well require consultation with the community to say, we're thinking of making this change. We'd like to hear your thoughts. That's all the implementation part. As you just said, yeah, this is quite a high-level strategic review to input at that very, very high level, how could this be delivered strategically?
Sorry, Chair, just supplementary. Look, with the review and the findings, when I'm in my head, and I'm only got a small brain, but in my head, if they identify possible savings within the environmental, for example, and that will have an impact on our communities, where will that be reported to? I'm assuming it'll go through with the steering group, and then it'll go to the relevant committees after that, if again, depending on the findings. Because that is a concern for me again. And geez. Yeah, it really is a concern. Sorry. Oh, sorry.
Look, through the Chair. Look, it will go through the Oversight Committee. The Oversight Committee role will be to see, we think you've missed something here. We think there's more that needs to be put into the picture here. It will then come back to this committee as recommendations. How that's then implemented will be driven by exactly which areas of the group are actually involved.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
So with recommendations then would flow to the LTP?
Yeah, I heard that sort of through, but again, it's what's happening on the ground at the moment.
Yeah.
And then as that high-level review ends up identifying there are some potential savings here that will impact on our community. That is my concern. It's like over-consultation with our community, because we may have to go back and say, guess what? 2 years ago,
Yes.
we thought this was an awesome idea, but now we've done this review and we actually, we don't think it's value for money as a result. Thanks very much for the work that you do. That's all. I'm just, that's all. Sorry, I'll shut up.
Kevin, no, don't.
Oh, look, very briefly. The notion that a recommendation comes up because based on what we've seen elsewhere, what may work, what might not work, there comes some recommendations as to this should be explored. That then becomes an implementation issue. Part of the implementation may be a consideration. This was just looked at a couple of years ago. Understand what's being said in the recommendation, let's leave it. We need to be cognizant of other discussions, over consultation, the value that may be achieved, lots of factors. The whole implementation program is another piece again. This will come up with some very high-level recommendations. Very conscious of those things.
Comments, people.
Putting up an amendment.
If you value me.
Any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you and the Mayor who's left for including me in C up there to be part of the political oversight of this program. Very much appreciated, and thank you for your indulgence there, Mr. Chair. Look, I don't think the Mayor's sending mixed messages at all. I think the message the Mayor is sending is one of very good and strong leadership. And particularly around areas such as transparency, openness, and I'd say integrity, to show the actual value that we're getting as an organisation, and I'm sure ratepayers will welcome that. Mr. Chair, I'll just repeat, and this is just another open offer to you in terms of my background in the private sector on directorships and boards on boards of directors, that should you see any value in that experience to help you frame up the terms of reference for this exercise, I'm more than happy at your discretion to include me as part of the item B up there. If not, I will accept your decision.
Mr. Chair, I'll come back to that, Councillor Sayers. Councillor Lee.
Mr. Chair, in order to ensure, and I'm certain it will be, that this is a robust review, politically speaking, it also needs to have the appearance of being as robust as possible. It's important that there therefore be inclusiveness in the review, in the political makeup of the review group, and I would certainly support Councillor Sayers. He is a very active, engaged member of the Strategic Procurement Committee, and actually, when it comes to that, I'd be quite happy to put myself forward, but I won't. But I would certainly support Councillor Sayers. If you've got somebody, if you've got a willing horse, for God's sake, let's use it. And I think it would be very helpful, not only to the workings of the review, but the political optics of it as well. So I'm happy to nominate him.
Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to add the B there. We're going to go in consultation with the chairs of the Environment and Community Committee, the Planning Committee, and the Independent Maori Statutory Board, and the Deputy Chair of the Audit and Risk Committee, and the chairs of the affected CCOs and the mayoral office.
You must have left anybody out. I think it's kind of everyone.
All right. Councillor Newman's got an amendment here. The question is that, and they endorse the proposed value for money program, including the approach, priorities and objectives, and recommend the Three Waters review first, followed by subsequent. Three Waters is already first, and then it'll be but and or simultaneously with comms and engagement. So that is already happening. So whether we need to have, and if you do look at page 85, we've got the 3-year chart. So 185, you look at the 3-year chart, that indicates the, so I just wonder whether that amendment is really necessary, Councillor Newman?
I wonder a lot of things what you say, Mr. Chair, sometimes, to be honest. I think that we need to be sending a clear signal here as to what it is that we're doing and what it is that we won't be doing right now, because I have to say that I believe that this is a useful exercise for the Mayor to go down to Wellington and say he's doing something in the absence of doing something. I think that there is so much to be settled in the waste space, that the procurement of contracts is ongoing, that staff are working very hard, and they're having to work very hard in an environment where there is substantial debate. I'm contributing to that debate.
Do you have a seconder?
Well, I don't know. Is someone prepared to second it for debate? If otherwise it lapses.
Is there a seconder? I'll read it out.
It's up on the screen.
Oh, we've already got it up there. Well done. Okay, is there a seconder for that?
Otherwise it lapses.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Okay, well, let's discuss the amendment. I've got no more speakers to the substantive, so
Just point of order, isn't that motion actually already covered?
that's what we thought. So, but there's a seconder who's a mover, and unless the seconder wants to not move it, not second.
Mr. Chair, if you think as a chair it's already incorporated,
I think it is, and
Then
as I say, we've got page
Rule it out,
185.
Mr. Chair. I
but,
mean, you've been struggling here, but that, I understand if you want to rule that out, but I would have thought that actually it leaves open how we sequence the subsequent reviews.
But it's
well, the program, we've got a 3-year program there. It's pretty clear.
have you seen it's there?
I have read the report, Mr. Chair. I've also read the way in which you can read the Act itself. I mean, what we're saying here is that we are satisfied with potential benefits. We don't actually have to undertake some of these reviews. That's the thing.
I'm ruling that it's actually already there in A, and the program itself on page 185 is pretty clear and explicit. So, Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just trying to pull this back into some sort of order. I think it's going all over the show. I mean, the priorities and timings has a heading. All right, it's got a special heading. It talks about 3 waters first, then domestic waste, then organisational support review, and then investment attractions. It's there, all right, so it's confirmed. As far as the B, that was just saying, look, you've got 3 main chairs from your 3 main committees, of which everything falls up to, under finance and performance, which is this committee. That's why those people are going to put together the terms of reference, and then the political oversight can be open to a wider group of people. It's that simple. I think we're going round in circles, and I just suggest that we get on with it and vote.
Councillor Holtz.
I've got some sympathy for what Councillor Newman raises. I think he makes a very good point that we need to try and understand what it is we're doing. And I'm confused again. We keep talking about the Mayor's initiative. The answer I got quite clearly was this is a 17A review. This is an internal council process that will have mayoral and political oversight. It's unusual, but we're doing it, and I think that's fine. But I didn't understand this was a mayoral initiative at all, so it either is or it isn't. First of all, I'd like that established. Is this a mayoral initiative, or are we doing our continuing rolling list of 17As, which I understand? I think the answer is yes. These are 17As. Yep. The Mayor, quite obviously, because his leadership of this council has a critical role in oversight of this, and I think that's appropriate. But I'm a bit irritated by the mayoral initiative context of this, because that is what has set the media off in the wrong direction, thinking this is a review of CCOs. It's set talkback off in the wrong direction, saying this is the Mayor draining the swamp. How do people feel about that, And this has also set things off in the wrong direction by giving people the impression that this is going to save millions and millions and millions of dollars. So we need to get the language right about this. This is a 17A review, a rolling series of 17A reviews to bring us in line with the legislation that requires us to do this. I think, Councillor Newman, your intent is saying let's start with one that is probably big bang for bucks. It's big, it's unwieldy, and it needs to be sorted out, which is the 3 waters. However, in front of that, we need to work out what do we want out of a Three Waters review, and I think Councillor Walker's absolutely on the button on that one. So I'm probably less exercised about whether we have a separate recommendation for this or not, but I think we just need to get back to basics. Let's work out, is stuff being done by the right people for the right reasons? Is it delivered by the right vehicle, and are we getting value for money once we've understood exactly what the policies are that is supporting it? So I think your ruling is probably fair, saying it's kind of in there, but I think we are going to have to nut this out when we get that group of people around the table, because I still think it's a bit of a schmozzle.
Why don't we just add, and the recommended first 4 reviews starting with Three Waters?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
It's already there.
It's already there. You choose to.
You know, in A. Sorry, I'm just trying to find a middle ground here, or we're just going to be grinding along.
You're doing good.
You know, so how about we just say starting with Three Waters?
Yeah.
All right? I mean, that's essentially what is different in Councillor Newman's recommendation.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah, I'll say.
If I can just make a comment, hopefully, won't muddy the water anymore, maybe elaborate on it, because I don't think they're mutually exclusive, the mayoral-led discussion initiatives versus 17A. The Mayor, unlike other councils, the Mayor of Auckland Council does have a responsibility to lead all major policies, strategies and plans. We've got a major LTP coming up. The Mayor is leading an accountability review, which it does relate to CCOs. Inherently linked to those is something like a 17A review.
Yeah.
So 17A is a legislative requirement. We've got the Mayor leading a lot of big initiatives across the entire group.
Yeah.
And so what we're doing is they're starting to join up inherently. Nothing exists in isolation within the council environment. So they start to join up anyway. But the Mayor is taking the lead on accountability review. He will lead the LTP discussions, and this is a significant input to those two processes.
It's very sensibly put.
Thank you.
And Councillor Hulse, I think we've all recognised that maybe the press is leading out with the mayoral proposal, the mayoral this, and to be quite honest, we know that we're out in consultation on our proposal.
I'd like to see this reframed and you to perhaps make a statement about that.
Okay, speaking to the recommendations, or is everyone happy?
We're happy. Very happy.
Put it to the vote, Mr. Chair. I'm going to say something.
Okay, Councillor Newman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, it's difficult when the Mayor invites the media up to his office and presents this before it comes to this committee. And the Mayor frames the statement. And what the Mayor says becomes the message from this council. And I don't know if the Mayor has an agenda or if the Mayor's just confused, he's got a lot on. But the problem is that the messaging becomes very, very contorted when it does go out to talk back land. And as tough as I can be on staff, I have to say that I have been very uncomfortable with the messaging and how our staff are receiving that. It is not easy. And there are people who are working very hard. I mean, I don't have total comfort with everything that's happening in the waste space, that's well known. But I admire the staff for their energy and for the pace and for the meticulous nature in which they are trying to address issues that I think are fair issues for me to raise. So when this issue comes up of, well, let's have a 17A review, the 17A review of the delivery of services is quite clear actually, but the way in which it is framed by the Mayor in the media makes it extremely difficult to feel anything other than a reasonable degree of discomfort as to the scope and where this is heading. And this will be the start of a number of reviews that will happen cascading over time, and that there will be a degree of uncertainty not only within this organisation but also within the CCOs that have been subject to a review quite recently as well, and I believe that decisions were taken at that time. But at least the Mayor will be able to go to Wellington and say he's doing something, he's having a big review, and we will find the scope and the cost of that review, and you will fund it internally until you run out of money, and then you'll come back for more money, and then we'll really start to see the impact at that point. And hopefully we can ensure that we do achieve the value outcomes that we propose, Mr. Chair. But the point being that the Mayor, who has now left the meeting, I accept that he's busy, can't just throw these items out for the New Zealand Herald last week and then have this on the agenda for this week, give that speech and then walk away when these questions remain unresolved. Because we've had a big issue of flooding recently, and we do have issues in the Three Waters space that relates to particularly the combined network in the Central Isthmus. I totally accept that. Where we go beyond that, frankly, I'm not sure that we should be going there, because I don't believe that there is necessarily a reason to go there. But we're going to spend money and go there anyway, have a look at it. And maybe we'll tick it off and say we don't really need to do much there, or maybe we'll start to get forensic based on the EY report that was set out and reported back to this council in November 2015, talking about shared services with 10% savings, which have actually been challenged by the Auditor General. However, it's referenced in the report, so we're going to just consider that. You wish, Mr. Chairman.
That's the third time.
Yeah, well, I don't think you'll make me Mr. Clode, but you're chair of this committee. But if we don't get proper scope around this, I believe what's going to happen here is that the Mayor is going to over-egg this and completely under-deliver on the savings that he's talking about in the media. And since we are part of the collective decision-making here, we'll have to wear the odium for that, because actually we'll say to the committee, well, we offered something big, but in reality we didn't deliver much. But we did start to get down the operational weeds of the CCOs. But the net effect is that we haven't addressed the substantives like some of the debates around the Three Waters. So, you know, I'm not going to vote for A, because I think that the other reviews are not required at this point. Happy with B and C, but if my vote against can be recorded, thank you.
Around the table, I would take the view that I think people would agree with you, Councillor Newman. I think there is a danger with the Mayor going out, making certain announcements, but, you know, that is the mayoral office. We are not part of the mayoral office, and that is the Mayor's prerogative to do that.
Mr. Chair, it's reported to your committee, and he's cutting over the top of you.
Well, I'm actually, yeah, but look, let's face it, we had Councillor Watson write an excellent article, I thought, on Eden Park and the need for a stadium last week, which was in response to an announcement, you know, or a front page announcement the Herald beat up from the mayoral office. I mean, it's just the way it is, but it's the way it is. I really don't want to comment anymore.
Let's put it, Mr. Chair.
Put the vote, Mr. Chair.
So we've got A, B and C. Councillor Newman is already recording that he's do you want to take them separately, or have to take them separately? Do you want it recorded that you disagreed with A, or?
Just record, I voted against A, but fine with the other two.
So we'll put A, B and C, and we've got a mover and a seconder, Councillor Cashmore. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Right, well, let's get on to one of the interesting parts, the disposals report. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Sally. So I'm going to move an extension of time. We have a second, Councillor Simpson. All those in favour? Aye. Aye. Against?
No, was that?
No choice.
Extension of time.
Extension of
time.
time.
We've
I thought you were trying to work a fasting there.
The disposals report.
I'll move the recommendation.
It's a changed name. Changed name.
Okay.
I don't know about change.
So just before you start, Tisha, Marion, and sorry, introduce.
Corey Barker from Legal Services.
Okay, yeah, hi Corey. So what we've got here, we've been working quite hard to work our way around these issues. So we've got a changed recommendation for the Manukau property, and you'll see there is a new, let me get this quite clear, a new F. Okay? Just take this slowly, this is important. So if you look in A, whether you're doing it on the screen or in your papers, in the first line, approved subject to the satisfactory conclusion of
Hold on,
any
can't-
required statutory
Can't see A,
process.
Mr Chairman.
Okay. A. Okay.
A is on the agenda, isn't it?
Okay. It's in your papers, but it's on, okay, so the key words there, to the satisfactory conclusion of any required statutory processes. Okay. We have added a new F that we believe, and this follows advice from the legal department, where it says, note the following at the following consultation, a further report will be brought to F&P for Council's final decision under the Reserves Act as to whether to revoke the reserve status, which, if approved, would then clear the way for Panuku's sale negotiations as noted above. Okay, that is what we say is closing the loop, okay?
Move.
Now, Panuku's happy with this, legal's happy with this.
Consultation with whom?
That means we have to go through those statutory processes to our satisfaction. And as you know, what the big thing here that we're all concerned about is the transparency.
Excuse me,
Okay.
consultation with whom on F?
Under the reserves.
Through the chair, public consultation is undertaken as part of the Reserves Act process,
Following-
reserve revocation process.
Following public consultation.
Oh, sorry, it's not in there, okay.
The public.
Oh, okay. Oh, we put it, okay. All right, now, in effect,
You're using the Reserves Act to try
the
and
second Safari Group or the Second Nature Trust would say, well, this, we've already got a timeline and this was going to upset the whole program, et cetera, I think I'll just remind you of yesterday when the Safari Group presented to us as part of the key stakeholder that they basically said, along with 2 other hotel developers, that pretty well all the projects are on hold subject to the June decision on the accommodation targeted rate. So I don't think it's really going to delay anything big time because I've already said it's going to be delayed because there are too many issues and probably it's going to kill off projects. All right?
I'll move.
So we have a mover and a seconder
Can
to
we
that
just-
part.
Can we just go through, can we just take
Yep.
the, sorry, to be
So basically,
slow?
it,
Yep,
A, B, C and D are in your report.
yep, yep.
Okay?
And you just added the
And
other one,
E.
okay.
And we've added a new F. And this has been on the advice of the legal department, that this is the appropriate way to handle it. We thought we had a different way of handling it, and Councillor Newman has got some recommendations, which is a different way again.
Look,
So-
can I ask a couple of
Yeah,
questions?
no, we're coming to explanation of this one, and I have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Filipina?
Yep.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore are going to move and second A, B, C, D, E, F.
We've still got questions.
Then we're going to move to the new G. Okay, which is
separate
followed up.
process,
Sorry, we're on the right one, Warkworth. So a new G, which has been proposed initially by Councillor Sayers. He has agreed to us amending a little bit within it of that initial G, and then we've added, I'm struggling to see what's behind it, H and I, which the staff have added. Councillor Sayers is going to move those 3 in a block, and you have a seconder.
Oh, I second it. Oh, didn't-
Yep.
I'll second that. Okay, I'll second that. I'll second those 3
Thank goodness.
resolutions, which relate to the Warkworth property, and then we have a new, instead of the old G, has become a J, and do we want Councillor Collins and Councillor Filipina to move that?
Which one is
That's in your area, isn't it? Papatoetoi?
J? Yep.
Yep. Right, we have movers and seconders.
Yes, we
We're
can
going to do it
find
in
some-
3 blocks. Questions? Councillor Newman.
It's gone through the legal board.
Mr Chair, can someone from legal confirm that the reason why we have to sell from, as a leaseor, we have to sell to the leasee this piece of land is because this piece of land is currently leased to the leasee, and therefore it is treated differently to the land that has previously been subject to judicial review.
Through the chair, I can confirm that no sale of this piece of land can occur without agreement with the lessee.
So we're just going back to that new resolution then.
Which one?
F, yep.
What public consultation are you, why are we embarking on a new round of consultation here? Just the Reserves Act process?
Yes, through the chair, public consultation is a requirement in the revoking of a reserve under the Reserves Act 1977.
Okay, so A1 is just setting the process for the revocation, but then it has to come back. Why wasn't this in the original recommendations?
It is.
No, I'm talking about the new resolution that ties it all up. Why wasn't it, why wasn't it included in the first?
I don't know whether it's appropriate to go on a witch hunt on this, because look,
Okay,
we've
on a
already
witch hunt, I
delayed
mean.
this once, and it was the chair and myself in consultation with Ms. Tyndall that we pulled it from the last year. We've been working quite hard to work this through, including phone conversations last night I had with Panuku, just trying to see how we can keep working this through. For many, I think we've come to a good place, a good spot, and that's all I can say, Councillor Newman.
So you don't know why it wasn't there, but we should just accept it?
Well, we all learn as we go along, don't we?
Through the chair, our usual practice is to seek the support of the governing body or the approval of the governing body to commence the reserve revocation process, so that we're not acting on behalf of council for something that this governing body does not agree with. So we want to ensure the governing body agrees with us undertaking the reserve revocation process before we commence the consultation process.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, the outstanding question I've got is why we wouldn't effectively sell it direct, and why we have to go through this process to...
Corey's just already answered that, but Corey, can you just reiterate?
No, that doesn't answer my question. I understand that it was said that we need the agreement of the lessee. That was what I wrote down, agreement of the lessee. That does not mean that we're not in a position to be able to sell it to some party other than the lessee, effectively selling it direct and getting the best price we can on an open market.
Through the chair, if we're to carve off this part, it is leased to the lessee, and we would be unable to remove that leasehold interest without the agreement of the tenant.
But surely, I mean, what's the issue with getting the agreement of the tenant? Why don't we do that?
Through the chair, I suspect we could ask, but the tenant has already entered into an agreement for this area of land with Safari that contemplates it being carved off from its demise and then sold on to Safari.
I understand all of that. Having said that, surely that's a rather complicated arrangement.
Yep.
I would have thought it would have been simpler for us to get the agreement of the lessee, and under normal circumstances I would have thought that's what we would have done, and then simply sold it direct to Safari or the like. I would have thought that was the simpler and cleaner way of dealing with it.
Again, through the chair, the tenant already started this process before coming to council, so had actually already signed up to the agreement with the developer, and so that's already in place. If the tenant were willing to surrender its interest and not complete the agreement, then council could sell that off. But it's entered into an agreement for value with the developer, who is obviously invested in this already as well.
Okay, so you're saying that there's been an agreed price already?
I understand that is the case. We haven't seen a full copy of the agreement.
Councillor Walker, it's not a perfect situation, but as you know, for example, you can actually apply for a resource consent over some land you don't even own, so it's not,
Well,
it's a bit of a,
I guess my particular concern goes to the matter that the local board chair raised, which is around transparency. I mean, this is news to me that there's already an agreement in place and there's a price. There's the matter of where the money's going to go and whether there is still another process that might be cleaner as far as council is concerned and bring the money to our purse directly.
Marion, could you?
Through you, Chair. Panuku has taken a practical approach to this transaction. We've treated this proposal in the same manner that we would any other ground lease situation. In financial terms, Panuku seeks to unlock the value, obtain the benefit of the uplift in value, and enable the proceeds of sale to be directed back into a local amenity in the community. A good example of this would be the upgrade of the Puanui stream. In addition to that, Panuku would seek to ensure that any future development on that site is prohibited through encumbering the title to ensure that the proposed development, any proposed development outside the existing envelope is restricted. We would also look to ensure other outcomes like ensuring that any proposal is commenced in a timely manner so that we don't face a land banking issue in the future.
Okay, so I understand that. So did Panuku know that this deal was being cut on the part of this entity in advance, and that there was a deal being struck around the amount and so on? Is Panuku party to that effectively?
Again, through the Chair, no, Panuku wasn't party to that agreement. The Trust has been upfront from the get-go with respect to the fact that they do want a hotel on that site. They haven't shared the details of the agreement. However, it is worth pointing out that it is common practice in the Auckland market today that people enter into conditional agreements in order to get the desired outcomes that they wish. So we understand that the conditions are, subject to council approval and revocation process.
I understand that, but having said that, this is an unusual arrangement where it's a lessee that's effectively entering into an agreement for sale. That's what I have difficulty with. And the sale is effectively on the part of council, whether it be Panuku or whoever. So it's rather odd as far as I'm concerned.
It's common practice.
No, it's not common practice.
I think this was.
It's not common practice for a lessee
Councillor Walker,
to sell a property.
Are you asking, are you commenting or asking?
Is it common practice for a lessee to sell a property?
No, it isn't. It isn't, through the Chair. It's not. So therefore, Panuku has taken a practical approach to this matter to try and achieve a fair market value for council's interest here, to get an equal benefit in the uplift of the value from the development, and to achieve the other non-financial outcomes I outlined earlier.
So just to extend the question then, so the practical approach, as I take it, is accepting that the horse is bolted, that there's been an unusual transaction, and let's just go with it then. That's the practical approach then, is it?
Through the Chair, both parties need to agree to a way forward. Yes, the Trust has entered into an agreement with a third party, and Panuku views its role in this as getting, as I said, a fair market value for the council, and any uplift or benefit in that value, an equal benefit.
Well, just through you, Mr. Chair, and again, this is not a question, but it's just stating that I would hope that we don't have a continuation of these sorts of practices going forward. I think this is highly irregular, and I'm just putting my very real concern on the table.
Letitia,
I reserve my speaking rights later. Thank you.
Letitia, do you want to comment?
I was just going to follow up on Marion's point, Mr. Chair, and note that this piece of land is currently of low value because of the reserve status and the lease over the land, and very little public amenity is being provided to the local community as it stands. We at Panuku saw the proposal, while we do appreciate the concerns that have been raised by Member Walker and by others, we saw this proposal as an opportunity to actually realise some value for council from this piece of land and obtain a benefit for the local community.
Because one also needs to be aware that this whole lease area is within the Transform Manukau zone, where the money will be back into the area. So we need to be quite clear about that. Okay. It's called optimisation. I still struggle with why it's called that, but anyway. And Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, notwithstanding that Second Nature Trust have entered into an agreement with a hotel for land that they don't own or is actually a reserve or have a legal obligation to enter an agreement, I think it's important for this council to keep our business open and transparent and fair. So my questions are around the advice and the resolutions that the Manarewa local board put, because they said in theirs, the advice that they were given, obviously on Thursday night last week, is that they noted that in the interest of full transparency and to avoid flipping, you know, because that's the concern that a lot of people have, that they supported the land sale by Panuku to an open market or bid process. Are you now saying that actually it can't be open market? It has to be to them. Is that correct?
Through the chair, again, this comes back to the point that no sale can be achieved without the tenant's agreement. So if you take it to the open market, you still need the tenant to agree to the actual sale because it's part of their demise. And given that they've signed up to an agreement for a development there already and actually have an interest in this, it would seem highly unlikely that they would agree to a sale to a third party with obviously achieving their own interests in it.
So we don't have any choice. So we have a leasee that's leased reserve land that's asking for a revocation so that they can sell to a particular hotel. They've already done the deal, but it's a stalemate, isn't it? If we don't reverse the reserve status, they can't do what they want to do. And I think everybody, well, the people that I've spoken to are kind of keen for something to happen there and the hotel and the money to be invested in Manukau. I think all those right intentions are there. What isn't there is an open, transparent process that this council has led to a point that it could be any hotel. I mean, it's Safari Group, okay, it's Safari Group, but what say another group came with a better deal that had a better investment back? We don't know that. And so we've got a situation where the deal's all ready to run. They're just waiting for the reserve status to be revoked. How do we, there's nothing we can do, is there? There's nothing we can do to actually make it more open and transparent. Sorry, my question is there anything we can do? Because I can't see another way, I can't see another out of it. And I think what you're trying to do here in F is to have another sort of a layer to try and give a little bit more transparency, but the bottom line is that this is flipping, pardon the pun, wrong in so many counts. But legally, we don't have any choice.
I'll speak to not the choice, but the transparency. The legal contracts is between the Second Nature Trust and its developer, and we have asked and they have relied upon confidentiality agreements within those contracts, and also, you know, a commercial deal that's been reached between those parties. So we have no oversight or no input on that agreement. The agreement that we do have is, or that we can have control over, is the agreement between council and Second Nature for the sale of the land.
So the transparency is that we can say to them, yes, you can sell the land. Can we say, if we revoke the reserve status, can we say, yes, you can sell the land, but you can only sell it once? What sort of caveats can we put on just to protect somebody making a lot of money from a deal that has very low worth because it's a reserve?
Through the chair, we probably couldn't put one on, say you could only sell it once, because that would have an impact upon funding. But as Marion has already said, it's standard practice for Panuku when they enter into development agreements is that we encumber the land as a first charge to ensure the outcome. So that encumbrance would flow through second nature to the developer when they on-sell it, and that would ensure that the developer has to do a development as we understand is contemplated and within a time frame that we understand it. And if that was not achieved, then there would be an option there for council to, in effect, take that land back.
It's contemplated, all right, because I saw a brochure yesterday with a hotel in it, with a number of service departments and a number of rooms already done, and it's it's more than contemplated, it's all published in graphics and gone to market.
That was not
I'm so uncomfortable
It
with
was not a
this.
sensible move to table that brochure, but anyway, they did. Unbelievable. Councillor Sayers.
So we, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, sorry, we'll focus
did
on...
you want to finish
if we
that?
can focus on Manukau.
Yeah,
do you
maybe
wanna
we
talk
finish
about
that
Walkway?
first. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I've got Councillor Stewart and Councillor Cashmore Philippa, and I think that's all about...
Speaking in questions or just speaking?
I think, well, let's have... We just have questions, but I'm hoping we don't end up...
Mine's just a very
talking
simple
4 hours.
question.
Yeah, I'll put you down, but it's Councillor Stewart, and then Councillor Cashmore Philippa, and...
I'm speaking.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say that we've actually been down this road before. Back in, there's a little bit of history with the, it was the County Manukau Pacific Trust, and now it's the Second Nature Charitable Trust. Back in 2003, with the trust, there was a sale to, I think it's Aldamos Investments. It was purchased through the trust. There was a deal that happened, and then in May 2007, Maldus advised Manukau City Council that it couldn't meet the agreed timetables. So anyway, in the end, Manukau City Council had to buy the land back. So this has been something that's been going on for a long, long time, and really we should really have a bit of a relationship with this trust, and it just doesn't seem to be happening because they keep on doing things without actually coming and discussing it with the council. We're now Auckland Council, and I think they owed it to us to come and talk to the council around the table before they started entering into agreements with other groups. So it's happened once, and I think you know the history, I'm sure. There was as a result of some of this, it was a High Court case on the 2nd of March 2009, and Judge Cooper, he stated that he rejected the trust claim for the declaration that any further net proceeds from the sale of the land would go to the trust. So, I mean, the whole thing's very, very messy. So, surely there is a way that if we're not happy with this, we really need to get the trust around the table, and I think we need, before we vote upon this today, I think we really need to get the trust around the table, because we need to start having a relationship with the trust, which we don't seem to have.
Good on you.
Through the chair, if I could just note that the relationship between Auckland Council and Second Nature Charitable Trust is managed through Regional Facilities Auckland. So direction to Regional Facilities Auckland along those lines would be required. Do hear your concerns, but Panuku don't have that direct relationship with the trust.
Maybe it's just as well we're trying to review all the CCOs.
But we're not.
Councillor Cashmore.
I don't have a question, Mr. Chair. I just want to make something very, very simple and clear. Is that all right?
Yep.
So I think we're really over-egging this and bringing a lot of history into it that's perhaps no longer relevant. So what we have here is a trust that is focused on delivering really good outcomes in Manukau. Te Wero and the Vodafone Centre there operate with some RFA funding. 350k has been mentioned. What hasn't been mentioned is that trust also puts 750k on average back into that community through different activities. For every person that goes through Te Wero and pays for it, an adult pays for it, a child is put through by the trust for nothing. So a child learns to swim in active waters for nothing. They do wearable arts displays, which is on next weekend. They do business presentations of business growth. They do community engagement, and they do arts. So that's the driver behind the trust, is community betterment. The hotel development, and you know, it might look something like Ramada's talking about, and that's the deal they've done. The trust set that up to try and make the Vodafone Event Centre be even better occupancy, a better return, because it's going to be a real convention centre. So transparency when you're doing these end-for-end deals is not as important as certainty. Certainty is the most critical point to make the deals stick and the deals work, especially for banks. So has the trust got some sort of secret special game plan on there? I don't think so. They spoke to about burying hotel chains, I believe, to try and get a result. Ramada have come up with a willingness to go for an end-for-end deal. They've had a 99-year lease, which in the real legal world's almost as good as owning something. And they've come back to council. If you revoke the lease, there's a value uplift, which comes back to council, from lease land to actually land that can be made into commercial activity, again to council, I repeat. And the trust gets an end result for the area down there to make the convention centre work, to even build on Te Wero even greater. So when the armed forces or the rescue forces from Australia come to use the white water, there's somewhere they can stay that clicks the ticket, that helps the trust, that makes it all work. It's an occupancy and it's a certainty about the deal. And I think we're just trying to make something very, very complicated, where it's not complicated. Sir Noel Robinson, who's chair of the trust, has done outstanding work for the city over a number of years and needs to be thanked.
So, thank you, Councillor Cashmore. So therefore, I'm going to allow a blending of comment and questions. So, Councillor Filipiano.
Shouldn't really matter who's behind it, should it?
I know, Councillor
One
Filipiano.
way or the other.
Chair, just a question
Oh,
in
I'm
regards
internet.
to the comment, I think, and I stand corrected around the actual words, but just a comment from the chair of the Manurewa Local Board in regards to that Panuku were instructed instructed by council to sell the land to the Second Nature Trust, which was somewhat confusing to me, and I just wanted to ask our CFO if she would want to comment on that. It's just seeking clarification around it.
And I made a comment earlier, but we'll just give an update to that comment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. To my knowledge, there was no direction given by Council to sell the land. I think perhaps the interpretation of the obligations under the lease have perhaps been wrongly interpreted or perhaps too broadly interpreted. There's no specific instruction.
Okay, thank you. And Chair, I'm not going to go down the history of what happened in the old Manukau City Council days. As I said on several occasions, that 2003 is when I went on to the council. But can I just say, and just this is in regards to what Councillor Cashmore said, is that I've looked at, because I wanted to have a check on how much money gets sent to the community with the schools program and also with Weddell. And it's just under $1 million that gets put back into it. Weddell's just over about 300,000, and that can be found at the Whitewater Park Community Good Highlights. That's online if people wish to read it. I also had a look at the schools program, and that's about 600,000 that gets put in, and that's the return. Chair, and you know, for me, I just think that for the community, and I know that 50% of schools end up using the venue, and that's been for free. This is sponsored for our schools in at least the county's Manukau area, which covers from Franklin all the way through to Howick. And I had an opportunity last night at the Pacific whānau that we had for Have Your Say event, and I had a talk to the chair of the Māngere o Tāhuhu Local Board, Lydia Sosene, and she's very supportive of this, and especially in the fact that the money stays in, and we've already had comments around that, Chair, but the money stays within the county's Manukau area. And, you know, so my question is to whoever may be able to answer it, that's exactly what's going to happen, is that the money that is for the sale and purchase of the land that's just sitting there, and I mean, I can go through the whole report and give the reasons that you had on page 108, but from the beginning on 107 right through around why there should be a hotel there, you know, with all the reasons on that report. But I just wanted to make sure, again, it was said by yourself, Chair, that the monies from the sale and purchase will be spent within the Manukau, Transform Manukau area, County's Manukau area, as what's been delivered. And can I just get that answered, please?
Through you, Chair, yes, that is the intention, that the sale proceeds are reinvested back into the Manukau area.
All the sales proceeds?
That's all of it?
Yes,
Yeah, the whole lot. This is why I asked the question, because Councillor Simpson, you made that comment, and I just wanted to clarify that as well, that all the money will go back into Manukau. So, you know...
I mean, no one's disputing that, Councillor. I actually was just hoping that maybe more money could go back.
Well,
we'll come back to that.
I wish the governing body will end up putting more money towards the TSI, so that's my whole point. But this is why I wanted to seek clarification. So, Chair, from my perspective, and really speaking on behalf of all the schools, not only, and I have to say, Chair, if you read the report that I've also got, which is around the schools program that Vodafone Event Centre run through the trust, is that it also benefits schools in the Tamaki Makaurau area. Not just, but 50% of it. But like I said, it just covers the schools right across Tamaki. So, yeah, Chair, thank you.
Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I've just got a kind of very simple question, which probably has been answered, but if it hasn't, it hasn't kind of absorbed through to my thinking, and it really goes to the notion of flipping. And I asked the question to the chair of the Manurewa board this morning, and the answer I got there was that they had no guarantee that it couldn't be just passed on at a profit. And listening to Councillor Filipaina, I'm not quite sure now whether the assertion is being made that every cent that the private party makes out of this will be given back to the community, or that the council runs the risk of being perceived as a unwitting accomplice to the kind of article we saw with the young couple on the front page of the Herald, with Mr. Wu walking away with $81,000 for a deal changing hands on the one day. Now, the Real Estate Agents Authority is ramping up its crackdown on flipping, we're told. So my question at the end of all this, is there still the possibility that we get a price, whatever it may be, for this property, and the private party then flicks it on to, what are they, Rabada or whatever they're called, for you know, appreciably more sale price? Is that still a possibility?
Through the chair, the council has effectively given away its value and its control of this land for 99 years. Having said that, Panuku would look to get a fair market value for that interest, and as I mentioned in the past, equal benefit in the uplift. The trust has been very upfront about the fact that it has its intentions always were to construct a hotel on that site. We knew that that was the case, and it is Panuku's intention to get a fair market value and, as I said, an equal benefit in the uplift of that value. So the property, any on sale by the trust to the developer, again, council would get equal share in that uplift.
So just as further comment to that, just in F, it says quite clearly there that note the following public consultation. So remember, does not preclude further negotiation, discussion with the Second Nature Trust. Sorry, Councillor Watson, this is an answer to your question.
Sorry.
In F, it says note that following public consultation, meaning that public consultation does not preclude Panuku having further discussions with the Second Nature Trust about uplift. Panuku is indicating that the norm, and in this sort of scenario, would be 50-50. I'm not going to say anything else, and I'm not going to ask Panuku to say anything, but they will be having further consultation, including with Second Nature Trust. So I think that's quite important too.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that clarification. And do I understand from that then the ultimate decision will be coming back to us then once that's been clarified?
That is my understanding, and that's why we're trying to complete the loop with F, so that we get further, a further report will be come back for us to sign off on it.
Okay, so the local board and a number of councillors here and probably a number of other ones who haven't spoken have made it clear they have a real concern with that perception, real or imagined, that there could be some flipping involved here. I guess what I'm saying, as far as my approval or not, is really dependent on certainly how that pans out in real dollar terms, because I don't see any difference as it stands between that and Mr. Wu, except that we're even worse than the young couple because we know it's happening. So I appreciate that, and I look forward to seeing it. Well, it's what happens.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate that we're some of us that are speaking are actually not being charitable to the Second Nature Charitable Trust, and I just think we need to be a bit careful about that. And I think when Councillor Philippiana means all the money will come back to the council/community, he's taking it that any 50-50 and the 50% uplift that the Second Nature Trust gets is actually going back to the trust, which is a local entity doing local stuff. Exactly. And in the case of building a hotel, doing exactly what Panuku wants to do in Manukau. They want to build a hotel. They've got other sites they might think are more ideal, but this is the one that's come up, and Panuku's saying, right, this will be good. So they are doing the right thing by the community, I believe, the Second Nature Trust, and I don't know whether we want to impugn the reputation too much. And
I don't think anyone's meaning to do that, Mr. Chair. I think people are pointing to the perceived probity of the deal. It's a deal, so a council has to be very careful when deals are being done that they are seen to be fair and above board. I think that's. I don't know the parties involved, so I'm just looking at it from the perception of the deal and whether that seems transparent and fair and reasonable. So that's all I'm seeking clarification on.
Yep. However, I will say there is an amendment which you can see up on the screen by Councillor Newman and seconded by Councillor Simpson that really is imputing.
Exactly.
Are things being done properly there?
Sorry, is that your speech, or because you've entered into debate on the
No,
amendment
we're
yet?
actually, Councillor Newman, I'm chairing this committee. If you don't like it, then leave the room.
No, I'm staying.
But you're next, and I'm asking you to speak now, and you can speak to your amendment or speak to whatever you want to speak to.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that, the opportunity to speak. I think if there's been a misinterpretation, it has been the misinterpretation by Panuku to the Maniarewa Local Board. And I was at that local board meeting when the advice was given around what could be done with that land. And that's all I'm going to say about that. With respect to the flipping comment, I'm not going to express my view around flipping other than to say that I note the recommendations of the Maniarewa Local Board. I would like to see a hotel developed on that site. we got yesterday a glossy document from the developer proposing a hotel on that site. It wasn't a bad offer. I'm surprised that it was presented yesterday. I acknowledge Councillor Cashmore, because Councillor Cashmore did point out that this trust does have a purpose, and its purpose includes providing recreational community need to that community. That's set out in the 3rd schedule of the deed. That's in 3.1a of the deed. 3.1b of the deed states, operate and administer the multi-purpose event centre referred to in para A above on a prudent commercial basis so that it is financially independent community asset. I think that's quite important too. Now, I know that in a constrained capital environment such as this, it's quite hard to get cash in. This organisation does some useful things. This organisation also does useful things thanks largely due to the problem gamblers of South Auckland shoveling money into the Class 4 gaming machines. And when the applications come, and I'm looking at one here, it's an application that was for $135,000 as a contribution towards the development of the container village, Second Nature Charitable Trust, fine. But the opportunity cost will be paid by other groups in South Auckland who I think are pretty important too, but who won't get that funding because it's gone to Second Nature Charitable Trust for an operational cost. So I think it's fair and reasonable to balance out the activities with the costs involved. And there are costs involved that require Second Nature Charitable Trust to be innovative with its revenue. And it's trying to obtain more cash, and this transaction will be part of that exercise too. Fine. I don't, I'm not going to vote for A. But we're not called a division, just record my vote against it. But I would request that concurrent to what we're about to do, that we as the leaseor seek to ensure that we make good on the 3rd schedule in the deed for which we are party. And that is to ensure that we are working to identify that they are performing in a way to get the centre onto a prudent commercial basis so it is a financially independent community asset, which is the wording in the deed. That's all.
Councillor Walker, Wayne Walker.
Yeah, just got a few points to make. They're not questions. First off, just dealing with F. F, as far as I'm concerned, isn't going to achieve much because it refers to the Reserves Act, and the parameters that we can consider under the Reserves Act are pretty limited. I'm not going to go into them. I don't particularly have an issue with it, but the notion that consultation is going to make any difference around this transaction as far as the Reserves Act is concerned is, I think, somewhat of a misnomer. The particular concern I've got is that this is a shonky deal. As far as flipping is concerned, the flip has already occurred. The flip has occurred because there's already a price being set. I don't know whether we know whether the price is what the price is or not, but we're obviously getting a significantly lower price because of the relative reserve value. So the flip has already occurred. The shonky nature of the deal goes to the fact that I don't know whether
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Whether we've actually got...
I don't think we can use the word shonky in deals. There's been no legal judgment on this at all. I don't think it's appropriate language at this point in time.
Okay, well,
Can you withdraw that, Councillor Walker?
The aspect of
Can you withdraw that, please?
The aspect of the transaction...
Councillor Walker, could you withdraw it?
Sure, I'll withdraw that. The aspect of the transaction that I have grave concern about is that I do not know whether the best price has actually been achieved. And it may well be that in the interests of putting a transaction up that should have been more open and we should have had some oversight, that has not happened. That is my concern. And I will be voting against this as a matter of principle.
Surprised.
Yeah.
Kia ora, Mr. Chairman. I'll certainly support Deputy Mayor Cashmore's statements earlier, and the one that stuff that Alf was raising around investment back in community. I'm going to support this. I think, you know, I look back over the last couple of terms when there was a decision around the whitewater rafting and that, and, you know, I just feel sometimes people are just really anti this site. I don't know what it is, and it drives me quite insane. I mean, we supported it happening because we believe there are a number of outcomes for Māori, a number of outcomes for the general community, and I think it's turned out to be a fantastic thing. And it's all part of a whole program, and I think, you know, a bit like Motat talked today about their strategic plan and all that, you can't just stop stuff halfway through and then say it didn't work. So, you know, I can't understand why we got to sit here and pretend we should negotiate the deal by committee when we haven't probably got any expertise as valuers or negotiators in that sense anyway. When something's already been going down a track which is commercially sensitive, and we've already heard that from the legal advice. And I think, you know, we spent far too much time going back and forwards over, I could have got a better dollar or I could have got another tree planted better than the guy that negotiated or the woman that negotiated the deal. I think we need to get on with the program here. There's so much going on that needs to happen across the region, and we're regionally focused, and I just want to support what's happening out there, and I think this is another part of that puzzle that needs to be solved and put into place, Mr. Chairman. So, again, I hear frustrations. They sound similar to the frustrations when the whitewater rafting came up. There's a lot of different people around the table, though, I must say, but some of the sentiments seem to be coming through the same. And all I'm saying is that these people have done a lot out in that area, and there's a lot of areas across Auckland that need support. But we need to be getting smart about, you know, stop dragging everything through the mud. The people that are there doing this stuff, they're experts. They're people who have been, they're professionals trained to do things and negotiate these things. And all I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, is before too long, it must be time to put it, to get it out there, to know exactly what this council's going to do. And there's a number of steps already in what I see in process that are still to occur. So I say stop choking it and let's get on with it. Good, Mr. Chairman.
So, Councillor Simpson, you want to speak again, so therefore I'm assuming you want to speak to your amendment.
Yes, I do. Thank
Okay,
you.
so you could speak to the amendment. So we're now discussing the amendment moved by Councillor Newman and seconded by Councillor Simpson.
Mr. Chairman, I'm a, as you know, compromise person, and I think all that Councillor Newman is trying to do, and I haven't spoken to him other than, you know, through the screen about this, is just actually stating stuff that is already in the deed. So he's not doing something tricky or difficult, and I think his amendment could be a G. And you could do everything all in one hit, because he's asking it to be added. He's not asking to amend A to F. And it's nothing that's not already in the legal documentation, so it shouldn't be a problem, and that's why I've seconded it. So as far as Councillor Walker is concerned and some of his concerns, look, a lot of people have got your concerns, but this is, the way F is written is that the decision has yet to be made, hasn't been made, and will come back to this committee. So I'm trying to explain that actually it can go A to G and keep everybody happy. No decision is being made. The deed is being followed as the legal documentation, and it gets brought back to the table. Thank you.
Well, as Chair, I'm going to recommend that you reject the new G, and Councillor Newman has already said he's going to vote against A, so how can he vote for the rest of them, to be quite honest? It kind of would indicate it's a little bit of a witch hunt against the Second Nature Charitable Trust. It's got nothing to do with the disposal report. So anyone else want to discuss the amendment, please? Councillor Darby.
Just the amendment?
Just the amendment? No, just the amendment this time. We'll get the amendment out of the way. It'll either get incorporated as part of the substantive or it won't.
This is G?
No, it's not.
This is G.
Yeah.
Right. We've got an amendment there. You can all know exactly what it is. I'm going to put that amendment. All those in favour?
Aye.
Division?
Division?
Yep.
Okay,
On
you
G,
just said it in time.
and division
All right.
on substantive. Yes, yes we can, Mike.
Okay.
Because we're allowed to.
Right. division been called?
I won't hold it against you, Penny.
Chair Clout,
No.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore,
No.
Councillor Collins,
Against.
Councillor Darby,
No.
Councillor Philippaina,
Against.
Councillor Hills,
No.
Member Wilcox,
No.
Councillor Hulse,
No.
Councillor Denise Lee,
Aye.
Councillor Mike Lee,
No.
Councillor Newman,
For transparency.
Councillor Quacker's gone. Councillor Sayers,
Yes.
Councillor Simpson,
Yes.
Councillor Stewart,
Yes.
Member Taipari,
No.
Councillor Wayne Walker,
Aye.
Councillor Watson.
Yes.
So it's lost.
Lost.
No?
It's lost 10 votes to 7.
Okay. Councillor Darby, did you want to
Just
speak
get a free ride
to?
every time.
Yeah, thank you, and probably,
F.
it's unfortunate, this has become a bit too personal, this whole debate. I think we could have risen above this, members, and I don't think we needed to lower ourselves. I thought Chair Angela Dalton raised some really good points today, and what was different about her presentation is she did not delve into personalities. Because when you start talking about the Second Nature Trust, the way it's been spoken of, it has got personal members. And it's not about the Second Nature Trust, it's about a land transaction, a possible land transaction. So I note I think it's really worth going back to what the local board actually resolved, and I think the local board resolved the A, at least in the Roman 1 and 2 and some others there, and then it raised some concerns. But fundamentally, as I can see, the local board are backing it, they are endorsing it, with some caveats later on. And I also want to express some caveats as well, and I'm hoping that Panuku will be listening to this debate and looking at the resolutions and carrying forward in their likely negotiations those caveats, and they're various. And I don't think they all need to be worded in our resolutions here today. I've got a little bit of concern that there's a risk of us alienating this land by way of sale in expectation of another agreement being put in place, which then delivers an outcome that we're all expecting, which is a hotel development on this former reserve land. I would hope that Panuku, and I'm sure they will ensure that there are contemporaneous agreements that make sure that there is an agreement sitting right behind our one, if we proceed in that direction, ultimately, that ensures we do get that outcome. Otherwise, we're going down a track here and there are no guarantees. So I'm sure I can leave that to the real estate people to negotiate. But that is one concern of mine. And I just give that trust to Panuku Development Auckland, that they're skilled in that area. But listening to the debate, I probably go back to where I started. I don't think we needed to embark on being so personal about Second Nature and individuals that might be helming that organisation here today.
Good point. I'm going to put A to F to deal with that. My division?
Yes, please.
Can we just
Scroll down.
Put them up. Have them up on the screen again. So just remember in your papers, if you've got papers, it's A, B, C, D and E as it was, and we've added a new F.
Well, are we putting them all in one? Because if it's a division, I'm voting against A, but I'm happy with the rest.
Say that.
You can say that.
All right.
Yeah, I think you can do it all at one as well.
Yeah, let's put it.
Chair,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore,
Yes.
Councillor Collins,
Yes.
Councillor Darby,
Yes.
Councillor Philippaina, 4. Councillor Hills,
Yes.
Member Wilcox,
Yes.
Councillor Hulse,
Aye.
Councillor Denise Lee,
For.
Councillor Mike Lee,
No.
Councillor Newman,
Going
No on
wrong
A, yes on the
column.
rest.
Sorry, they're all being on
all
the
being-
wrong column. Yeah.
Councillor Sayers,
For.
Councillor Simpson,
For.
Councillor Stewart,
No.
Member Taipari,
For.
Councillor Wayne Walker,
No.
Councillor Watson.
Abstain.
Yeah, I'll put him down as a yes.
To abstain is probably a good
Yes, and
idea.
no to A, yes.
Can I change
Councillor
my vote?
Newman, I'm putting you down as a yes, but I'm noting at the bottom that you wish your vote against A to be recorded. Is that correct?
Yes?
Yep.
Thank you. Right, we're now going to the next three, which I'm sorry, remind me, what are we up to? E, F, G,
I can remind
H,
you.
I. Councillor Sayers, you were going to speak to, you're first off the rank.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do want to thank you for seconding this motion. It's the opposite of what was in our report in terms of wanting to retain this car parking, all-day car parking in Warkworth. I also think it's probably appropriate to acknowledge the local board, the Rodney local board, and their chair, who's still here, been here all day waiting for this item, and also the public of Warkworth who've got in and really, I'm sure you've got a few emails to clear in your inbox about how important this is
They're still
to
coming.
the community. They're still coming. That's good. Right, look, now, we've got one more step to go, and that's to vote in favour of this, and I hope you do, councillors and Maori Statutory Board members. I'm just going to summarise very quickly the key points and why you should vote in favour for this. It's a key piece of infrastructure for Warkworth. It's a key Rodney Local Board advocacy item, and that's been supported by public submissions. The Rodney Local Board does not endorse the sale of it, which reflects the community voice. It is required for the township, for staff, for employees, for all-day parking within Warkworth. By 7:30, 8:30 in the morning, it's full. And you'll see that by the photograph on page 118 anyway. No car parks left. It's required for commuters. We've heard, we've got the Mahu City Express bus with private enterprise that's running through town. We also have an inter-regional bus that stops there, and people need to park there to catch that bus into town and other places. We need to ensure that Warkworth remains economically viable too, Mr. Chair. We all know that the motorway is extension's being completed in 2021, which is a bypass around Warkworth, and we need that all-day parking within Warkworth to attract shoppers and keep it economically viable. So, look, lastly, I'll just ask you to reflect on the points that the local board have made, and there was money set aside to develop a third level on that car park under the Rodney District Council, and that was lost in the amalgamation. And it just doesn't seem fair that now all those all-day car parking could be lost. And the other thing that's changed too, that was also mentioned, was the growth in Warkworth. We heard there are 1,300 current consents being processed at the moment. If you take 2 cars per household there, we've got 2,600 more cars floating around Warkworth. I'm sure some of them will want that parking as well. And also, of course, as you'll be very aware, Mr. Chair, the land to the north of Warkworth has been zoned as live under the unitary plan process. So that growth is coming. It's also occurring in Snells Beach, Algies Bay. There's building going on in Matakana. It's happening all over the place. And the Warkworth Town Hall, in the report it talked about originally that car park was bought to support a community centre. That community centre by the waterfront didn't go ahead, but what did go ahead was the Warkworth Hall. And that's been completed and opened just a few weeks ago. and it needs parking. It hasn't got parking. It's within walking distance of this car park, and it's desperately needed. And also Auckland Transport are going to be trialling, hopefully, mid-2018, an Auckland Transport supplied bus service from Warkworth down to Silverdale. And at the moment there's no park and ride or other facilities identified for parking, and people will need all-day parking. So there's more than a small need for this to retain this car park. It's essential. It's needed now, not for the future. So I'm just asking you to support keeping this all-day parking, and I hope councillors and independent statutory board members that you'll vote for the affirmative on this motion. So thank you.
So just so we're aware, we're all aware here, and Councillor Sayers is, because he by and large wrote most of G, that this is delaying the decision, okay, for further investigation by Auckland Transport. So it is important that that is understood by the local board and the public in Warkworth, and as I say, this was put up by Councillor Sayers, so it's delaying the decision. And the reason why Panuku is not involved in this stage is because it's an Auckland Transport strategy issue, so it's to Auckland Transport giving 3 months, and then there'll be another report coming back. And there's a number of other options which we did discuss here, which again the local board will be involved as to are there situations where we can sell and then put a covenant on a floor of parking or whatever. So there's several options there. So this is a good compromise, Councillor Sayers, and I'm impressed that you put it up, and I'm impressed that this is not, we've got to hold on this forever and a day because, you know, whatever, but it may be held on to, but it is to delay it for further investigation. I think that's a really good compromise. Councillor Hills.
And just look, I think that they are very good points to make, Mr. Chair. That the delays to come forward with the options, which we don't have on the table at the moment. It may be retention, it may be something else, but we need to know those. And it's a very important part of that, which you touched on, which I'd just like to reinforce, is that the local board and the community need to be involved in this process. There's a feeling that they have not been consulted around this, and there's some angst around there, so I think that's a very important part of that process. So I hope that's reflected in the report.
Mr. Chair, if I could just comment, something of an issue that we do have with exploring options is we are unable to go out and test the market to explore what potential options the market would deliver on the site and options for covenanting the site, etc., if we don't have approval from this committee to dispose of the site. And we have explained this to the Rodney Local Board when we have consulted with them. We do appreciate their frustration with this process. We are also very keen to see a car parking element be retained at the site, but we cannot enter into negotiations with the commercial sector by way of public consultation or by way of public forum. So just noting that point.
I think that's understood by anyone. It could be that Auckland Transport come back with a solution that therefore doesn't negate any further negotiations, and then you come back with a recommendation to sell the land because we've got another alternative. But it could be that one of the alternatives then are to sell it and then enter into negotiations for that site to have their covenanted. Councillor Hills, and then Councillor Simpson, Councillor Walker.
Yes, through you, Chair. I understand all sides of this, and I understand the difficulties. It's definitely different to town centres down here close to the city. But I am a little concerned. We've obviously had tons of, a lot of emails come through, many of them from business owners, law firms, workers, things like that, saying, I get there at 8 to park all day. I don't know, I've tried to look through the policy, I just don't know if it's council's business to provide businesses all-day parking. Is it ratepayers that should be funding all-day parking for businesses? So I understand you've got issues with public transport and things like that. There is a lot of parking around the centre, but obviously that's turnover parking, and that's the kind of parking that Auckland Transport usually incentivises, so you get the turnover and economic development, things like that. And of course, yes, we lack public transport for the workers and things, but I'm concerned that especially if there's no future, or if there's not a plan to charge or different things, then I'm concerned what this sets up long term if we're investigating. Just because in our town centres I know they're different because they have public transport components, but we do not supply all-day free car parking for businesses. Like, they're consented to have a certain number of car parks, things like that. Yeah, so that's just, I mean, I'm obviously voting for this, but my concern is the wording that says we must find all-day parking, and what that means. Is it free? You know, there's no such thing as free parking, really. In the end, it's expensive land and things like that. The other thing is around the 500,000 and what that means. You know, it says directs Auckland Council. Well, we are Auckland Council, but I don't know what that means to resolve the funding urgently. So that's just another thing. But yeah, I just have a worry when a lot of the emails I've been getting is from business owners saying we park there all day. So there's obviously not really for people to be using. I don't know. It's a policy thing, and it might be fine, but I don't know. It's just an odd thing. That's all. Thank you.
Funding will be resolved in one form or another. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is around the language used in H and the understanding thereof. It says direct Auckland Council and the Rodney Local Board. Rodney Local Board is part of Auckland Council, so who are you directing? Would you please go to the resolution? H. Directs Auckland Council and the Rodney Local Board. So who are you directing?
What does that mean?
Okay.
Through the chair, I think the intention of H is it's Auckland Council staff to resolve with the Rodney Local Board.
Okay, so that should
Because
say
the fact is
staff.
that there are some works that need to be undertaken
I
on
get that.
this.
Get that, that's fine. Add staff. Thank you.
Sure. More than happy that Panuku aren't in a position to exercise options that go to sale at this point. That can wait. Just have a couple of issues, and they go to. Just trying to see it there. It's obviously G, where it says investigates alternative all-day parking options for Warkworth. I'd be comfortable to take out the all-day and just leave it at parking, because I think we need to apply a lateral approach here. And the other issue that I have is just around the 3-month time frame. Obviously, we haven't heard from Auckland Transport. I don't know where they're at over this, whether they've done any significant amount of work, much around parking in Warkworth at all, and public transport. And I don't know whether you're in a position to answer that, Greg. But 3 months may be a little bit of a tight time frame here.
Through the chair, I just note in paragraph 4 of on page 115 of your report, we've noted that AT have investigated parking provision for Warkworth and indicated to us that the expansion of the town centre car park is not justified based on parking occupancy figures for the car park and the township. And I just note as well, this property doesn't actually sit with Auckland Transport, nor has it following the creation of Auckland Council. It sits with Auckland Council, and AT have managed the car parking aspect.
I see that. For myself, I'm sometimes a little bit cynical about some of the statements that Auckland Transport make around various issues, and I'd suggest this is one of them. If there were some work around parking in Warkworth, and I'd seen it, and Mr. Sayers had seen it, and the local board had seen it, that'd be great. But I think in the absence of that, I've got a real question mark over the 3 months.
Do you want me to respond to the councillor?
I suppose I'm taking it you're happy because you wrote the resolution. I suppose I'm taking it you're happy because you by and large wrote the resolution.
Oh yes. I'm just that a question was directed at me, and I'm happy to answer it, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I would respectively probably reject the idea of it not looking at all-day parking. All-day parking is essential for there, rather than just the 60 to 90 minute parking. So we do need that all-day parking.
That's a good
The Auckland Transport, yes, they have carried out a survey, which is mentioned in the report, was correctly pointed out by the officer. However, that's stale. It was done a while ago. It just looked at the 60 to 90 minute parking. It didn't look at all-day parking, but it's also stale because since that survey, we've had the unitary plan liven up areas around Warkworth that we didn't know about beforehand. And in terms of the 3 months, councillor, that's there to get this resolved and to get an answer and with urgency.
Last speaker on these resolutions, councillor Darby.
Thank you. Well, it's interesting. A few members, Councillor Hills and Councillor Walker, have homed in on how prescriptive the wording is on G in terms of all-day parking options, because, and I have concern about that too, because by supporting that, you are asking AT to go and look at a narrow area. They're not being asked to look at other parking options other than all-day parking options. So I actually don't think that's well drafted. I actually think it just should be to investigate parking options for Warkworths and then go the comma and report to the Finance Committee. In terms of greater numbers, lesser numbers, all of that, it's irrelevant. You are actually constraining Auckland Transport. You are not enabling them at all.
Good point.
And I think it should just be parking options, leave out with same or greater numbers and just go straight to the report back to the Finance Committee. And I'm just wondering if the mover's willing.
Is the mover willing?
Okay, the mover, what, councillor Sayers, what are you happy to do?
Well, look, the focus, yeah, it's great to have more parking in Warkworth, don't get me wrong, gentlemen. But this parking building is there for primarily the workforce and commuters of Warkworth, and therefore it needs to be all-day parking. So as much as I'm tempted to make it a wider scope, I think it's important that we provide specifically for that segment of the population.
Okay, so look, if it stays, I can't support any of G then because it's tied into G.
Okay, right, here's a compromise. Can we just have investigates parking options dash including all-day parking options dash for Warkworth?
Sounds fine.
How's that? Right. All right, would you support that, councillor Darby?
With the deletion of the same or greater numbers.
I wouldn't be supporting that, I'm sorry. I can support your recommendation.
With at least the same
That's the whole purpose of
number
it,
of
to
car
get more
parks.
parking. That's why
Oh,
would
no,
you
I
take it
think,
out?
I'm happy with your suggestion, Chair, that wording you've put in, that's fine, but you know, there could well be sites around Warkworth that are alternatives with greater parking numbers, so.
Right. We are going to put GHI as they are. We've made that change, they're including all-day parking
Sorry,
options.
I did have another question, Chair.
With at least the same or greater. Sorry, yes, councillor Darby.
I just want to be clear on the H. The H, we're in the Finance Committee, and I just want to be clear with the Chief Financial Officer here, or have her make it clear that, are we directing the staff and the board to resolve the funding urgently? Are we asking in that resolution to find the money? Are we raising the money through that resolution?
Through the Chair, there are, as I've stated, and it's stated in the report, there are some weather tightness issues and some urgent maintenance that needs to be undertaken on this site, regardless of whether we delay it for 3 months or not. That needs to be undertaken. The fact is that, per Councillor Sayers has noted, and I think the officers have noted as well, that there was funding set aside prior to amalgamation. So, in response to your question, Councillor Darby, we are going to need to resolve this issue. The work needs to be undertaken and we will need to find the money. It will need to be I'm not proposing in this, I'm not supporting that. It's additional budget that's going. We're going to need to find how we're going to resolve this within existing budgets.
So when I'm reading property information on 115, it doesn't suggest that it's urgent. Can I have some confirmation from Panuku? Is it absolutely urgent? If we did go through this and we possibly proceeded to dispose of the property, are we better placed to do the remedial work or allow others to do it, a possible future owner?
That's what they wanted to sell.
Through the Chair, I can confirm that there is a variety of work that needs to be done, a significant amount of which is of a high priority. Those costs at this stage as well are indicative. Costs may well escalate from the $500,000 amount, and there is no current council department or CCO who is responsible for the ongoing maintenance of this car park or who has the budget to provide it. Sorry, you may have to repeat the second part of your question.
I think you've answered most of it. So, just in terms of H there, would it affect? Is there urgency in undertaking the H or doing the H, and finding the funding, if we likely go through the other work there and it comes back to us and we resolve to dispose of it within 3 months? I'm just trying to fathom whether that's a good spend to actually proceed and do the remedial works, which may take a lot more than 3 months, or you look at letting the buyer, the market, address those remedial works.
Yes, through the chair, those were options that we weighed up as well, and that is why we were recommending it for disposal, so that we could ideally realise that and it wouldn't be a cost that would be borne by council, or alternatively that it was something that Panuku could undertake the work to do that and then offset those remedial costs again from the proceeds of sale. We do realise these aren't ideal circumstances, and that is why we made the recommendation that we did as a potential workaround.
So, Councillor Sayers, if you're happy, if we change the wording to read to investigate the urgency and the funding of the required weather tightness remedial work.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
That's better. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, to investigate
and thank you,
the
Councillor Darby.
And the funding. And certainly that's the way we can reserve that. It could be that, we just report this is what it is, but we don't have to do it if we're going to be selling. So, happy with that, Councillor Darby?
That's well done.
Okay, we're going to put G, H and I. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
All those against? Thank you. J, we have a mover and a seconder for J. Does anyone want to speak to J, or is there no problem?
Would you like me to
J could just well be J.
I'm looking right to Councillor Newman and left to Councillor
you
Walker.
sure?
No,
Are
I'm
you
going,
sure?
Which one is going to have?
My good friend
Or it
Ross,
could be
I can
Councillor
speak.
Simpson. Okay, I don't think anyone wants to speak to this. It's moved by Councillor Cash. Someone does? No?
No.
Okay, I'll put J. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Right, thank you.
Christmas for that.
Thank you,
Right, everybody,
Mr. Chair,
another-
councillors.
It's about another 3 hours, guys, so do you want a break?
Yes, please.
I want to make my have your say at
5
8
minute
o'clock.
break?
Would you like me to send me to Fiji?
Good
would
luck
you?
with 3 hours.
What have we got there?
Can't be
No,
3 hours.
Mongolia.
Only if you
Oh,
carry my
actually, it's supposed to
bags.
say Siberia, isn't it, what they say?
Only if you carry my bags.
Chairman, I'm going to cut the agenda in half next
Okay,
time.
well, we did remove a number of items off this agenda, remember?
Aren't we
Quite a
coming
few
back
items.
on Thursday?
Governing body.
Governing body.
No, oh no, Thursday week, isn't it? You've got it.
Yeah,
Additional.
yeah, we do.
So what are we
What are we
taking
up to
then?
now, Mr. Chairman?
Oh,
Number
seriously?
16.
Okay, right, we're going to the Auckland Council group. We've got Francis and Kevin.
Happy to move, Mr. Chair.
We're having a toilet stop, I get the impression.
Yeah, I
'cause we're
think I better go out
just
for a
about.
You're back again, Kevin. You're back again, Kevin.
It's always worth taking up.
Okay, 5 minutes, folks. Come on, we've
during
got to hold a
meetings.
quorum. Hang in there. We can get 16, 17, 19.
Are we going toilet or?
Have a break. Have a stretch.
15, 16, 18.
What's that?
We have a quorum in the room, but that includes you, Glenn.
So don't leave.
I haven't actually been to the loo.
Yes. And up.
One, two,
Hold
three.
on, Glenn, hold on.
Are we down to our base quorum?
Okay. Okay, very quick, Glenn.
Okay.
Run.
Do we need him for a quorum?
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh
well,
my goodness.
we have to wait.
We've read your report.
Francis.
Would you like us to ask you some questions?
No.
Well, I've got.
You want the honest answer?
course you would,
Beasley?
Kevin.
I've got a question. It's a nice question.
It's lucky there's never a queue in the men's.
Well, can we start?
Can we start?
And then not vote until he comes back? No. Okay.
Chris, where are you? Oh, okay, he was going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. What's the quorum? 10.
Gee, you're
This
going to have to
side's
be
here.
nice to me now.
Could go as well.
You're going to have to be nice to me.
You're green.
He's drinking this as a red wine.
I'm sure you are. You want me to slit my wrists and you can drink? Thank you.
It just won't wash out.
I got him.
Thank you.
That was it. Oh.
Yeah, we're still going. Yeah, we've got no, we've got about another hour.
Do anything
Half an hour,
or is it get done?
I'll come up afterwards
So
anyway.
we will be very, because you guys would happy holding it just do the colours, but we that the kids were chasing us and bombing us and the stuff.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's a big thing out west. It's huge.
Thank you.
I know, 'cause we've only just got a quorum. Summary slides, please.
Two slides?
Yep.
So we'll,
We're going to take a bit that's read here, but you've got it here, and sorry, unless there are issues, we're going to go to the summary slides. Are people happy with that?
Is that the last one?
Speak up if you're not.
okay, I just wanted to do the first one and the last
Hey,
one.
Francis, sorry.
Okay, so just to be clear, this is the group consolidated report for the 6 months to 31 December. These were released to the NZX on the 28th of February, and that was subject to review by Audit New Zealand. The committee would have had on the 21st of February, the Auckland Council parent presented to you, and the CCO results were sent to members separately under separate cover. Then if we can go to the very second last slide, which is the summary. These are, the report is very similar to the one that we presented in December, just with revised figures. But I think the summary covers and summarises it pretty succinctly. We're still in the situation where we've got an operating surplus, which is slightly ahead of budget. Operating expenditures still well controlled overall, with 2% below budget. Capital expenditures 19% behind phase budget, but that's improved since September, where we were 26% behind budget. So there's been an improvement there. And our debt parameters are still within the credit rating financial ratios of 223 versus the trigger of 277. So we're comfortable that that overall we're in good shape. Obviously, they're the normal pressures, but we think that it's under control. Happy to take questions.
Capital expenditure behind budget by the end of the financial year, what are we predicting? Bit of a catch-up?
Be tight,
or-
I suppose.
Yeah, look, no, the forecasts we're getting coming through are still suggesting we will be behind the 12-month figure, around about the 85%. Potentially, we're still optimistic. It might even be slightly lower than that. Just depends on how much work can be picked up in the next 3 months.
Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you very much to officers. This is actually quite a good report. I mean, not as far as content, but the actual figures. So we're 37 million over our income. The expenditure, we're 31 million under budget. But I just want my question. I know the answer, but I want to say it just for prudence sake. We're saving $22 million this year in savings, right? So we're under budget, 31 million to date, on top of that 22 million, which is what is actually showing ratepayers that we're actually making an awful lot of savings. Now, I know that figure may change for the next 6 months, I'm sure, but we've started the year with a very good target of savings, and I think that's to be congratulated, so thank you.
Okay, well, Member Wilcox?
A couple of years back, we transferred 300 million from ACIL on expected savings and additional funds that we would make from that 300 million by having it invested in-house as opposed to within the CCO. Can you tell me in here how much extra we've made since we have transferred that 300 million?
Not 300, no.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's actually down from that figure. There's some, but John?
Yeah, through you, Chair. So the 300 million of the diversified financial asset portfolio was transferred from ACIL to Council. So that's continued to be managed within Council in the same way that ACIL did. You might remember that we had approval about May last year to sell down 100 million of that portfolio, which was subsequently done, and we have approval subject to the chair of the Finance and Performance Committee, the CEO and the Group CFO to sell down another 100 million in the next financial year. So look, what we've done is we've saved some of the overhead costs of managing that portfolio, but it's been managed in exactly the same way, so the returns you're seeing from that fund wouldn't be materially different from what would have been achieved under ACIL.
So, in other words, at the end of this year, we'll only have 100 million of that?
Depending on market conditions between now and then, we would think now around about 130 million.
And where does the other 200 or that 170 million go?
So let's say before we started the sell down, it was around about 325 million. Take off another 100 million, 225. There's been some market growth, but we'd expect around about 130 million to be left following the sell down in next financial year.
No, I'm asking where does it go to?
Oh, sorry, where does the funds go to? Essentially reducing debt. So if we hadn't sold down the 100 million, we'd have 100 million more of debt.
Thank you.
Which would ruin our credit rating.
Councillor Denise Lee and then Councillor Holes.
Thanks. So we were unfavourable, specifically fees and user charges, noting that it's in the 1 to 5% category, not the over 5. Just any comments on that? Any material concern there? Maybe a comment on Ports of Auckland? More 1%.
No, it's just what's happened is Ports of Auckland have had reduced volumes, but at the same time they've had reduced costs. So they're obviously managing that quite tightly because that's the commercial reality that they operate in.
And you're okay on the Auckland Transport side of things?
Well, I think it's important to understand that both patronage and parking are up on last year. It's just that the budget was set and they haven't quite achieved the budget. Okay. Again, that's just the reality.
Right.
That's it. Councillor Lee? Yes?
Oh, sorry, yep, no, just checking there was nothing of material concern.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Lee and I think are on the same side of things. So that last explanation was really useful, and the variance to budget is more a function of where the budget was set, because we quite often, want stretch targets, and then we get the budget that sort of sits according to those stretch targets, and then you end up having to report a variance with us, and it's a bit of a little circle. So just going into annual plan, I guess, just a little tip around that. I've got two quick questions. I thought the way that this is presented is just better and better and better every time. It's so much clearer, and I'm going to have to ask the question that will make me look foolish, but I'll ask nonetheless. I just don't quite understand the employee benefits. The 500 million higher than budget result was predominantly the result of reduction of staff time and costs recovered on capital works. I just don't understand how those two sit together.
Right, so one of the things is when we set the budget, because we do quite a bit of capital work programs in-house, the costs of staff that work on those capital projects, one can capitalise rather than put through the profit and loss. And so, because that's lower than what we budgeted, it's shoved more through operational costs.
Okay, so it kind of also sits with the delivery of capital expenditure. Got that?
Correct.
I'll remember that link. And just finally, the unbudgeted payments to Auckland Theatre projects. What was that? That was just in the grants, contributions and sponsorships line.
Yes, so through you, Chair, that was just, that was something that was, I would assume would have gone through some committee or something to be approved.
So it was
It's just, we're just reporting the reality of what happened.
Okay, that's good.
It was fairly minor.
Yeah. It's really good. Thank you.
Oh, voting.
You happy to move?
Yeah.
Yep. Councillor Walker, you happy to second?
Absolutely.
I'd be happy to.
I was happy to move.
All those in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Good. None against. Thank you very much. Well done, folks. Thank you, Francis and Kevin, Neil and Catherine.
We're doing budget number 16.
Happy to move, Mr. Chair.
Oh, you're in a hurry now,
I've been waiting all day.
I always think it's offensive. I've been sitting here since 9:30. If we move it and second it straight away, we'll let, I hear what you say, but we'll just let Neil.
Through the chair. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Neil Huang from Financial Planning and Strategy. So I have today Andre Lipa and Catherine Adams with me. They are from the Development Program Office. In front of you today is a budget update report. This is the pretty standard report that we bring to you on as required basis. So in today's reports, we're recommending an increase in budgets to 3 projects within the city centre program that's funded from the city centre targeted rates. So I consider this a relatively short report and straightforward, so take it as given, as read, and I'll happy to take any questions.
We have a mover already. We have a seconder.
Second.
Yes. Councillor Darby, any questions? No, it's all from the targeted. The mover's Councillor Walker.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yes.
What sort of consultation has been done around the city feature lighting? Any, or have you just talked to Heart of the City about it, and therefore the businesses?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's a project that has been led by Heart of the City, so this is a financial contribution to that project, so it's their lead to undertake any consultation.
Just following on from that, and what are they reporting back on to paragraph 11? Out of the city will report back with further information on...
Through you, Mr. Chair. That item is essentially in there as a placeholder. It's there's still a business case to come forward for it, so this is, for want of it's protecting the funding there if that proposal proceeds as
It's not definite.
So
it's not definite.
It's not definite, and they're going to come back with the further information on just basically the business case.
On costs and program.
Yeah. So why are we needing to do the placeholder at this point?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So every 6 months, the city centre targeted rate program of work is reviewed every 6 months, And the intention is to get this project delivered kicking off in July this year. So the budget needed to be there in place, knowing that there was scope in the budget for that project while they were undertaking their business case.
We're catching the cycle.
Funded by the bid.
Happy?
It's not.
We have a, you're right, councillor Lee?
And how do we know how much money?
Yeah. Sorry, there's just
Sorry, we're just having a little wee chat here, just so we can get that you're catching the 6-month cycle and being proactive. But how, is it usual for us to, do we know all the details? It's estimated at 800K? It's contingent on 500K from other sources, so there's quite a lot of estimations and...
putting this money aside when the business case isn't done and when it's not.
So normally wouldn't we have subject to, approve a contribution subject to? If you look at recommendation C, we just...
It is subject to them finding 500,000.
Well, the business case hasn't even been done.
Can you shed
I mean,
any
just
light?
for the record, I think this could be amazing and fantastic. I've no problem with it, but just in terms of tightening up that reso there.
Through the chair.
Yep.
Through the chair, it is a preliminary estimate at this stage, which will be firmed up once the business case is written.
Okay. But we could add in subject to, couldn't we? The heart of the city obtaining 500,000 is not going to do any harm.
Correct, through Mr Chair. Whenever we make a grant contribution like this, it's subject to a funding agreement, and council doesn't release any funds prior to confirmation that total funding for the project has been confirmed. So there is no risk that any funding would be released prior to all project funding being in place.
Okay, so we'd just take it as read, we're comfortable? Okay.
Can I ask, Sue, are you happy with the way the wording is in that resolution? It doesn't read like it's subject to, just straight out.
Through the Chair, I think that could be worded a little better. I think we need to link in that it is contingent on Heart and the City obtaining remaining funding. So it could be subject to a funding agreement being concluded to council's satisfaction. That confirms the project costs and heart of the city's ability. Project costs and heart of the city's ability to fund the remaining contribution. You comfortable, Councillor Lee? Does that help you?
Rather than remaining, it would be to fund their contribution.
To fund their contribution, yes.
Yeah.
Let's take the word remaining out. To fund their contribution, yeah. But that picks up on the points through the Chair that have been discussed, that this is still
Work in progress.
moving.
Mover and seconder happy with that? Yes, we can do thumbs up there. Thumbs up everywhere. I'll put the resolution. All those in favour say aye.
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 Against? Thank you for being patient. 18, right, we have got an information report.
Happy to move, Mr Chair.
Gosh,
Read it. Okay.
Councillor Walker, seconded by Councillor Sayers. Does anyone have any queries on the information report?
No. Procedural.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Extraordinary items, there are none.
Oh, what a blow.
So no 19. Right, if someone could move the
Happy to move.
requisite resolution.
Excuse me, Mr Chair, I'm taking offence to the member being so happy about moving, and
That's okay.
it's forcing me to maybe move.
Move seat.
You can move.
You want to move out, move home.
We all do.
Come and sit next to me, Chris.
Nothing wrong with
Yeah.
that.
This is the good side over here.
Are we the eighth most happiest city or something?
I'm going to save my eardrums for the Lions
think we
tour.
are
actually.
Actually, that was interesting. I did read here on the news today about the Kia, who has a call that brings the other Kias into play. So there's a certain call they have that it brings all the Kias to come in and start playing. So there you are. Any seconder, Councillor Newman.
Are we putting this, or are you going to keep talking
Reminder
about
job.
birds?
Oh, I thought I'd put the, no, we need a seconder for it.
I will second.
Councillor Simpson.
Oh, to go into confidential.
All those in favour?
Aye.
So that was the procedural motion, and we have one last item, which is the Auckland Council Dividend Reinvestment Plan.
We've got anybody here that shouldn't be here?
Okay, so we're in confidential. There's no members of the public here, no members